Hello and welcome to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Kieft alongside West Bloomfield varsity football coach Tyrese Grice, coming off a big win at home against Oxford, finishing off OAA Red Division play, and still really a three-team mix there in the OAA Red at the top. But still, that really speaks to the competition of this division this year. Speak to the overall play of your team in league and what that means for going forward as you finish off the regular season and look forward to playoff time.
Well, you want to play at this time clicking at all cylinders. So we were able to establish our run game last week against Oxford, and we were able to move the ball. You know, when you get into playoffs, you got to be able to run the ball. So that was one of our goals, and we was able to accomplish that. On defense, we was able to really play as a team, get better, pursuing to the ball, getting back to playoff-ready football. And that was our motive and objective, is to get ready to that playoff mindset throughout the week.
Any concerns about your offensive game being maybe a little bit too quick on the jump to get into the end zone and score? We saw that Oxford really didn't have a whole lot of issues staying on the field and sustaining the drives when they were successful on the offensive side, but West Bloomfield, to their benefit, able to march up the field and get into the end zone. As you play against a little bit more equal competition next couple weeks, Southfield A T, and then going into playoff time, what does your team need to do to be able to sustain those drives, keep opposing defenses that are strong off the field, but also continue to play an effective offensive game?
Well, in order to be effective, you have to get positive yards on first downs. That's critical, whether it's 2 yards, 3 yards, which you don't want to be in third and long situations. And we was able last week not to put ourselves in that situation, so we had a lot of positive yards, especially in the first half. Again, the objective is to score, and we got to, as long as our defense stays strong, and it doesn't matter whether we score on one play or a 20 or 15 play drive. The key is to score. So we can score quick, that's good. That's for how we play. But we all know you got to establish the run game when you get into playoff football, and that's what we're trying to do this year. Defensively, we were able to pursue. We were able to do it. We got to do a better job tackling. That's one thing we saw last week that we got to do a better job at. So we're going to be working on tackling all throughout the week. But we just mentally try to get ready for playoff football. We got a big game coming up, and we want to get this game out the way. We're able to do what we need to do and get ready for the next opponent.
And having these last couple weeks coming up, last really 3, 4, 5 weeks of the season being so competitive, it's a huge benefit to these Lakers as they get ready to finish off the regular season, and certainly as they go into playoff time. Still in the leadership positions on the offensive side of the ball, running a multi-quarterback system, it's really been working out well for this team and creating that versatility. What's been just as impressive is seeing those guys come up from down the depth chart, guys like Joshua Tate in particular in the backfield, but also guys like Trenton Allison getting more reps and getting more touches. Jaden Allo's playing a key role also, and even Brandon Davis-Swain, who's been in as more of a blocking tight end, getting some touches on the offensive side of the ball this week. How important is it for you to be able to go down that depth chart going forward and move guys around and be able to put different sets out there, different targets out there, especially as you're going up against some of the best across the state?
Well, that's very, very important, especially when you're having injuries throughout the season. Those guys, that's backup guys, and the two deep has to be able to step in and do the job that we asked them to do, and they were able to do that last week. Josh Tate was able to carry some ball a few times. He's been getting better throughout the week, throughout the year, and then he had an opportunity to play a little bit more of that last week, and you're going to see more of him moving forward as we run the ball more. Trent Allison is one of our best blockers. He deserved some reps in terms of catching the ball, but he's one of our best blockers, and it's more than just catching the ball, and he understands that. So Trent is doing an excellent job stepping up in his blocking game and catching a few balls. And Brandon Davis-Swain was able to play some tight end for us. And when teams load the box and you think he's just a blocker, that opens up for him. So it created a mismatch, especially against Oxford. That big boy caught the ball and scored. But we try to do the three-headed monster. It's nothing new. We've done this in the past where we have running backs playing quarterback. But the good thing about these guys, all three of them could actually pass the ball. So if you think that one of those running backs is just solely in there to run the ball, then he can also pass. Jaws played quarterback in youth league. Brody, who's our second string quarterback. He can run. He's a pure run threat, catching the ball and throwing the ball. And then we got Samaj playing quarterback, who's the most versatile guy in the league, and he's able to do some special things and for some offense. And although he may not catch the ball as a receiver, he can do damage in other areas.
Yeah, and you got to think, too, Rick Nant's been out the last few weeks with an injury. He will, at some point this season, return to play for the Lakers. That offense only going to get more versatile and have more wrinkles to be thinking about for opposing coaches and opposing defenses going forward. Coach, let's talk about the defensive side of the ball. Excellent game as well, holding Oxford to just 3 points on Friday night, and a team that was still able to move the ball a little bit, get the run game going. But despite that being the case, despite them being able to have an overall quality game executing their offense, your defense did a great job of shutting down opportunities, and when Oxford was in a position to take some momentum, prevent them from taking that.
Well, Oxford had a few turnovers that hurted them, and we was able to recover. So that helped us defensively get us in better field position. They was able to move the ball, and they type of style of offense a few times, but we was bend, don't break type of style, but we made the key plays. When it was 3rd and 2, they got a tackle for loss, forced them to punt. But that's credit that to our defensive staff and the adjustment we had to make sure that the guys get fitted in the gaps that they need to get fitted in. So it's all about being consistent in that area. But I really think I have one of the best coaching staffs in the state. We've been around for a while, so we know what adjustments to make instantly in the game. So it's not something that we'll do have to wait for at halftime, but we know. So we saw some things that Oxford was doing that we want to make sure that guys do what they're supposed to do, and those quick adjustments helped us out quite a bit.
It's interesting, too, because you don't often think, when you think about team chemistry, it's so much about those 11 guys that are on the field. But it helps, too, to have that chemistry in the coaching staff off the field, to be able to make those adjustments in game, communicate to your team in all 3 phases, and the game plan at this high of a level. Speak to that, Coach, and how that comes into play for this Lakers team, this Laker program, really to sustain success over all these years.
Well, we've been around for a number of years. I've been here 11 years, and most of the coaches have been around as long as I have. So there's a trust. I trust that my offensive coordinator, Ken Rye, is going to call the right plays, design the right plays, prepare them. So that's a side of the ball I don't really have to worry about. And on defensive side of the ball, as position coaches, Ivy does an excellent job developing the D-line. And when you see the talent that's coming through our program, people got to understand that talent has to be cultivated and that talent has to be developed. And our staff does a great job of putting that together. So we've been around, and that's something that's the continuity of the staff is really the key to our success. And you see programs, when they lose their whole staff, they go down. So although Bellamy left us a couple years ago and went on to do better, greater and bigger things, the staff stayed in place, and we had to add some pieces as well. So we're looking forward to continue that relationship, moving forward with a good coaching staff, and get ready for Southfield.
A big game coming up this week on the road. Southfield A T used to be in the OAA Red, now pretty dominant in the OAA White division this year, playing an excellent slate of football and looking to finish off their OAA division play this week with a strong game against one of the best in the OAA Red here in West Bloomfield. That game later, 7:40 p.m. on Friday. It'll be both on our network as well as with our friends at Bally Sports, and we thank them so much for their continued partnership throughout this high school season. Coach, anything else that you'd like to reflect on from the Oxford game before we take a break and talk about more coming up for the Lakers?
Not really. I just think this game was one of those games we really truly wanted to play as a team. We really pushed that in practice to play together, and I think we were able to accomplish that. And everybody got an opportunity to play. And that's one of the things I like about our program and our coaching staff is getting guys who normally wouldn't have gotten playing time, the opportunity to play. So that's a good thing.
Getting guys prepared for the rest of the season. A lot of football left to play for the Lakers in 2022. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk to one of the Lakers assistant coaches and get some more insight into what goes into making this Laker team so strong in all 3 phases. And then we'll preview the upcoming game on Friday against Southfield A T. You're watching and listening to This Week in Laker Football. 2 men in the backfield, a fullback and a running back. Going on that hard count. Snap from Kassisi. Hands that ball off. Fighting for that first down. Dives forward. He's not going to get it.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, It'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Kieft alongside West Bloomfield Lakers running back Joshua Tate, and we've seen you in the last couple of weeks getting those opportunities to play first string ball, to play down the depth chart and get a lot of touches. For you, having this opportunity, especially in competitive games, Clarkston, Lake Orion, Oxford, to get those touches and get yourself prepared, what's that experience been like for you to come up and play some of this first string ball with some of the best players in the state?
Yeah, well, coming up as a varsity player, I knew it was going to be tough to get playing time. So, I just had to show what I could do with the opportunities that I was gave, that I got. So, it was kind of hard at first because, going up against first string defense as a scout guy, guys like Kari, MJ, that whole defense, we got all dogs. So, yeah, I think they prepared me.
Yeah, and elaborate on that. How did that play, going up against those guys, playing against hard-hitting guys that are stout defensively, excellent in the zone, great in man coverage too? For you as a young guy, knowing that you're going to be going up against some of the best players in the state on the defensive side of the ball, whenever you get a touch in this Lakers offense that loves to run the football.
Yep, well, going against them in practice, it's always tough. It's always competitive. Offense and defense always going at it. We just got a team of competitors. So, I was ready coming in from like the summer and going in I thought I was just ready. But once I got there, they kind of humbled me a little bit. So I think as time went on, they got me better.
It's that old cliche about talent and hard work, and what really brings it all together is combining the two. Certainly talented at the running back position is Joshua Tate, but speak to the work that you put in off the field to get even better, to know the offense you're running in, but also know the defensive matchups you're going up against, and how that helps you take that next step. It has helped you take that next step to not only get these opportunities, but make the most of them and really play important football, important reps for this Lakers offense.
Well, in the offseason, I was working out with, our strength and conditioning guy, John from Fix, Yep, so I was working out with him and my dad, mostly him, though. So I feel like he prepared me, got me stronger, got me a lot faster. He got me explosive. And I think that helped me a lot on the field because I'm making the right cuts, making the right moves. And, everything's just been going well since I got with him, so, yeah.
In terms of playing the running back position in this offense at West Bloomfield High School against this kind of competition, speak to the leadership, too, of guys like Jaws and guys like Ralph Rogers and what they've brought to your game and allowed you to learn and get better at as you've gotten these opportunities alongside them.
Yep, well, Jaws, he always made sure I got reps. He always made sure I was good. So he was always kind of playing my mentor role. And, Ralph always making sure I know the plays, making sure I'm comfortable out there on the field, So I feel like with them, I got the right guidance. So, yeah.
Joined by West Bloomfield Lakers running back Joshua Tate. You've seen a lot of 32 on the field the last several weeks. Certainly going to see a lot more of 32 going forward and as we head toward playoff time. For you, being an underclassman and learning from these guys and the upperclassmen, in some cases replacing them on the field earlier on the season, now sharing those reps with them in this really dynamic offense in West Bloomfield, does that add a bit of pressure to you as an underclassman, as a guy that's new to this varsity team? And if so, how do you adjust to that? How do you work around that pressure to really hone in on playing great football as you have been doing?
Well, being an underclassman, it wasn't really anything that really bothered me because, I've been playing up almost my whole life. So, with my brothers, I got two brothers that they always been kind of bullying me around the house. So, yeah, I was always comfortable around older people. So I feel like that kind of helped me a lot. And me being an underclassman wasn't really a problem.
What do you have to do to take that next step? You're playing great football, but to be the next guy down the line in this great line of running backs here at West Bloomfield, continue to make a great impact on this team this year, but also be that running back of the future here for the Lakers.
I got to get better in all phases of the game, everything, me being even a better leader. Even off the field, me being stronger, yeah, that's cool, but me being faster, but I feel like it's all about leadership, going in like after this class that's leaving after this, it's me and Brody. That's it at the running back position. So I feel like me and him got to like step up and be leaders of the teams.
Yeah, it's great to see on the field when these younger guys get into game action, especially first team game action. You really just see in action how these leaders that emerge on this team develop into those leadership positions. We've seen it so many times in the past, and it's great to see it once again with you, Joshua Tate, running back for West Bloomfield here on This Week in Laker Football. We love to do this with players that we're just introducing ourselves to, and even those that we know pretty well. Off the football field, what are some of your favorite things to do? What are some of your favorite hobbies and activities?
Well, me, I'm pretty much a chill guy. I just like hanging around my friends. We all like, we're a funny group. I just like hanging around with my friends. So yeah, that's it.
And, gotta keep yourself motivated, keep yourself happy, and sometimes good to get away a little bit from the game of football, and that brings you right back every single time. Josh, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Joshua Tate, West Bloomfield Lakers running back. You'll see a lot more of him this Friday at Southfield A T. Later game this week, 7:40 p.m. kickoff. Our coverage will begin about 7 p.m. on Civic Center TV. More information, CivicCenterTV.com/Lakersports. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll go on the defensive side of the ball. We'll talk to one of West Bloomfield's great assistant coaches, and then follow up with head coach Tyrese Grice and preview this week's game on the road. OAA crossover, the red division here with the Lakers heads over to the OAA white division on the road at Southfield A T. You're watching and listening to This Week in Laker Football.
So here come the Lakers. Only a yard to go, and they do sneak into the end zone. Touchdown, West Bloomfield.
And again, seeing those guys up the depth chart, down the depth chart. Joshua Tate coming in and getting that run for the Yellow Boys.
So in spite of the penalty, Lakers do get in, and it's 6-0 here with about 10-11 to go here in the first quarter.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show.
Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Kieft alongside West Bloomfield Lakers defensive backs coach Kason Dickerson. Kason, it's been a great season in the secondary for the Lakers. We've had quite the competition going up against some of the best quarterbacks in the entire state, and certainly right here in southeastern Michigan. What's been the key for your secondary this season, especially going up against some really tough competition to stay playing high-level football?
I would say the key is preparation. Knowing your assignment and doing your assignment. Then the next thing is to be technically sound. Be sound in your technique, be disciplined in your eyes, move your feet, strike at the point of attack, at the line of scrimmage, and, stay square, and I think that we got some guys who put some great work in the offseason, running track, so they're able to run up the field with anybody, just be disciplined, make plays on the football, and have that continuity in the back end. Communication is pivotal, knowing what type of route concepts you're going to get out of certain formations, and then ultimately film preparation plays a huge role in our secondary.
And it's great, too, to have the leadership that you have in the secondary, too. Veteran players, Jameer Benjamin, on the younger guys, but still a lot of varsity experience. There's certainly Samaj Morgan. Epps has been there for a while, and Lorenzo Wilden's been that role, too. How important is that to have those guys in these key positions now, especially as over the last few weeks we've seen a lot of younger guys coming up the depth chart and getting some first-team reps? Yeah,
those guys have built the cohesiveness here at West Bloomfield. They've been playing together for at least 2 years now in the secondary. They started off as younger guys getting reps in the secondary, but a lot of guys was up on varsity and they was able to emulate some of those guys who was there when we won the state championship and see how those guys prepare, the Maxwell Harristons and those guys. And, they really took it upon themselves to get better and better as a group. So I think they're playing really, really well. I like what Adrian Epps and Samaj Morgan is doing in the back end for our secondary, and alongside with Jameer and Bryce Rowe, and then also Lorenzo Williams. And then also Deontay Pippen, who's a two-way threat for us as well. You'll see him probably featured in some of the game coming up here.
Yeah, we've seen Deontay Pippen come back up and play in some of those key roles in the safety position, also as a cornerback over the last couple weeks, and make some really important plays for these Lakers against Lake Orion and Oxford. A couple of really tough weeks coming up against great quarterbacks, Isaiah Marshall this week at Southfield A T, and then you're going up against another soon-to-be playoff team in Ike right here at West Bloomfield to finish off the regular season. How important is it for you guys to hone in these next couple weeks and really learn whatever they can playing against these high-level quarterbacks and excellent receiving cores, especially as we go into playoff time?
Well, I think we will have it no other way. You know, we're a competitive group, and that's how we like it. We call ourselves DBU, and we want to exemplify just that. So we want to rise up to the challenge. You know, I tell those guys, you know, you don't have to rise up to the competition. You seek to your level of training. And I think that our guys have been training. They've been skill developed all season long. You know, in the off season, a lot of our guys, they do 7-on-7 clubs. And so they playing, you know, 7-on-7 all around and playing man-to-man defense. And so they continuously getting reps and reps and reps at this. So the more reps you get, you know, the better you are, you know, as a secondary. And then it's carrying over to the football, and you can see it translating in the season. You know, when they put them humps on, those guys are able to run with anybody, cover anybody up the field, and they like to take on the challenge. You know, they play with a chip on their shoulder. I coach with a chip on my shoulder, bring energy and enthusiasm every day, and that's what we do. You know, so we accept the challenge that they're gonna bring on.
And top down, that energy certainly reflects in the Lakers secondary, and it's been showing this season. Very tough team to throw the football against and the move in the receiving core against these West Bloomfield Lakers. We're joined by defensive backs coach Kason Dickerson on This Week in Laker Football. And you mentioned some of those guys in the past, Maxwell Hairston, certainly Makari Page at the University of Michigan, another one of those guys that you look down the list of Laker defensive backs, and that's really what defines this program as DBU. What makes that difference for you and for the coaching staff and for these guys on the practice field and in the film room to make this such a great place to learn to play cornerback and safety and be a really effective secondary?
I would say, you know, it starts, you know, with the preparation and also the skill development. Me, myself, personally, I coach year round. So I'm coaching all year round. So I'm coaching 7-on-7 clubs. I'm coaching against different teams. They're running different concepts. And, you know, we're just getting prepared. Also, our secondary coach, Coach Cam, he coached in the back end with me. He does an amazing job, too, of getting the analytics down and what they like to do and what they like to run out of certain formations. You know, you speak the history of West Bloomfield and the players that came far beyond my years, you know, and then, you know, some of the Makari Page and the Maxwell Harrisons that came along, and they just solidified it as DBU, you know what I mean? Make guys want to come here and make guys want to play for a great coach and make guys want to, you know, be better. You know, who's going to be the next Laker? Who's going to be the next, you know, ambassador of DBU at Laker Nation?
Couple more weeks left in the regular season, a couple of tough games coming up against Southfield A T and then Ike as the home finale before playoff time. What needs to be done in your secondary to make those last-minute improvements and be ready for a tough playoff push?
Well, I wouldn't say it's all about the secondary, you know what I'm saying? I would say the front end take care of the back end. So we got some great pass rushers with Brandon Davis-Swain and Xavier, you know, and Kari Jackson and Montel. And so those guys take care of us, you know what I'm saying? We send some heat and you know, the front end to take care of the back end. So I think as much as we would like to take all the credit and the glory, it starts with the whole cohesiveness of the defense. So if our defensive line do what they need to do, it'll take care of us in the secondary.
Lakers been taking care of business at all levels of the defense these last few weeks. Tough team to score on, tough team to move the football against, and that includes the Lakers secondary. Coach Dickerson, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Kason Dickerson, West Bloomfield defensive backs coach on This Week in Laker Football. We'll take a break. We'll explore more about this Lakers team and get ready for this week on the road at Southfield A T. Later game this week, but we'll still have it right here on Civic Center TV and on our website, CivicCenterTV.com/LakerSports. You're watching and listening to This Week in Laker Football. Man to the left, snap to Cassisi. He'll roll out of the pocket. Johnson trying to make a block. Cassisi throws it away. Has to get that ball out. Incomplete, out of bounds. Going to be fourth down for the Oxford Wildcats.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Lake Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Kieft alongside West Bloomfield Lakers head coach Tyrese Grace. Big game coming up on Friday, heading back on the road. Final away game of the regular season, going up against a familiar foe in Southfield A T, now in the OAA White division. At the top of that division, the Lakers tied at the top in the OAA Red. This is a team that's been having vast improvements this season. It's one of those teams that's been there right on the cusp of a lot of success over the last few years, and now they're there playing great football. What's the difference this year between this Southfield A T team and teams that they've had in the past that makes them so dangerous against some of the best in the state?
Well, they were playing them last year. They were very young. We were young as well, but they were very young. They returned 16 starters from last year's team. So now I think the big difference between last year and this year is maturity, experience, and the fact that the coaches back in their second year as a coaching staff, even though some of them have been there for years. I think that's the big difference, and they have an excellent year. The quarterback over there, Marshall, is having a phenomenal year. He's having a Player of the Year type season, and we're looking forward to the challenge that he's going to provide for us with our D-backs and our defense as well.
Yeah, really going to be an interesting dynamic there between the Lakers' excellent secondary, a secondary that's been stout over the last several weeks, and this wide receiver core and quarterback combination for the Warriors. Tashi Braceful, definitely the marquee guy there in the receiving core, and Isaiah Marshall, as you mentioned, at quarterback. What about this week in terms of preparation? Is your team focusing on knowing that they have that kind of game in the air, but also as a team that can run the ball really well?
Well, that's what people don't see. Is they see all the passing, the stats, and the highlights, but watching them on film, they run more than you expected. Yeah. So we're looking forward to seeing that challenge, and we just got to prepare for the passing game and the running game. And I think those two areas, that if we can beat those two areas and the kicking game, we can win this game convincingly. But it's a team that's very competitive. It's going to be it's a rivalry game for us. So they don't like us and we don't like them, but off the field we respect each other and we look forward because we're friends. They know they're players. They play together in youth league. So you see all that rivalry and going at each other, and hopefully we keep it clean and we want to keep it clean and have fun. And at the end of the day, whatever the outcome is, let's just be fair and let's have a good time with it.
Yeah, these last couple weeks also really important to get your team ready for playoff time. Every week we mention the competition of the season and getting yourself ready for when it really is important week in and week out to win football games in playoff time. And every single week we go back to, we're taking it week by week. But as you get to the end of the season, you're playing these really competitive games. How important is it for your team to finish strong in these last couple weeks, not take the foot off the gas in any situation, and be ready to play high-level football 100% at 100% every single game, especially as we approach those playoff games?
Well, that's very critical. You want to go in with momentum. And as long as you go in momentum, clicking in all three cylinders, that playoff is going to be we'll be ready for the playoff because our league is tough enough. So everybody we play in our league is a competitive game. You're not going to go in and say we're going to blow a team out every week in OAA Red. It can go both ways. It can go either or. So we know we're going to be battle tested going to the playoff, but we want to be battle tested, prepared, healthy, which is more important than anything. And be ready for the playoff for that.
And you look at the balance in the competition across the state this year, too. And look, no better example than right here in the OAA Red Division. A couple of losses for Clarkston, a loss for West Bloomfield and Rochester Adams as well. And some competitive teams like Lake Orion and Oxford still very interesting in the mix, despite maybe not as favorable of a record as they would hope. And then you think about the playoff time, too, and those points, getting those points and trying to collect home field advantage. It's interesting. A few weeks back, I talked to Mick McCabe, longtime Detroit Free Press high school sports writer, particularly in football, and he mentioned that he doesn't really believe there's that much of a benefit to home field advantage in high school football. Do you agree or disagree with that? How important is that home environment to teams to give them just a little bit of an advantage, if any, in these competitive games?
It's always an advantage. It's just how you prepare throughout that day. When you're on the road, you have to account for the time that you have to just getting on the bus and getting players together, getting all your equipment all put together and loaded on the bus, and that drive time, and it's just the mental aspect of it just changes. And then it's nothing like playing in front of your fans. When you play in front of your fans in your school base, you tend to play a little bit better in terms of individual performance. But I think home field advantage is always a key to throughout the playoff. You know, the first 3 games, you want to win get those home games, and it's nothing like playing in front of your fans.
You talk about this West Bloomfield team, you talk about talent, but now you're looking at this team too and seeing just how deep it is with the performances of guys in second and third strings that are now playing combination of first string and second string ball over the last couple weeks. Then you think about guys that may be coming back from injury soon. Lorenzo Williams has had some injury issues over the last several weeks. We saw Bryce Rowe come back last week. Not an injury situation, but still back in the lineup against Oxford. And then Rick Nance, the big one that is certainly getting the focus for the Lakers at quarterback. If you may, if there's a status update on Rick Nance, when do you expect him to be back into game action?
Well, we hopefully have him back by the first week of the playoffs. He can come back sooner than that, but we're just being safe and making sure that he's mentally ready and physically ready. So it's something that he's ready to come back, but we told him to just wait, follow doctor's orders, and in the first week of the playoff, he should be ready.
Having those guys return to full strength, getting those lineups back to 100% and still having that depth, what does that bring to your team as you get into playoff time and you're really trying to throw these teams that are always well prepared, definitely talented, and certainly winners off as you're playing them in these competitive games that are win or go home?
Oh, it's win or go home. You hit it right on the button. That's been our message to the players, and that's what playoff football mentality is all about, that you can't make mistakes. Those mistakes can haunt you, and those mistakes can put you back and out the playoff and send you home. Perfect example last year when we played Rochester Adams, we missed the extra point. How critical that was at the time. So every kick, every field goal, every block, every touchdown, they all have to mean something and account for something, because at the end of the day, those little things come back to haunt you.
Not quite playoff time yet, but definitely is feeling like a playoff environment every single week with these Lakers, especially the last 2 weeks. Southfield A T on the road on Friday, a little later kickoff, 7:40 p.m. Our coverage begins about 7 o'clock. CivicCenterTV.com/Lakers Sports. Coach, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Tate.
Appreciate it, Coach. That does it for this week in Laker football. Of course, again, you can tune in CivicCenterTV.com/Lakers Sports every week for this show, as well as all of our coverage of Laker football, including our pregame show and live coverage of the games on Friday nights. Big thank you to our sponsors as well, the Orchard Mall, of course, the Michigan Week Committee, Premier Pet Supply, Ken and Deb Macon as well, and of course the Greater West Bloomfield Cable Communications Commission for making this all possible. That's been this week in Laker football. We'll see you again very soon. Hello and welcome to another exciting night of West Bloomfield Lakers football all across our network, CivicCenterTV.com/Lakers Sports, to find it in your local area. I'm Tyler Kieft alongside Dave Scott, and we are here at Southfield Arts and Technology High School in beautiful Southfield tonight. A wonderful night for football and a great game ahead as we have 2 exciting teams hitting the field tonight. Number 12 ranked Southfield A T, the Warriors under Aaron Marshall, and West Bloomfield, the number 6 team in the state, according to the Associated Press's Michigan high school football ratings. And Dave, an exciting matchup, tons of D1 talent on this field tonight, and really it's a game of the week for a reason. People are going to be watching this game to see the immense talent on the field and see which one of these 2 teams from the OAA across different divisions takes control of that playoff picture.
Well, you better stretch it out, everybody, because tonight's going to be a great game. Just like the Lakers are getting ready for the contest, you got to do the same thing at home. Maybe, stretch out, walk around the living room a little bit, get all of your munchies all lined up, gather the kids around the television and the computer and everything you need to do, because this is going to be a great game. And we couldn't be more thrilled to be here tonight, bringing you Southfield A T and the West Bloomfield Lakers. And this is the big game. I mean, this is the big late in the season game that's going to get the Lakers ready for postseason. It's going to be a big aid, a big shot in the arm, as they're going against another very, very good team, a team that the Lakers players really grew up with. Okay, I mean, a lot of relationships between Southfield and West Bloomfield. When the the choice became available to players where to play. A lot of players from Southfield came to play in West Bloomfield. These guys all know each other. They've played together for so many years. So it's going to be a great night for football tonight. We're really excited to bring it to you. You can see weather-wise, if you're watching on TV right now, it's a beautiful night. We have been so lucky weather-wise for football. We got another great night tonight. Going to be cool. No rain expected. It's going to hold off till after midnight. And we have a great contest for you. Southfield A T and your West Bloomfield Lakers. This game, one more, and then we are in the postseason. So big playoff implications tonight here in our game and other games around southeastern Michigan. And before I hand it back to you, I just want to mention that we have an unusual setup here tonight, doing everything we can all season long to make the video work for you. Big nod to our good friends at Valley Sports tonight. There's their feed right there. You're going to be seeing some of their feed along with some of our feed, along with our secondary cameras. Tyler and I are in a specialized hidden broadcast booth just off the field here. And we want to thank the Southfield A&T the team here, their athletic department, for making it happen. Huge thank you to Valley Sports tonight, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have it all for you tonight, and we hope you enjoy tonight's broadcast.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a great game here in Southfield. These two teams getting themselves ready for playoff time. And for West Bloomfield, you want to talk about being playoff ready. These last 2 weeks of the season are probably the best preparation that you can get for D1 playoff time. Going up against Southfield A&T out of the OAA White Division, undefeated in OAA White Division play this year. And then next week going up against Utica Eisenhower at home. And Ike having really a comeback season. That team we saw a year ago on the road at Utica Eisenhower is not the same team that they are today. And so West Bloomfield really going to have a couple of great tests at the end of the year to see just where this team is at and how capable they are of going the distance against great teams and really positioning themselves for the best spot possible come playoff selection time on October 23rd.
Yeah, and we want to get as many games at home as we can. Winning tonight doesn't matter really how the points all work themselves out. Lakers got to get a victory tonight, and it isn't going to be easy because they're playing a very, very potent Southfield team. We'll talk about that. But so many stars on the field tonight, Tyler. I mean, you could go on and on and on talking about the guys that are here tonight, and that's part of the reason why Valley Sports is here. That's why most of the high school football community around the state of Michigan is keeping an eye on our contest tonight.
And also the reason why, one of the reasons why, limited seating here at Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology tonight, as West Bloomfield's wonderful fans were afforded about 600 tickets. That does not include those that were afforded to the players and their families for tonight. Same thing for Southfield A&T. And then for the rest, general admission, first come and first served tonight at Southfield A&T for this ball game. And you know, you talk about seeing some of the best players in the state on the forefront tonight. You can't talk about that without talking about the 1-2 punch on both these sides of the ball that are quite literally the two top-ranked players in the state according to the D-Zone. Number one is on Southfield's side. It's their quarterback, Isaiah Marshall, a three-star quarterback who's perhaps at this moment in time best known for being recruited out of middle school initially by Jim Harbaugh at the University of Michigan. Coming in number 37 ranked quarterback in the class of 2024, the number 12 ranked player in the class of 2024 in Michigan by 24/7 Sports, the number 9 quarterback in the class of 2024 by Rivals. And this guy's a 3-year starter, over 2,000 yards passing this season, had over 2,000 yards passing a year ago as well, and he is having arguably his best season yet with the most talent on his roster. On the West Bloomfield side, number 2 guy in the state according to the D-Zone is the guy in the number 2 jersey, Samaj Morgan, who's also having a prolific year for your West Bloomfield Lakers. So far, 560 yards receiving and 5 touchdowns, putting him at 16 career receiving touchdowns, and that is solely in 3rd place as he most recently passed Taj Mustafa for that ranking. in the Lakers lore. 2 away from second of all time and just 3 away from tying Michigan State University's Trey Mosley as the greatest scoring wide receiver in Laker history.
And we'll look for a shot of him. It looks like he's right there on camera right now in the foreground here. So there he is, Samaj Morgan, right there getting ready and warming up with the Lakers, getting a chance to see him as he gets ready. The one guy you might see tonight is Rick Nance, who is also out there in the field somewhere. We saw him warming up earlier. We'll try and catch a shot of him when we can, Tyler. But he was on the field throwing the ball. Looked like he was throwing the ball pretty well. Big cast, though, on his left non-throwing arm and not quite ready to be in game action.
Yeah, we were told a couple weeks back by quarterbacks coach Zach Hilbers before the game that what happened was he injured his pinky finger on his non-throwing hand. Now, while that's not necessarily going to affect his ability to throw the ball, it does affect the ability for him to have a regular hand for the rest of his life. And so lots of precautions being taken. He's been out for the last 3 weeks since Rochester Adams. And, will we see him tonight? That's a big question. But also, if we do see him tonight, in what capacity, as we see Rick Nance and Samaj Morgan also warming up at the quarterback tonight.
So you can see right there on TV right now, if you're watching, that big cast on his left arm. And if you get a chance, Samaj is getting the throws right now as they warm up. But Nance will throw a couple of them. And it's pretty amazing the way he actually throws the ball with that big, gimpy, left-casted arm right now. But there's no way they're going to put him on the field and let him get injured. I mean, somebody hits that. Look at the way it's all bandaged up. Way too vulnerable. They say, hey, look, we may be able to get him in the postseason, but this guy's got too big of a future to take any kind of risk right now with that left hand. And again, it's his non-throwing hand, but you want to let it heal. He's a junior. He's going to have a lot of opportunity to play for the Lakers. It ain't going to be tonight. Let's just see if we can watch him throw. I mean, look at the way he's throwing the ball very effectively for West Bloomfield.
Yeah, the throwing arm's not affected. It's his non-throwing hand that is, and that's in the cast. Certainly going to make it a little bit awkward gripping the football as you're getting ready to throw it. And as you mentioned, Dave, that injury risk, if you do get hit by an opposing player tonight and possibly re-injure that or cause other injuries because of the stiffness that is caused by a cast like that. But even beyond that, beyond the injury risk and beyond whether or not Rick Nance is ready to come back into game action, you've got a 3-quarterback system right now. That is working very well for this L-Boys squad between Samaj Morgan, Brody Pecor, the backup quarterback formerly, and then, of course, Kenneth Jones III, or Jaws, coming in as kind of a wildcat quarterback in some of those rushing situations close to the end zone and even further down the field as well. So for West Bloomfield, if you have Rick Nance available, I would say it for this week at least, more of an emergency quarterback or maybe even a decoy situation where you get the ball away from him, but have him out there to have someone else to keep eyes on while you're trying to get your other playmakers involved.
All right, so it's going to be a great night of high school football tonight. Southfield A T and your West Bloomfield Lakers are going to take a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Dave, Tyler, we're here with our cameras and kind of a skeleton crew tonight. But a big thanks to the fine people over at Bally Sports who are giving us a helping hand tonight. And we're going to have a combination of video. Look at that beautiful shot they have with the clouds and the sun going down here in Southfield, Michigan. Hey, don't go away. Dave and Tyler, we're going to be back. A heck of a football game coming up. Your Lakers and Southfield A T. It'll kick off in just a couple of minutes right here on 89.3 Lakes FM and lakesfm.com, along with all of our other outlets all up and down the internet. We'll be right back.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details. Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on The MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch The MegaCast, weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV, 89.3, and streaming on mymytv.com.
Big game coming up just about 15 minutes from kickoff, 7:30, the scheduled kickoff time here at Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology. These two teams, Dave, coming in with very similar records, and as we look toward the playoffs, this game going to have big implications in that playoff picture. You look at West Bloomfield currently by MHSAA playoff points in a very slight lead, and I mean a very, very slight lead, 1/1000th of a playoff point ahead of Rochester Adams after last week. West Bloomfield 68.714 playoff points. Rochester Adams also in the red, 68.715 playoff points. That being said, you look in the OAA White Division at the 6-1 overall Southfield A T Warriors, 5-0 in the OAA White Division. They currently sit at 66.429 playoff points. So whichever team comes out of tonight with a W, going to get a significant boost in where they're looking for the playoffs in a couple of weeks.
Well, you know, it's so complicated right now because the way the interaction between these teams was this year, all the OAA teams, you know, Clarkston, West Bloomfield, Rochester Adams. You know, if you're Belleville, you're in great shape. You just have won all your games and you want to keep winning. Everybody else, it's a little weird, but you know, you can't control at this point the math. The math is so complicated. You know, you need your calculator, you need your computer, you need to get a slide rule. You got to get whatever math calculation age, an abacus. Yes. You got to get whatever age you can and put them all together, and you still can't figure it out. So it's really quite simple. Win, and things will work out better. And that's what the Lakers need to do now. Now, the people that don't have something quite as simple tonight are the Laker fans, because it is a little bit chilly. We got our Laker fan cam here, and we'll do the very best. Just take a look at a couple of the fans who are doing okay. A little jumpy there because we're shooting in a very tight shot. But you can see the portable swamp here that has moved over to Southfield. Still a lot of people haven't made the drive here yet. A couple of people snacking there, but you know, they're moving around. It's a little bit cold in the visiting stands here. But Tyler, before it's all said and done tonight, we're going to have a packed house on both sides. Not a whole lot of tickets tonight. Everyone's been buying their tickets in advance, and this is going to be a big contest tonight because both teams really want to, you know, move on in the postseason. And this is just a critical game. I mean, all the numbers and everything, too complicated for me to figure out, but you just win, and things will work out. For the Lakers, we've seen two different teams this year. We've seen an incredibly talented team with some of the best players in the state. And then we've seen a team that's kind of lost their discipline and lost their focus at times. And, the question is, have they buried that bad team and have they gone? And do we just have the good team as we get ready to go into the postseason? Or are there still some challenges on the sidelines, in the locker room, in the practice, and on the field on Friday night?
Dave, I think that question gets answered tonight. It's another one of those rivalry games, some chippy history between these two teams. They said it, Coach Grice said it himself in This Week in Laker Football this week. We don't like each other. They don't like us. We don't like them. We're good friends off the field because we've got so much history together, but it's also really competitive. These are two teams that want to beat the other. It's considered a rivalry game for both of these football programs, for both of these schools, and when you have that kind of a situation, tensions are high. Frustrations can get high. Emotions certainly high, and last time we saw that from West Bloomfield was at Rochester Adams, and when push came to shove, the wheels came off for the West Bloomfield Lakers. What can they do tonight if they get into a similar situation against a team that's equally equipped with weapons in all three phases of the game? If things aren't going their way, to keep level-headed, make those adjustments, and keep themselves in this football game rather than doing what they did in Rochester, what they recognized they did in Rochester, which was take themselves out of that game.
Yeah, I think they've gone down a dark tunnel already, and they've emerged and they have learned, and it really was primarily just that Rochester game. So hopefully things are better. Team has learned, and they have added a new wrinkle to their offense, not intentionally, but when their lead quarterback, Rick Nance, went down, then it became kind of like a Jim Harbaugh-style offense. We got this quarterback. We got that quarterback. We're not going to necessarily play one person all the way through the game. We're going to go with whoever we want to go for every situation. In the quarterback position, this team is playing situational football with the staff. And the one thing that really impressed me, when you do that, it becomes difficult to get the right personnel packages on and off the field. And you got to give the Laker coaches and the team pretty bunch good credit for what they've been able to do to get their packages out and make these quick transitions in the offense work.
Yeah, they various personnel packages, various formation packages, depending on where they're putting their talent on the football field. They got Samaj Morgan at quarterback. It's going to be different than when Brody Pecor's at quarterback. It's different in their blocking schemes, too. What happens when they put DeAndre Hill in close as more of a initially maybe blocking tight end or short route tight end? What happens when you have Brandon Davis Swain out there, when you have two tight ends in your system? The Lakers have a lot of options, a lot of talent, a lot of versatility, and they're using it in a variety of ways, not only to keep defenses on their toes constantly throughout all 48 minutes of regulation, but also to work at the weaknesses of their opponents and exploit them.
So it's going to be interesting from one other standpoint. And I always enjoy when we get the few times that we've had an opportunity to get into tournament games deep in the season and get to the semifinals or the final contest, having the media and having all of the media interruptions and all of the excitement of having Valley Sports here, it changes the football game to some degree. It certainly changes the pacing of the game. You're going to get full timeouts. You're going to get TV timeouts tonight. The game is starting later than normal. And take a look. I'll just pan our camera here. There, the Lakers warming up on their side of the field. Let's take the camera now and go over and see where Southfield is. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. Well, where's Southfield? Southfield A T is not on the field. It's just these little things. You get out of your pacing, and who knows, maybe their timing is off a little bit. Why aren't they taking advantage of it? Who knows? I mean, I'm speculating here, but it's just one of those things, Tyler. It's little things like that. It doesn't take much. Football players love routine, right? Yeah. So the routine gets messed up a little bit. You got a Friday night game that's starting at 7:30-ish, really closer to 7:40 if you look at the clock, or about 15 minutes away from the start of the contest tonight. It's a little bit unusual. The teams are out of their normal practice patterns and all the things that they do. So what impact is that going to have? Might have a little bit before the night is over.
Yeah, certainly going to be a different environment for both of these teams. For Southfield A T, they've played these kinds of games before. They've had some interaction with the Valley Sports broadcast that interrupts games in various ways, like you mentioned, with the TV timeouts. Same thing with West Bloomfield. Now, West Bloomfield's done it a couple of times this year. They've done it in the past as well. So they got a little bit more experience with that in this season with this particular section of their team as opposed to Aaron Marshall's squad on Southfield A&T for this particular season. But these teams work all week long, and those are the kinds of wrinkles that get thrown at them, the variables that get thrown at them in these particular weeks when there are a lot of eyes on you. And you can be sure that Aaron Marshall, in his second season at the helm at Southfield A&T, has put that into play in their practices this week to get them prepared for what the media impact is going to be on tonight's football game.
Well, and it's good for the Lakers because they are going to, make their way through the postseason. They're going to have more games like this. Certainly, if they get together with Belleville, they're so lucky to still be around when that happens, or they have a big matchup back at Rochester Adams again. That's going to be tough. What I really like about what you said from a point standpoint, we are so close to the point numbers for Rochester Adams. Who knows? We could have them on our field if things happen to go right.
Yeah, if things go right tonight, certainly going to have a big impact on them, even if Rochester Adams pulls off a win, and you'd presume that they would at home tonight against Harper Woods, but crazier things have happened.
And
certainly.
It isn't just them winning, because we've
Sure.
all, we all have the same records. It's like a team they played 4 weeks ago. If they win two or three other people in that domino effect that you have that impacts the points in the postseason play in the MHSAA, it could be some other weird nuance of some game that happens tonight that we can't even calculate that could give the Lakers a home game against Rochester Adams. And wouldn't that be great? I mean, we got to get through tonight, but wouldn't that be great if that were to happen?
It would, and it makes it really interesting when you look at MHSAA playoff football as opposed to at the professional level, certainly at the college level, the impact that a conference or a divisional championship can have on where you are in the postseason. Here in West Bloomfield, it has some impact, of course, in the MHSAA because in the case of West Bloomfield, they're playing in the OAA Red Division, one of the more competitive, if not the most competitive divisions in all of high school football in Michigan. Same thing for Southfield A&T, playing in the OAA White, crossing over with a lot of teams from the Red and other competitive squads across the MHSAA here in southeastern Michigan throughout the season. When you play that upward competition, when you're challenging your team week after week throughout the season and coming through with W's in your win column, that's going to put a huge impact on your ability to have excellent playoff positioning, get yourself a high seed, and put yourself in a position to have a lot of home games in the playoffs.
All right, Tyler, we're getting ready for the coin toss here, and I don't think we're going to be able to hear it. We'll see if we can get it on one of our microphones, but there you can see all of it. The Lakers, of course, in their white uniforms, Southfield with their backs to us right now, and there's a coin toss. They just flipped it, and hopefully you can see right in there what's going on, Tyler.
Yeah, it looks like Southfield A&T has won the toss, and they have deferred to the second half. So they are going to kick the ball, and West Bloomfield will receive to start this ball game. As you can see, Corey Jackson in crutches for West Bloomfield on that right side of the screen. In his uniform, not in pads. His left ankle was in a boot earlier on today, so not going to see Corey Jackson in that Laker linebacking core, but strong defense. It's a next man up situation, and another benefit of having so much of that depth be playing over the last several weeks to see guys step up on that Laker roster in the linebacking core. Guys like Jason Nwenyu has had a really nice season. You've seen guys who are starters step up into more of a leadership role and a prolific role, like Montel Johnson having an amazing season. So Corey Jackson's a big loss at that second level, both in the run defense and certainly even as additional help in the pass defense. But West Bloomfield going to have that next man up mentality. Got to get through some adversity to win football games in the MHSAA.
All right, we're just a couple of moments away from the kickoff. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with the national anthem and our kickoff. It's the West Bloomfield Lakers and Southfield A&T. Don't go away. We have all the coverage. Big thanks tonight to Valley Sports giving us that video signal. We've got our video signal. Tyler and I are here, and you're here as well. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be back in a minute. You're listening to and watching Laker football. We'll be back after this.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to MichiganWeek.org for details. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.
Welcome back to Lakers Football Live. CivicCenterTV.com/Lakers Sports. Just a couple minutes away from kickoff at Southfield Arts and Technology High School. The band going out on the field for Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology. The arts on display with the Warriors marching the band at Southfield A T. Just about 8 minutes or so from kickoff tonight. And again, can't thank enough Valley Sports Detroit for their coverage tonight and their additional video that they're giving us on this wonderful broadcast, your home broadcast for the Cowboys.
Going to be a lot of fun tonight. Dave and Tyler here to give you all of your hometown partisan coverage, along with a lot of really great video. Huge thanks to all of our sponsors, too. We can't say thank you enough to Orchard Mall, Premier Pet Supplies. We want to, of course, thank Deb and Ken Macon. We want to thank the Michigan Week Committee. And who did I forget?
Orchard Mall.
How could I forget Orchard Mall? You'll be seeing their commercials, and we'll be thanking them through that. Well, they're not really commercials, but they're kind of sort of commercials. But you'll be hearing from them all night long. We can't thank them enough, and we can't thank you enough either. The listenership and viewership for Laker football this season has been really, off the radar. The needle's been pegged. We've had thousands of people tuning in. A lot of people watch a game, and then they tune into the game afterward. Whether you're watching on YouTube tonight, we've had big numbers. A lot of people watching over on Facebook, of course, in the West Bloomfield schools. You can go to our Civic Center TV site. I hope you go there and go to the Lakers Sports page right there, right?
Yes.
That's the way to do that. You can watch on our homepage. You can watch on My Michigan TV, install the app, and do it that way. I heard that our boss, Dave Alberry, likes to watch that way. So, but wherever you want to watch, however you want to join us, it's going to be a great high school football game. And go watch on Valley, too. We just urge you to turn the sound down and listen to us. It would be pretty complicated, but go ahead and do that if you want. So thank you very much for being here. We've had a lot of fun doing these games all season long. And Tyler, the best is yet to come. But it all hinges on tonight's contest. Lakers fall tonight. They probably make the playoffs. Maybe you sneak in. But you really want to get a victory tonight. Get well positioned, because for the Lakers, their aspirations all season long have been to get to the very deep into the playoffs and really win a state championship. And if you don't have a couple of home games, you really got a challenge. You look at a team like Belleville, almost fell off of our podium here. You look at a team like Belleville, they always win enough games to get that third home game in high school playoffs, and that makes a huge difference. Rochester Adams last year beat the Lakers by 1 point in that home game on a missed extra point. It couldn't have been a closer contest, and had it happened for that, the Lakers, maybe would have made it to Ford Field. They would have made it to the state semifinals. So, it's a big deal having these extra home games. And then, Tyler, our community has been doing such a good job. Thanks for people tuning in. But, oh, my goodness, the turnout that we have had for high school football this year has been absolutely amazing. Now, I know the weather has been great. We have another really pretty night here in Southfield tonight. I know the weather's been great, but it's more than that. It's people just having a lot of fun following the Lakers.
Yeah, Lakers travel well. The L Boys faithful. The Swamp travels well also. And, limited seating tonight is the situation for security reasons. Certainly for participation reasons, because there is so many eyes and so much fanfare surrounding tonight's ball game between the Lakers and the Warriors. But we've seen it from all these different schools. Great turnout. It really seems like high school football, that tradition, that community tradition is back to being what it was pre-COVID-19, and certainly nice to see in all these communities that we've been in with the Lakers all season long, and in many other communities across the great state of Michigan.
Yeah, and honestly, you look at our shots, you can see that not a lot of fans in the visiting stands. Same right now here at home, but on the home side. But it won't be long. People are taking their time getting here. Got to get through traffic. We can see a lot of cars jam in the parking lot, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Valley Sports tonight, highlighting this guy, Samaj Morgan, and why not? Going to be playing at the University of Michigan next year. And, he's just been Mr. Everything for the Lakers. He's been doing as good of a job at quarterback as he's done returning kicks, punting the ball, and catching those amazing passes. Samaj Morgan, this guy could do it everything, and they're going to get a great player when Ann Arbor gets Samaj Morgan.
Yeah, 16 touchdowns in the air in his career, tied. That is solely third all-time in the Lakers rankings. This season, he has been a touchdown machine as well. 13 total touchdowns on the season, 5 in the air, 5 as a quarterback, and 1 of each as a pick six, that 101-yard pick six a couple weeks ago against the Lake Orion Dragons. A kick return for a touchdown and a punt return for a touchdown as well. Put him at a total of 13 on the season. One of the most prolific scorers in the entire MHSAA, and certainly one of the most talented players in the state of Michigan. Got a lot of eyes on him this season with some impressive play as he fights for that Mr. Football nod.
So let's talk about tonight's contest as we're getting ready for the teams to make their way out on the field from the tunnel. Southfield getting ready to come out here in just a moment. We know they both can put up a lot of points. Both of these teams have very potent offense. But why don't you talk just a little bit about both of these defenses, Tyler, and what they are going to be confronted with tonight?
Yeah, Lakers defense has been excellent, stout. That front seven has been fantastic. We'll see what the impact is of no Kari Jackson for this Lakers squad, as you see the Southfield A T Warriors taking the field tonight in a very warrior-like fashion. Stoic, powerful, looking to make an impact, saving the brute for when they're playing football. But going back to the Lakers defensive line is large. They are muscular, they are athletic, they are tough to get through. If you can get through that offensive line, get through that defensive line for the Lakers, your offense is much better equipped to play ball. But that secondary also so tough. So much talent back there as well. Of course, Samaj Morgan at the safety position, along with Adrian Epps. Those cornerbacks too, just a trident of cornerbacks for the Lakers. Bryce Rowe, Lorenzo Williams, who will be headed to Western Michigan next season, and Jameer Benjamin, one of the best juniors on the defensive side of the ball in all of the state of Michigan. Then you look at Southfield A T, also an excellent defense, headed at the front in the front line at that defensive tackle position by Xavier Davis. Then you look at their linebackers too, Brendan Wright, Mauricio Clayton, Dorian Freeman, excellent, and in the safety core, Nigel Dunton and Devin Buskin, also excellent players. These are two teams that play great offense, certainly are high-flying, athletic, speed-heavy offensive games, but these defenses are tough, they're physical, they're brutal, and they will put you into a war of attrition.
Anybody seen the Lakers, Tyler? Look at all over. Oh, there they are. Now I found the Lakers. Yes. They are off in their corner of the end zone getting ready, and here they come. They make their way to the glee of the Laker cheerleaders. They make their way over to their bench. No locker room here, so they just huddle up for them. right down in the in the comfortable end zone where the Lakers hope to be spending a lot of time. Here they come, your West Bloomfield Lakers getting ready for this big contest, ready to kick off in about just a minute here, Tyler.
Yeah, they got 12 minutes on the clock. They're ready for ball. The Lakers, of course, tonight losing the coin toss. Southfield A T then deferring to the second half. So the L Boys will start on the offensive side of the ball. But before we get to that, we'll honor America with the singing of the national anthem. With that, 48 minutes of football ahead, a battle between land and sea. The Warriors of Southfield A&T, the home team tonight. The Lakers on the road from West Bloomfield High School. Tyler Kieft alongside Dave Scott as the L Boys hope to finish off their OAA season in large. Now this crossover game between the Lakers from the OAA Red Division and Southfield A&T from the OAA White. Both teams at the top of their standings in their respective divisions. The Lakers and the Warriors both with one total loss on the season. The Warriors, no losses in their division, but the Lakers 4-1 in the OAA Red. Big game tonight, Dave.
So you see the Lakers breaking for their huddle, getting ready to go out on the field. And as the Lakers make their way out to receive the ball, you got to wonder what's going to happen with Samaj Morgan. Will Southfield kick to this guy? Are they going to try to kick the ball away from him? He's been tearing up special teams all season long. If you give Samaj Morgan the ball, he might take it to the house on the very first play. A lot of teams have been very careful. It'll be interesting to see what Southfield does here as they get ready to kick it off.
Warriors taking the field. They're ready for that kickoff. Again, winning the coin toss tonight. The Lakers will get the ball to start off the game, and the Warriors will defer to the second half. Lakers tonight coming in without Rick Nance at quarterback, but as Dave mentioned, that three-quarterback system very successful for the Lakers over the first few weeks since Rick Nance went down with that pinky finger injury on his left hand. Both teams now on the football field. 48 minutes of football ahead as the referees discussing the beginning of this game with Southfield A&T, getting ready to call this game to order as they wait, of course, for TV. This game both on our network, CivicCenterTV.com/LakersSports, as well as video from Bally Sports Detroit tonight on Bally Sports Extra. Kicking off for the Warriors tonight, they're going to kick it off to Bryce Rowe and Samaj Morgan as we'll get this one started. Warriors signal they're ready to go, and we will get this game going. 12 minutes left in the first quarter. Ball is kicked off. It is a long ball out to Bryce Rowe, recovered at the 9-yard line. Takes it to his right, gets about the 20, past the 25, still on his feet at the 30. Getting blockers at the sideline, breaks a tackle, going to get down to the 45 and out of bounds just before the 50. A great kickoff return for the L Boys.
Well, you don't worry about Samaj Morgan, and Bryce Rowe comes up with a return, and that was a world-class return. Did great job in the open field, and how about that stiff arm that Bryce Rowe was able to put in there on that return? Great job.
Excellent return for the West Bloomfield Lakers. Will set up some nice field position. Brody Pecor, the sophomore, will get this start at the quarterback tonight. Lakers with 3 quarterbacks you'll see throughout the ball game. A nice season in the air and on the ground so far for the backup quarterback after the injury to Rick Nance. So the Lakers will start this drive. Looks like Montel Johnson in as an additional blocking back for the West Bloomfield Lakers. Pecor lined up in the gun. Actually, out there, it's Kenneth Jones III. They're going to start with him. He takes the ball right up the gut, just slightly to his right, gets past the 50, down to about the 49-yard line. It'll be second down for the Lakers.
There's Rick Nance standing on the sideline. He can't get into the game, but he could do a really good job as a cheerleader tonight. And don't you really like to see that, Tyler? When a guy is down, can't play, he's right there cheering on the other players in the team.
Second down and 6 for the Lakers at the 49-yard line of Southfield A&T. Jaws in the gun. Snap the Jaws. Again, going to take up the gut. Goes around the tackle on the right side. Gets down about the 44-yard line. And that'll give the Lakers third down.
All season long, Kenneth Jones III, as we call him, Jaws. Look at that helicopter landing here. Yeah. I don't know what that was. That supposed to be like a flyover with the national anthem, or is somebody really important landing here? I don't know, is that like Kid Rock or something? I don't know, but I'm sure we'll find out at some point. A very important person. Have they delayed the game for this? No, but pretty important. We'll get to that in a minute.
33 for the Lakers. Samaj Morgan in the shotgun. Takes the snap. Rolls out right. Going to get to the sideline and just out of bounds. It looks like he got the first down, but there's a flag on the play behind the end of that play. Could be a hold there.
Yeah, typically that is a hold. But Lakers getting off to a good start here tonight in Southfield. I was just talking about that great run back. Bryce Rowe really doing great in that open field.
Holding is called on the West Bloomfield Lakers. That will set them back, and they'll repeat that third down now. With 10:34 to go in the first quarter, 0-0 game here at Southfield A&T.
Tyler, you have to forgive me. Anytime there's any plane or helicopter or anything that flies, it's going to distract me. I'm back.
Again, it'll be a third down for the Lakers. Now they got some distance on this one. Back in their own territory, lined up at about the 44-yard line now of West Bloomfield. Looks like that is James Franklin, Penn State head coach, in that helicopter, showing up now. Samaj Morgan in the shotguns, 3rd and 14 for the Lakers. Pecor also coming in. He'll line up at wide receiver. In motion for the Lakers is Ralph Rogers. He'll take the handoff. Going to go outside the tackles on the left side. Gets to the 45, and then a big tackle coming up for Southfield A&T. Nigel Dunton takes him down. Flag on the play after that run.
So how did you know who that was coming out of the helicopter?
I saw Penn State, and then I saw James Franklin just after that.
Well, of course, Penn State is here because they got a big game in Ann Arbor this weekend, right?
Of course.
All right, good recruiting opportunity.
Yeah, great opportunity to see some of the best players in the state. As you see Ralph Rogers getting around the tackles. Looks like a pancake there for Amir Herring, but may have been just a little bit too much of a hold on that jersey. And that is exactly what happened. Holding call again on the Lakers. They'll repeat third down once again.
Coach Tyrese Grice getting a little explanation from the officiating crew on that penalty. And not exactly what the Lakers wanted to see. Lakers looking for a clean game tonight. And a couple of holding calls. Those are drive killers, Tyler. Very difficult to recover.
Yeah, especially when you get into Southfield territory. You have 3rd and short. And 2 of those penalties take you back quite some distance.
Interesting that Southfield took the penalty there, though, because the Lakers wouldn't have had a first down, right?
Yeah, we'll see just exactly how they...
Still some discussion here.
Looks like there's still some discussion. That flag had not been picked up back off the field the last we checked. Last we saw before they cut away here. 0-0 game, 10:09 to play in the first quarter. The Lakers at Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology, as you see Aaron Marshall in his 2nd season at the helm. Great season this year for Southfield A&T. After some growing pains last year, puts his overall coaching record at an even 500, 8 wins and 8 losses, 16 games into his head coaching career for the Warriors. Still some deliberation on the field. Now a whistle is called. And it looks like Southfield A&T did, in fact, accept that penalty as we see Lakers offense come off the field. 4th and 14.
I would say just the opposite. I would say they did not accept the penalty because the Lakers didn't get the first down. Taking the penalty would have set them way back, but giving them another opportunity. Now the Lakers have to punt.
Ryan Krauthammer in as the punter for the Lakers on 4th and 14. 9:44 to play in the first quarter. Snap to Krauthammer is low. He's going to get that kick off as the line drive lands about the 33-yard line. It's going to keep a bouncing back. A very favorable bounce for the Lakers.
Nice.
They'll go inside the 10 of Southfield A&T, and they will start this off at about the 7.5 yard line of the Warriors.
Can we give our boss a hard time? Dave Alberry said helicopter James Franklin, Penn State.
That is
He caught that almost as quick as you did.
Yeah, just got to know who it is.
Where's Harbaugh?
Probably in Ann Arbor getting ready for a game tomorrow. Big game, Dave. He's got Samaj Morgan. What more do you need there, Jim?
All right, Tyler. The Lakers have Southfield pinned deep, and a really good opportunity to see the Laker defense for the first time tonight.
And this high-powered offense for the Southfield A&T Warriors is as well, led by the gunslinger Isaiah Marshall, third-year starter, the junior for Southfield A&T. Dangerous player behind the center tonight. First down and 10 for Southfield A&T. Isaiah Marshall in the shotgun. Man in motion now. Snap to Marshall. Quick pass along the left side. Hit immediately by Deontay Pippen. Juwan Jarrett, dangerous receiver, and Lakers got eyes on him. Got hands on him too. Second down. Loss of 1 on that play on first down. Great stop by Deontay Pippen as he takes out Juwan Jarrett on that first down play. And this Lakers secondary continues to play excellent, both up the field and back in coverage as well. You see on your screen, courtesy of Bally Sports, the starters for the Southfield A&T team. Looking at this offense, Tashi Braceful, definitely the star, that wide receiver. Isaiah Marshall in the shotgun, 2nd and 11. He'll take the snap, he'll hand it off. Not much of a gain, if any at all, on second down for Royce Liggins. It'll be third down for the Warriors inside their 10.
Now, coaching staff looks pretty happy with the way this thing is starting out for West Bloomfield, Tyler.
Yeah, got to be happy. They pinned Southfield down in close territory, and now their defense stepping up. Third down for the Warriors. Brandon Davis-Swain, you see on the screen, the Punisher, headed to Notre Dame. There's Montel Johnson, key player at the linebacker position, going to have an even bigger role tonight for the Lakers with no Kari Jackson. 8:08 to play in the first. 3rd and 9 in this tied ball game, 0-0. Southfield with the ball inside their 10. Snap to Marshall. He'll take a drop back in his end zone, getting chased by Xavier Davis. Rolls out. Got to ditch that play. Getting chased by Fountain. He's going to get out of bounds. Not going to get a whole lot, if any, on that play. It'll be 4th down now for Southfield A&T, and a nice 3 and out for the Lakers to start this contest.
Well, again, Laker coaching staff couldn't be happier. That all started with great special teams play, Tyler. You pin Southfield back in their end zone with a great kick, and good things happen.
4th down now and 2 for Southfield A&T after that nice run by Isaiah Marshall. Gets them close to that first down marker, just not enough. And now the L-Boys will take back over after a quick 3 and out. Back to receive the punt, Adrian Epps, also a prolific baseball player for this West Bloomfield squad, a center fielder in the spring, and a defensive back and punt returner in the fall.
Well, if you can play center field, you can cover a lot of territory. That's why he's a great center fielder. Not bad skill to have as a returner as well.
Timeout called by the L-Boys. That is the first of the evening as they get ready for another offensive drive. We'll take a break as well. You're watching and listening to Laker football.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show.
Welcome back, Laker football live on Civic Center TV and our network station, CivicCenterTV.com/Laker Sports. 4th down and 2 for the Southfield A&T Warriors after a quick 3 and out. After the Lakers, a couple of penalties on their first offensive drive, they'll get a second chance in this even ball game. No score so far early on in the first quarter here in Southfield, Dave.
All right, Tyler. Well, a good start for the Lakers. They got a nice drive going, ran into some penalty trouble, but then they were able to recover with great play and special teams. It's got to be in a game like this. All 3 aspects of your game have to work to win a tight contest. You got to be able to have great offense, good defense, and then special teams. Didn't have a great offensive drive, but special teams pinned Southfield back, and they just couldn't maneuver out of their, out of the shadow of their end zone. Now the Lakers are going to get great field position and be able to really, it's almost like a continuation of the drive.
Yeah, after such a quick drive for Southfield A&T, not able to get anything going in the air or on the ground. Great defensive matchups here for West Bloomfield and A&T. A couple of very stout lines on both sides. Fourth down now for the Warriors. They will kick it to the West Bloomfield Lakers. Epps back to receive it, as well as Samaj Morgan. Another whistle on the field as we're getting ready for the Nigel Dunton punt. See what's going to happen here. Could be a delay of game.
Laker coaches look pretty happy about what's going on here.
They're calling a false start on Southfield A&T. That will set them back, as you see the Lakers sideline there. So that's going to be, looks like half the distance to the goal for Southfield A&T. Now 4th down and 9 with 7:49 to play in the first quarter here. 0-0 score. Dunton will punt this ball off from his 1-yard line. Almost got blocked. More of a pop fly to Adrian Epps. He calls for a fair catch. He dropped it, and Southfield A&T says they have it. Of course, West Bloomfield says they have it. And they're giving this to the Southfield A&T Warriors.
No, I think the Lakers are going to get the ball here, Tyler. Lakers are going to get it.
They're pointing in the other direction.
But I got to tell you, that was a mistake by the Lakers. You just, that short kick, it's a punt. You got to get in there and get it. You got to get in there and get it. And Lakers, they didn't handle it well. And if you're not going to be able to get in there, stay away from the ball, for goodness sakes, right?
Well, what may have happened is it was a fair catch call. Didn't look like he made contact with the football. That's why West Bloomfield does have it. And Southfield A&T made the first touch. So first down for the Warriors, still in great field position at the 34-yard line of Southfield A&T. Samaj Morgan in that quarterback, twins to the right. In motion for the Lakers is Ralph Rogers. Snap to Morgan. He'll take it up the middle. Gets a great gap. Going to get past the 30, down to about the 28-yard line. That'll be second down. A nice run on first for Samaj.
Really good job blocking by the Lakers that time, including Jamar Johnson right in there, leading the way for Samaj.
The excellent offensive line for this West Bloomfield Lakers team, laden with upperclassmen, 3 juniors and 2 seniors in front of that quarterback. Second down and 5 now for the Lakers with just over 7 minutes to play in the first quarter. Samaj Morgan remains in at quarterback for West Bloomfield. Man in motion again. Ralph Rogers, snap to Morgan. He's going to take it around the right, snaps back into the middle, and gets hit big. Just absolutely stuffed as he gets through the line. Matthias Davis on the huge tackle, along with Nigel Dunton, kind of a duo there, taking down Samaj.
Yeah, he's going to get a couple of good yards on that, get some good forward progress. Let's watch the replay here. Samaj finds a nice hole, little patient here, then it cuts off to the left, but Southfield reads it, and boom. And unfortunately, the Lakers couldn't get a block in there, and Samaj goes down hard, which gets me thinking, Tyler, you got to be careful. We'll talk about that in a minute.
3rd and 3, Jaws in the shotgun for the Lakers. Snap to Jaws, high snap. He's going to take it around the left. Gets a nice block and get it up the field. Still on his feet, down at the 10, down to 5, into the end zone. Touchdown, WB.
All right, nice job, and it's been working all year long. The direct snap to the amazing running back of the Lakers, Kenneth Jones, a 3rd, and he's able to get in there, get another big Laker touchdown. Good job. Let's not forget the offensive line, too, creating a huge hole there, Tyler.
Yeah, had plenty of space to get through the line and then made a couple of nice cuts. Nice patience you'll see here on the replay, courtesy of our friends at Bally Sports. High snap and makes a nice jump of it. He had a lot in the A-gap, but stuck to it. Went around the tackles, got a great block at the point of attack, and then all he's got to do is beat one guy. He does it, gets in the end zone, and gets 6 points. So now, extra point, Ryan Krauthammer will come out. Trenton Ellison, the holder. 6-0 in favor of the L-Boys here in the first quarter with 6:14 remaining. Good snap, good hold. Kick is up, and kick is good. It'll be 7-0 in favor of the Lakers after the PAT. Lakers 7, Southfield A&T 0 with 6:14 to go in the first quarter.
Well, a great deal for the Lakers. Had a beautiful run. We're seeing it one more time there by Jaws, and nice stiff arm. He had the hole. He had the touchdown made, but he is so physical, and he can cut and read holes and find the spots to run, and it's been working out good for the Lakers all season long. And, just part of this continuing changing offensive scheme here throughout the last couple of games. Been working out well for the Lakers.
You see on the screen the top-ranked senior running backs in the state for those watching. CivicCenterTV.com/Lakers Sports. Jaws headed to Grand Valley State next year. You also see other guys we've gone up against this year, including Ethan Clark. Just went over the 3,000 career yard rushing mark for Clarkston a couple weeks ago. And, of course, Cole Cabana also going to be going to the University of Michigan alongside Samaj Morgan out of this prolific class of 2023 heading to Ann Arbor next fall.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. Don't forget more Laker football next week. We are back at home at the Swamp. It's West Bloomfield and Eisenhower. Make sure you're there. Make sure you're there for all the coverage.
6:13 to play in the first quarter. Krauthammer will kick the ball off for the West Bloomfield Lakers, now in a comfortable lead at 7 points. Early on in this contest, Southfield A T looking to bounce back. Left-footed Krauthammer kicks it off high, down to about the 10-yard line, inside the 5, bobbled but returned. Down at the 5, going to get past the 10 and stuffed up by the Lakers. Not going to get much of anything. Jawan Jarrett taken down, and another start for Southfield A&T in some very unfavorable position where they'll start on first down. Special teams coming up huge, taking down one of the more prolific players on the Southfield A&T squad in Jawan Jarrett, a guy who's been pretty surprising this season considering he came into the season unranked. No stars on Rivals in his class. Played cornerback last year at River Rouge. It's his first season as an offensive player for Southfield A&T in his high school career, but got some history too with Isaiah Marshall. That chemistry there as they had played ball when as part of the West 7 Rams Youth Football Club in 2016, where they were national champions. First down and 10 for the Warriors. It'll be at their 10-yard line again. Second consecutive drive they've started inside their own in their own territory deep. Isaiah Marshall will be the quarterback again in the Southfield A&T in navy blue, number 8. 7-0 score in favor of the Lakers after the touchdown rush from Kenneth Jones III. And plenty in the air as well. A great season for Kenneth Jones III, and putting him in line as one of those, a great line of Laker running backs. First down and 10, Marshall in the gun for Southfield A&T. Takes the snap, going to look to throw that ball. Down the field, looks for Tashi Bracewell, not going to get it. Deontay Pippin on the stop. It'll be second down. Pressure was tight as Isaiah.
So speedy. He's been doing a great job as a receiver and now an excellent job in the defensive backfield.
Yeah, initially got a little bit of a jump, but Pippin just stuck right there with him. Didn't really need to look back. Knew that ball was coming down, knew it was in good space. Just, put a hand up, see if you can deflect it. And if they get it in his, and if he gets it in his hands, give him a nice little hit and bobble that ball loose. Perfectly played by Deontay Pippin.
I think if you don't touch that ball, it may be a penalty.
Second down and 10 for the Warriors. Marshall in the gun, takes the snap, going to roll out right, pitches it. To the backfield, big run for Southfield A&T. Past the 20, down the ground, grab. In his leg, got a big run, but took a big fall as well. Got the trainers coming out for both teams. Going to take a look at the running back, Amy Frazier, of course, the trainer for West Bloomfield. And Southfield A&T coming across the field as well, including their head coach. That did not look good on that first down run as Liggins took a hard fall near the sideline.
No, you look at some of those injuries, and when you see a player grabbing their leg, you hope it's a cramp. But this is something that looks a little bit different here. They're bringing the whole training staff out, and there's Tyrese Grice, coach of the Lakers, still taking every free second he can to coach up his squad and talk to his coordinators on the headset. But anytime you have an injury like that, it's unfortunate. And this one looks like it's something that is going to be a moment or two here, Tyler, and the young man's going to need some medical attention. And looks like he had some kind of injury around his ankle.
Yeah, ankle, maybe a shin injury out there near the sideline. He's trying to fight for some extra space as the Lakers were gaining on him, trying to force him to the sideline, get a nice tackle, and You make a little bit of a pitch, try to make a little bit of a juking move, and your leg gets there and aligned a little bit awkwardly, especially on a cooler night like this. Body's a little stiffer, your muscles, your joints, definitely. That can cause some injuries on either side of the field. As you see the Lakers taking a knee as well on their sideline for this downed Southfield A T Warrior. Early on in the game, too, just finally got a great play off on the offensive side of the ball. And Liggins, that secondary running back, you see here in this replay, gets to the sideline, makes a nice little move, escapes the runner, evades the tackle. An awkward landing. Oh, yeah, definitely an awkward landing as he is tackled by Jonathan Gabriel near the sideline. Just really got that knee in a spot where
you could see his foot kind of got caught and then went sideways. And that didn't look good.
No.
That did not look good.
That didn't look good.
But look how classy our Lakers are, showing respect, understanding that anyone at any time in any game can go down, and it's always a tragedy. It could be the end of someone's high school football career. You never know. And that is what I like to see. That is awful classy.
And that goes back to the relationships between these two teams. They've played ball for a long time. A lot of these guys on West Bloomfield and the guys on Southfield A T played youth ball together, and they've known each other for a long time. They're good friends off the field, and as chippy as the competition will be tonight between these two teams, between these rivals, you never want to see a guy on the other side of the field go down with an injury. If you want to win a game, you want to win it in between the end zones through those 48 minutes. And you can see some of the Lakers players on the sideline definitely emotional about that play as well. It's always difficult to see anybody go down because you never know. It could have been you. It could have been one of your teammates too. And you certainly feel for Southfield A T early on in this game with Royce Liggins going down.
So don't forget West Bloomfield football, as you see Coach Greiser talking to the officials. West Bloomfield football continues next Friday night. We got a big game as we've got Eisenhower coming in. Last year they didn't really put up much of a fight over there, but they're an improved team, and it's going to be a great contest. Friday night, our final regular season game of the year. Next Friday night, we hope you make it out to West Bloomfield and join us. And I assume it's going to kick off at 7 o'clock under the lights. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, kickoff at 7 o'clock at West Bloomfield High School, October 21st. And then that Sunday, our friends at Bally Sports will, of course, be hosting the selection show at 5:30 p.m., where you'll see where the West Bloomfield Lakers will be aligned in the 2022 playoff season. Certainly this game going to have big implications for both of these teams and where they'll be placed in the bracket in Division I. A very competitive year in Division I all across the state of Michigan, certainly here in southeastern Michigan as the Oakland Activities Association, the OAA, where both these teams call their own league, with Lakers in the red and Southfield in the white. Definitely very tough competition all throughout the years. You see both of these coaching staffs surrounding Royce Liggins on the field, still down with the injury. The fire department, the paramedics there taking a look as well from the wonderful Southfield Fire Department. Both these teams are surrounding this player and giving him some love and attention on the sideline as he went down about the 43-yard line of Southfield A T on that first down run, and it was a really hard fall.
And guess what, Tyler? They're going to take as much time as they need, and no one is in a hurry. His attention, the care that he needs is obviously the most important thing right now. Gives us, though, an opportunity to remind you that Civic Center TV, of course, we're here on Friday nights bringing you high school football, but we do an awful lot more. And one of the things you might want to check out if you haven't done so recently is our Monday through Friday daytime lineup. You can tune in beginning at 9:30 every Monday through Friday, and an hour and a half of local programming is what you will find on Civic Center TV. Starts with The Splash, and then it segues very nicely into Tyler Kieft's very own MegaCast. Started a couple of years ago as a regional broadcast, and it continues to do just that today. Not necessarily focusing on the coronavirus every day, but whatever the news of the day is, Tyler is talking about it in and around West Bloomfield, Oakland County, and the state of Michigan. So tune in. We hope you catch that. Hope you catch our meeting coverage of municipal meetings. We're going to got a bunch of interesting things coming up. Heroes Breakfast, Tyler, from the all-new West Bloomfield Middle School. What do they call the auditorium over there? It's a cafetorium, I think.
Auditorium.
Auditorium.
Yeah, that's what they call it now. It's cafetorium.
Cafetorium, auditoria, whatever. It's a beautiful facility. We're going to be in there, and we've got the Heroes Breakfast going on. It can't forget the date. It's Election Day, November 8th. So come by. It's leading right into Veterans Day, right?
Yes.
And that's on Friday. So we'll be honoring those that served our country, serving them breakfast. If you want to come by, you can go to the West Bloomfield Parks and Recreation website and register on there for the event. We're going to broadcast the entire thing live, and then we'll have some additional Election Day coverage for you, and that's going to be the 8th of November, just a couple of weeks away. Hard to believe, it's almost already here. And it's the Heroes Breakfast. We've done it the last several years. The people at Parks and Rec, the township, and it's been at Orchard Mall in the past, this year at the middle school. Everybody does a really great job on this event, and we hope you join us. If you can't be there in person, make sure you tune in. We'll be there live.
If you're just tuning in, just a few more minutes remaining in the first quarter here at Southfield A T. Your Lakers in the lead, 7-0, as you see the Southfield Fire Department coming in. They are going to remove Royce Liggins from the field. He went down with an injury on first down of Southfield's second offensive drive. Took a really nice run from the 10-yard line to about the 43-yard line on Southfield's side of the ball. Great first down, just had an awkward landing as he was tackled by Jonathan Gabriel of the West Bloomfield Lakers, and that looks like that's a big injury. He's going to be removed from the field and going to get some additional medical attention as he's been down on the field for probably about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, the good thing is, you see somebody down on the field that long, and if you're just tuning in, you might assume that it was something more than a localized injury. Yeah, maybe there was some, spinal something or
sure.
I don't even want to speculate,
no,
right? But it doesn't appear to be that at all. Just they want to be very careful. If he had a severe damage to his ankle, and when you saw the replay with the way his foot just twisted, very likely. But they want to make sure they treat that well and take the time, bring the ambulance in, not move anything they shouldn't move, get them to the hospital and get them the care that they want. I don't think the young man is in any other general serious condition other than the injury to his extremity.
Yeah, you want to make sure with a leg injury like that, especially with the proximity to major bones and major arteries, that as you're examining and trying to decipher what the injury might be, you take as much precaution as possible. You stabilize the injured body part, the injured leg in that case, and do whatever you can to very gingerly remove the person from the scene that they're at. So Royce Liggins getting some great care here, some very careful care from the Lakers and the Warriors training staff, as well as the Southfield Fire Department's wonderful paramedics who now circling around the track here at Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology to pick up Royce Liggins in the navy blue 22 for Southfield A&T tonight, to take him out of this game and get him some further medical attention. Hopefully that injury not too serious for Royce Liggins, and he'll be able to get back on a football field very soon. As you look at Royce Liggins, 5'10", 185, junior for Southfield A&T. Got a bright future ahead of him. Hopefully we'll have a lot more football to play, but at the very least we hope that leg injury not too serious for the young man.
Well, and again, they're just giving him the very best of attention that is possible, and hopefully, Tyler, we're going to be able to get some kind of a wave or something from the young man, so everyone knows that that he's okay. They're moving him carefully onto a stretcher so they can get him to the ambulance, and hopefully this won't take too much longer, because we want to get him some attention, right? Get him to the hospital, get him stabilized, and get him the care that he needs.
And these sorts of situations go well beyond football. That's why you see both these teams taking a knee on the sideline. For the Lakers, of course, a great show of sportsmanship, but also of support, because these guys, you play football long enough, you see some injuries. Sometimes they're not so severe, sometimes they are, and you hope you never see an injury that's too severe or have to see a guy removed on a stretcher from a football game in your entire career. But you play football long enough, you're bound to see it. And as you see, the Laker coaching staff certainly been surrounding Royce there on the sideline, as well as Aaron Marshall, the head coach for the Warriors, and his coaching staff as they see their guy off the field, this junior linebacker and running back for Southfield A&T.
You have these long injury breaks like they had at the Michigan game last week when Mike Hart tragically went down at the Michigan-Indiana game. And there was a long break. And then, just thinking about it, from a football perspective, you got to be careful too. You got to keep moving. You got to keep your team, ready, because this game is going to start, and you don't want anyone else to get injured because they after working out, warming up, and playing almost a quarter of football, they start to cool down a little bit.
Yeah, certainly want to get back on the field and keep your guys loose, keep your guys warmed up, especially those that are going to be in the game action after a delay like this. And for Southfield A T also, it's the psychological part of the game as well. You got to get your team back into that mindset and let them know that, hey, Royce is going to get the best care possible, and there's no better way for us to move forward than to play this game for our down guy and to let that motivate us. We want to come out of here with a win, and there's no better news we can give to Royce than, hey, we beat West Bloomfield at home tonight. And for Royce, there's no better news that he can give to his team than to get some great care and say, hey, guys, I'll be back very soon.
All right, so conversations going on there. While those conversations go on and the medical team does what they need to do, we'll take a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much for tuning in tonight. Lakers are leading 7-0. We'll be back with more Laker football in just a minute. Thank you for watching on Civic Center TV, listening on 89.3 Lakes FM, and watching across the internet. Laker football, we'll be right back.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to MichiganWeek.org for details. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on The MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch The MegaCast, weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV, 89.3, and streaming on MyMyTV.com.
Welcome back to Laker Football on CivicCenterTV.com/Laker Sports and across our network. Still attending to Royce Liggins and his injury. Looks like lower leg, possibly an ankle injury on first down. Very early on in this contest at Southfield A T, and it's going beyond football right now. It's, you attend to the junior running back and linebacker continues to very gingerly be removed from the field, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a terrible situation. And if it's taken this long, I mean, there must be some very severe conditions they want to be very careful about, and make sure that they get him stabilized, are able to transport him and to get him to the hospital without, doing any other injury. I mean, a lot of time, if you're not careful, the way you move somebody right after they are hurt, you can do even more injury. They're never going to let that happen here. You can see the paramedics have arrived with the ambulance, and they are doing all they can. You've got certainly some other officials there from the Southfield Fire Department with their computers, making sure that they are getting all the communications, and I'm sure getting things set up for him when he gets to wherever he is going for treatment, that they know what is coming their way and they're able to take care of him. And you really, a good opportunity to see how these emergency response teams, can get out, do their job, and do the very best to make sure that this individual gets the very best care.
Yeah, really unfortunate injury for Royce Liggins, the junior running back for Southfield A&T. Made an amazing play there to get to the sideline, make a big jump on first down, taking that ball from the 10-yard line of Southfield A&T to the 43 for first down. Just an awkward landing as he was tackled. You're seeing Lakers continuing to keep themselves warm, keep themselves loose for when football does ultimately resume here, but definitely the biggest focus is at the 43-yard line.
So the West Bloomfield Lakers leading 7-0. Tyler, maybe you can recap briefly for people that have just tuned in how we got to where we are right now.
Yeah, Southfield A&T won the coin toss, deferred to the second half, so they kicked it off to the West Bloomfield Lakers. Lakers made a nice little push, got into Southfield territory, and then a couple of holding penalties set them back quite a ways, and 4th and 19 they ended up with and punted that ball away to the Warriors. Great bounce in favor of the Lakers on that punt by Ryan Krauthammer, put the Warriors inside their 10-yard line at their 8 on their first drive, and then quick 3-and-out punt back to West Bloomfield. A little bit of an issue recovering the punt off of a fair catch that was not dropped but missed by Adrian Epps and initially touched by Southfield A&T. Put West Bloomfield in great field position, but quick 3-and-out for West Bloomfield as well. And another nice punt put Southfield A&T at their 10-yard line. A couple plays in on first down, right away, Royce Liggins makes a great run to get it near Laker territory at the Southfield A&T 43-yard line, just beyond the left hash in the boundary at the sideline, and went down with an injury as he was tackled by West Bloomfield's Jonathan Gabriel. And that's where we're at. It's been probably about 15 to 20 minutes now at this point since the injury, definitely on the more serious side, as both these teams now trying to get themselves back into football mode as the Southfield Fire Department takes care of the injured Warrior and very gingerly prepares to remove him from the field, and we'll get back to football very soon.
And Tyler, you always feel bad if you were the defender who made the tackle when someone is injured. But that was a clean tackle from behind, and there was nothing that happened. It's just one of those things that just happened. Gabriel was coming there. You could see Gabriel right in the middle of the screen talking to some of the other players, probably talking about it. I'm sure he feels really bad. He's number 91 right there. I could probably zoom in on him a little bit better there, Tyler. But, I'm sure he feels really bad right now. But if you go back and look at the replay tomorrow on our YouTube channel, you're going to see that he just came in and tackled him from behind, and his foot just kinked and turned as he was going down.
Yeah, awkward landing, really the cause of that injury more than anything, and definitely an unfortunate situation for Royce Liggins. You certainly feel for him and for his family, for his friends here witnessing this in person, and those watching across the various networks and places that you can see this ball game tonight, and definitely for the Southfield A&T program as well. They love their guys. They got a lot of different talented players that see a lot of in-game action, and you never want to see an injury at any football game to any player, and especially one that's like this where you have to very carefully be removed from football action, especially in an early part of a competitive game like this where you're a competitive football player. You want to be out on that field, not in the hospital.
All right. Well, this is one of the longest breaks that I can recall in any high school football game. And again, they're going to take as long as they need to make sure that everything is okay. Meanwhile, we've not had a chance to check in with our Laker fan cam, and I could just say they look cold.
Yeah,
They look kind of cold, and they're patiently waiting for the football game to go on. It's kind of dark over there, but they look cold.
Yeah, it looks cold, but also some concern too, and definitely feeling for
Probably
Southfield A T and Royce Liggins. You know, you see a guy go down, and you see this persist for as long as it has. You know something's going on. And ultimately, these are all high school kids, and you never want to see anybody get injured in any athletic event. Certainly not when it is kids that, for the most part, are playing for fun, and others playing for fun and some future aspirations as well.
All right. Well, thank you very much for tuning in, Laker football tonight. We've been here all season long and continue to bring you all the games. You see, there's another guy who's been, suffering with injuries a little bit. The West Bloomfield Lakers own Rick Nance with that big cast in his arm and hurt his left paw there a couple of weeks ago. And you can see it's all wrapped up and probably a while before he's going to play too, Tyler. I mean, he knows just what it's like, except his injury I don't think really happened in a game.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that injury did originate, but, it is left hand's not his throwing hand, and
right.
And it's his pinky finger, so it's an awkward spot to have that injury too. And the cast now getting back on, going to get some a little bit of football action practiced this week, suiting up for tonight's game. Not likely you'll see him in any sort of game action as the Lakers get back out on the field. You're looking now at Brody Picour, the backup quarterback for the Lakers on their depth chart, but one of three quarterbacks we see out there in game action alongside Smaj Morgan and Kenneth Jones III, also getting reps at the quarterback for the West Bloomfield Lakers here at Southfield A T tonight. Before the injury, about 5:51 remain on the clock here in the first quarter. Your Lakers up 7-0 after Kenneth Jones III scored with just a little more time on the clock before this. 6:14 left in the first quarter was when Jaws scored that touchdown, and then the quick kickoff. And that was the first play of that offensive drive. So I know we really have been seeing the impact this injury has had already, and certainly as the Southfield Fire Department doing an excellent job here tending to Royce Liggins. We'll get back to football action in a while. As you see now, Liggins being carted off the field. Applause from both sidelines for the young man. Hopefully a bright future and plenty of football left for him going forward, and certainly our thoughts with him, with his family, as he heads off the field and into the ambulance tonight. And certainly first and foremost, we hope for good health in his future and for a quick and speedy recovery from this injury tonight. You see the Jones family there. Jaws II cheering on Royce Liggins as he comes off the field for this injury tonight. Valiantly exiting tonight, the Warrior. Certainly defining that term tonight on a great play on first down. Tough injury. And hopefully going to come back and show just how much toughness he has inside of him very soon. Getting through this injury and getting back healthy.
So what do you, now that we're getting back to football, Tyler, what do you say if you're a coach here? What do you do to get your team focused?
You got to keep playing your game. We got more offense. We got more offense out there. We got plenty of guys that come back out. As you see, Javen Jones and the Southfield A&T 9 taking the helm at the running back now for Southfield A&T, their primary running back this season. And you're telling them play for Royce. 5:51 left in the first down and 10. Snap to Marshall, quick pass over to Donovan Anderson. It's incomplete. That'll be second down and 10 now after that play took about 3 seconds.
Try to get a quick pass there. Isaiah Marshall, the quarterback, the junior quarterback for Southfield. And, Tyler, I think it's just hard to put the key back in the ignition after a long break like that. Turn it and get the thing started.
Warriors know it's going to be tough to run the football against the Lakers, trying to get that passing game involved. 2nd and 10 for the Warriors at their 44. Snap to Marshall and hand it off to Jones. Gets through the line, down to about the 48-yard line. And it'll be 3rd down now for Southfield A&T.
Good job, and nice clean tackling tonight by the Lakers, and Montel Johnson right there on the tackle for West Bloomfield. Got a hold of him and brought him down.
Big season so far for the junior and the Lakers 16. Part of that prolific trident of linebackers at the second level with Rock Harris, a captain, as well as Kari Jackson, who is not in game action tonight. Had a boot on his left ankle, left foot, and is out. 3rd down and 5 for Southfield A T at their own 48-yard line. Marshall in the gun. High snap. Going to fake the handoff. Going to take it outside the tackles. Being chased by Gabriel. He'll get the first down and a little bit more. Hit out of bounds and forced out by Montel Johnson. It'll be a first down, however, they'll move the chains for the Warriors.
One of the things they like about Isaiah Marshall here in Southfield is that he can maneuver. He's fast. Did you see how quickly he accelerated and was able to get away from Jonathan Gabriel, who all but had him? He just turned on the afterburners and got himself a first down.
535 yards for Marshall on the ground last season. So far this season, well beyond that, 716 yards rushing. He broke his previous season record in just 4 weeks. First down and 10 in Laker territory at the 45-yard line for the Warriors. Snap to Marshall. He'll hand that ball off. Going to be taken outside the tackles. Gets down to the 40-yard line. Just about the 35 and out of bounds for Jawan Jarrett on first down.
I don't know what Jawan Jarrett was doing with the ball. And we'll see if we get a replay here. It almost looks like he flipped it. I don't know if he just did it. Here, watch right here. Gets the ball, and then it's like, whoop, whoop, up, got it. And really nice job to be able to control the football. And Tyler continue on the jet sweep while he's doing that.
Yeah, awkward handoff and a great recovery for the primarily wide receiver playing running back there for Southfield A&T. 2nd down and 2 now for the Warriors. 4:23 to play in the first quarter. 7-0 in favor of the L-Boys. Marshall will line up in the shotgun. The ball now at the 36-yard line of West Bloomfield. The snap to Marshall, gets a good pocket. Going to look down the field. Pass intended for Tashi Braceful. Again broken up by Deontay Pippin. Incomplete. 3rd down.
Pippin been doing a great job in the secondary. There he is, the Lakers. Speedy, great receiver, and good hands. And, you get a guy who is a receiver. He can get his hands up. And Tyler right there, no pass interference. Why? Because he got his hands on the ball, even though he didn't get his head back around.
3rd down and 2 now for the Warriors. 4:17 to play in the first quarter. Lakers up 7. This 3rd down occurring at the Lakers' 36-yard line. Marshall in the gun. Tashi Braceville lined up wide in the backfield with him is Javen Jones. Snap to Marshall, take up the middle, fakes the pitch, and then gets stuffed. Big tackle for West Bloomfield. It's Jeremiah Smith and Jonathan Gabriel on that takedown.
Jonathan Gabriel's been doing a great job. We keep calling his number over and over. He is everywhere on the field tonight.
One of the most even-keeled and, frankly, chill guys you'll see playing football for West Bloomfield, and complete polar opposite when he gets into those trenches.
He looks pretty calm and relaxed out there, but I don't think I'd want to be running the football down the field in front of him.
4th and short for the Warriors in Laker territory at the 38-yard line now. They're going to go for it on 4th and 3. Snap to Marshall in the pocket. Quick pass across the Braceful outside and just missed in double coverage. Turnover on downs. West Bloomfield will take it over. Nice field position in their own territory.
I don't know if Deontay Pippin Jr. got a paw on that one or not, but something able to break up that pass. And the Laker secondary doing a pretty good job tonight.
Yeah, keeping them in this football game. Southfield A&T having some success on the ground so far. There's a flag on the play. See how that'll impact it. Call is after the play. It's unsportsmanlike conduct on West Bloomfield because it's after the play. That'll set the Lakers back.
But the West Bloomfield Lakers will maintain possession.
Correct.
But you wonder what that was. What is it? Why does West Bloomfield continue to have these unsportsmanlike conduct calls post-whistle?
You saw on that replay just in the hand of Tashi Braceful, maybe a little bit ahead of him. Didn't quite have a good angle on it, but a really nice throw for Isaiah Marshall there on 4th and 3. So the Lakers now 1st down and 10. 3:32 to play in the first quarter at their own 28-yard line. In the shotgun is Samaj Morgan. Twins out to the left and twins out to the right. Nobody in the backfield for West Bloomfield. Snap to Morgan. Rogers in motion. He'll take the ball around the right side of the line. Gets to about the 29-yard line. Might get a gain of 1 on 1st down. Not much. It'll be 2nd and 9 for West Bloomfield. Referee's giving West Bloomfield 4 yards on 1st down, so a nice run there after the contact for Ralph Rogers. Now it's going to be 2nd down and 6 for West Bloomfield. Their running game getting involved tonight. A couple nice runs for Ralph Rogers. 3:04 to play in the first quarter for the Lakers' 7-0 lead, looking to extend that here on the road in Southfield. Jaws lined up in the backfield at quarterback. Pecor immediately to his left. Twins out to the right for the Lakers. Taking their time, setting this play up. Pecor moves to the right of the quarterback. Snap to Jaws. He's going to try to take it up the middle. Contain is broken. Gets outside the tackles. Down to about the 30. And he's going to be wrapped up by a bunch of Southfield A T Warriors. They'll set him back. Probably a loss of 1 there. They'll call it no gain. 3rd down and 6.
But it's always tough when you get that high snap because it leaves you so vulnerable. But the Lakers are able to take that high snap and turn it into a nice gain, or at least maintain their position and keep it to 3rd and 6.
These two very high-powered offenses, but so far it's been the defense coming up strong for both of these teams. 2:11 and counting to play in the first quarter. Morgan going to be the quarterback for the Lakers on 3rd down and 6 at their 29. Rogers lined up immediately next to him. That's Kenneth Jones III, moves to his right. A whistle and a flag down on the play. It's certainly going to have an impact on the Lakers on 3rd down.
Yeah, Lakers are going to, that's going to be against the Lakers, and illegal procedure against West Bloomfield. And, you know, when you put Samaj Morgan in there quarterback, everyone's going to think that he's going to run the ball. And Tyler, last couple of weeks, that's not been the case. You know, people forget what a great quarterback he is, and he is able to work the pocket, scramble, buy time, and find an open receiver, especially on 3rd and long.
3rd and 11 for the Lakers. Morgan in the shotgun, trips to the right. And now Southfield A T jumps. Whistle now on the field again. Another flag, and maybe that's going to go even it out now after the illegal procedure on 3rd down.
Well, we'll wait for the call here, but a very well-executed hard count by the Lakers, and maybe they worked on that one in practice a little bit this week.
Yeah, you lose those 5 yards, now you get them back again. It'll be 3rd down and 6 with under 2 minutes to play in the first quarter. 3rd and 5 now for West Bloomfield. Morgan in the shotgun, takes the snap, going to roll out right. Contain broken immediately. He gets to about the 30-yard line, maybe a couple inches short. Not going to get much of anything. 4th down now and coming for the Lakers with under 2 minutes to play and a 7-point lead in the first quarter.
Well, Samaj Morgan makes a liar out of your color man there by actually keeping the ball and running it there. And Southfield, they saw the tape. They know this guy can run. They were able to maintain, contain on him, not let him get around the corner, and do a good job on 3rd down. Lakers got a kick now.
4th down and 6 is the marker for the Lakers. Ryan Krauthammer will punt this ball off. A really nice punt earlier on in the first quarter. Pins Southfield inside their 10. Minute 14 to play in the first quarter. Lakers 7, Southfield 0. High snap to Krauthammer. He recovers it. Takes a little bit of time to adjust the football. Great punt. Booming. Lands about the 45-yard line. Takes a Laker bounce inside the 30. Still on a roll down to about the 25-yard line. Lakers trying to will that ball a couple yards further down, but they'll mark the ball at the 25-yard line. That is where Southfield A&T will start on 1st down.
Trenton Allison leading the job. He's like waving at the ball, trying to get the wind to move it a little bit further. Really good job there by West Bloomfield on that one. But, hey, what a great job by Krauthammer on that kick. He was in trouble. High snap, and what a cool cat. He just stands in there, gets things worked out, and gets a beautiful kick.
Yeah, high, lofty snap. Didn't really have a good hold on the ball. Adjusted it, kind of moved a little bit to his left to let the blocking do its thing and give him some extra time. And cool, calm, and collected. Bunted that ball off and made another nice punt for West Bloomfield. So Southfield will start in their best field position yet. The first drive starting outside of their 10-yard line at their own 25. Marshall in the shotgun, takes the snap. He'll hand that ball off to Jones. Jones will get about the 35-yard line, gets wrapped up, but gets a few extra yards. And a nice run on 1st down. Actually, that's Juwan Jarrett.
What a great job by Adrian Epps in the defense. Coming in from his safety position, I believe, running all the way across the field, reading that play extremely well, and he didn't quite make the tackle himself, but he sure slowed that play down.
Gain of 4 on 1st down for Juwan Jarrett. It'll make 2nd and 6 if they get a playoff here. Just about 20 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Your Lakers up 7. At the Southfield 29-yard line, Marshall in the shotgun, takes the snap, going to drop out 3 steps, looking to launch it down the field, getting chased, going to throw that ball away in the direction of Tashi Braceville, incomplete. It'll be 3rd down with about 8 seconds to go in the first quarter. Isaiah Marshall getting a ton of pressure there. The Lakers able to break contain, chase the quarterback. He had a little bit of an opportunity there with Tashi Braceful, but he was content to throw that ball away and take another chance here with under 10 seconds to play in the first quarter. At his own 29-yard line, this running game kind of been 50-50. Sometimes they get a nice boom, and sometimes they're getting stuffed in the backfield. This passing game so far for Southfield A T, Lakers locking them down. That secondary playing great football tonight, much to the happiness of Kason Dickerson and Keith Cameron, the defensive backs coaches. 3rd and 6 for Southfield. Marshall in the shotgun. One man in the backfield with him. Trips to the left. Snap to Marshall. Gets a little bit of the pocket. Going to look down the field to Braceful again. Finally gets the ball in his hands, but it's knocked out after contact. And actually, Adrian Epps holding that football. Looked like he may have had it. It's going to be 4th down. They'll call it incomplete with 0.7 seconds to play. And again, hard contact on the sideline as Epps comes down. He's looking at it. He's grabbing his knee. Coach Grice going to come over. Another injury and another hard fall on a cool night. Guys a little bit stiff after the delay in the game earlier on with the Southfield injury. They'll call that the end of the first quarter. 7-0 lead for West Bloomfield. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more. You're watching and listening to Laker football across our network.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Welcome back to Laker football on CivicCenterTV.com/Laker Sports. End of the first quarter, your Lakers in a slight lead, 7-0 after the Kenneth Jones III touchdown early on, about midway in the first quarter. And since then, all defense, both these teams, as you see, Kenneth Jones III breaks contain, gets into the end zone after a couple nice blocks. Here at Southfield A&T, Lakers in the lead. This game started a little bit later, 7:30 kickoff, and then a major delay after an unfortunate and really quite serious injury for Royce Liggins of Southfield A&T. But the Lakers continuing to play great football, and Southfield A&T also, their defense been stout so far despite the score for the West Bloomfield Lakers. As much as you would think this is going to be an offensive game, both these teams prolific scoring. Southfield averaging just under 46 points per game. The Lakers about 35, and these defenses just as stout. Lakers averaging under 18 points per game for their opponents, and then Southfield A&T 26.43 points per game. That's their average on the season.
Well, it ain't over yet, as they like to say. We'll see what happens here, but both these defenses have been playing really well too, and let's give a lot of credit to them. Just really never know the way these things are going to turn out. Timeout on the field here. We'll have game action for you in just a couple of minutes. Consequential game tonight because the Lakers need to come up with a victory. We're so close to the playoffs. Playoff points are critical for all teams, and the Lakers and Rochester Adams, we could look at a million scenarios. But the Lakers and Rochester Adams, what did you say they're like within 1/10 of a playoff point with each other?
No, that'd be nice. They're within 1/1000th of a playoff point, Dave. They yearn for the days where they're that close and it's a 10th of a point. No, it is Lakers 68.714 playoff points and Rochester Adams 68.715 coming into this week.
All right, so, and you need a calculator, a computer, as we said earlier. It's impossible to really know how all the games that have happened already this season and all the other games that we're not really watching tonight are going to impact that. But the big thing is Lakers need to come up with a win. Be nice if one of our foes, like Rochester Adams, didn't come up with a victory tonight. We'll keep an eye on those scores for you throughout the evening. But this tight game for the Lakers, and right now, this is a very slim margin for them.
Yeah, just a 7-point lead. Scored on their first offensive possession of the evening on Kenneth Jones' third run, as Adrian Epps did go down with an injury, being carried off the field now by his coaching staff. It looked like he grabbed his knees. 4th down before the end of the quarter as we start the second. The Lakers going to get the football off a punt from Southfield A&T. Nice punt, going to land just beyond the 40, about the 37-yard line. Take a Southfield bounce down to about the 31-yard line. That's where West Bloomfield will begin this drive. in their own territory. 7-0 lead, being able to get a little bit of offense going after that first drive. Southfield A&T's defense really stepping up and keeping guys like Samaj and Jaws in the backfield for West Bloomfield. And contrary to what Southfield A&T has tried so far, the Lakers yet to really go for it in the air so far. Really focusing on getting that run game involved, and then letting that be what the defense focuses on as you go for more of a receiving offense.
Well, you wonder if that guy is in the backfield. You're not going to necessarily easily be able to get those big strike long plays on offense, but he's not in the backfield this time.
1st and 10 for the Lakers. In the shotgun, it's Brody Pecor snapping. He'll throw it behind the line of scrimmage to Morgan. In some traffic, spins out of it, gets a couple of yards. He'll get to about the 31-yard line. 2nd down for West Bloomfield off that first down pass.
Well, that I was talking about, obviously, Samaj Morgan. They try to get him into play this time at a screen pass. And Reginald Gardner does a great job. He's able to find him, stay with him, and then a bunch of other players from Southfield, other Warriors come in and finish off the job. Samaj Morgan not able to get free. Unusual for that Laker.
Gardner, a junior on that defensive line for Southfield A&T. 2nd and 10, no gain on first. Morgan now going to be in the quarterback position in the shotgun for West Bloomfield. In motion is Rogers. Snap to Morgan. He'll hand it off to Rogers. Gets a little bit of space past the 35 down to about the 37-yard line. That'll be a gain of a few yards for West Bloomfield. Another 3rd down coming up for the L-Boys with 4 yards to go.
That was a sweep all the way, Tyler, and Rogers has been able to turn those the last couple of games into nice yardage. He's able to run down, find the hole, pick the right gap, and make something big out of it.
10:30 to go in the half. 7-0 Lakers. 3rd down and 4 at their own 37-yard line. Jaws going to be in the shotgun. 2 men out to his left, 2 men out to his right. In motion for West Bloomfield. Snap to Jaws is going to take it up the middle. Gets to about the 39-yard line, almost the 40. Going to be short by a couple of yards. They'll mark that ball at the 40-yard line. 4th down and 1. Now for West Bloomfield with just over 10 minutes to play in the first half.
Well, after that successful sweep the other way, the Lakers fake to Rogers, and they run it to Jaws. Of course, that is Kenneth Jones the third rather. And, Tyler, I'll finish later. I'll let you get back to the play.
Bunch formation. Lakers going to go for it. Jaws in the Wildcat. Definitely going to run up the gut. Takes the snap. Going to go up the gut. Going to get stuffed. But no, he breaks out of it. Dives for that first down. He's going to get it. They're going to mark that ball at the 44-yard line. 1st down for West Bloomfield.
Oh, they showed that as 4th and 1. That was 4th and maybe 3 there, Tyler. And everyone knows that Kenneth Jones III is going to run the ball. They knew that on the last play. Southfield, though, they just couldn't stop him.
Well, they got in the backfield, got at him on his strong side, but a nice opening and a good shift gave him that opportunity, and he dove for that first down.
Looks like we have a penalty here, and nonetheless, the Lakers are going to get the first down.
Jaws 5 rushes for 38 yards and a touchdown so far tonight for the L-Boys with 9.5 and some change to play in the first half. West Bloomfield 7, the Warriors of Southfield A&T 0. They're marching this ball up the field. It's going to be into Southfield A&T territory now. Looks like that was most likely a personal foul call.
Of some flavor, 15 yards after the whistle, and getting a little bit chippy down there in the field, Tyler.
1st down and 10 for the Lakers in Southfield A&T territory for the 2nd time tonight. As you see, Amir Herring also headed to the University of Michigan along with his quarterback, Samaj Morgan. Currently the quarterback, though, Kenneth Jones III. 2 men in the backfield with him. Montel Johnson and Brody Pecor. Snap to Jaws, takes it around the left side. Good block by Montel. Going to get Jaws up to about the 35-yard line. He dives, gets down about the 33, and a great run on 1st down for Kenneth Jones III.
It was that tackle he broke when he would just turn in the corner. We'll see it if we see it in the replay here. Great job as Kenneth Jones is able to power through a lot of those tackles.
Lakers putting that blocking package out there. DeAndre Hill, Brandon Davis, Swain on the field. Montel Johnson, the key block in the backfield for the West Bloomfield Lakers. The linebacker been seeing more offensive game lately as a fullback as he remains out there on 2nd and 3. Kenneth Jones III in the shotgun. Pecor and Montel Johnson in the backfield. Twins to the right for West Bloomfield. Snap to Jaws, going to take it up the middle, shifts out to the right, gets around the tackle, good block by DeAndre Hill, going to get Jaws to the 30-yard line. It might be just enough to get that first down for West Bloomfield with 8.5 to play in the half.
He was able to make that one final cut, pick up his blockers, let the guys in front do the job, and get the yardage he needed for the first down.
Lakers will get that first down. They move the chains with 8:33 to go in the half. 7-0 lead for the L-Boys after that single touchdown by Kenneth Jones III about midway through the first. Pushing up in Southfield territory at the Warriors' 30-yard line. Kenneth Jones III in the shotgun. Twins to the left for West Bloomfield. Snap to Jaws, going to hand that ball up the middle, gets down to about the 25-yard line. A nice gainer for West Bloomfield. It'll be about 2nd and 5.
Again, they keep running the quarterback keeper over and over and over again. And we've seen this in other games. I mean, everyone here knows what that play is going to be. And in this drive, Southfield cannot stop it.
2nd down and 5 for West Bloomfield with 7:50 to go in the first half. At the Warriors' 25-yard line, Lakers, war of attrition, running that ball up the gut as Kenneth Jones III will remain at the quarterback. Pecor just off to his left, and Rogers off to his right. Pecor now moves off to the right of the quarterback. Snap to Jaws. He's going to fake that handoff. A little miscommunication, some defensive push also in the backfield. Won't get much, if anything. Couple of Warriors on the tackle. It's Devin Buskin and, of course, Dorian Freeman, the key tackler there.
The Lakers tried a little razzle-dazzle there by, having the running back hand the ball to the quarterback. Didn't really expect it, but the exchange didn't work well, and Lakers end up with a loss on that play.
Not Dorian Freeman, but rather Aaron Bradley, the 3-star lineman for Southfield A T, the key tackler there, as you see him on the screen. Offers from Louisville, Purdue, Marshall, Western Michigan. 3rd and 5 for the Lakers. Samaj Morgan now in a quarterback in the shotgun. Bunch formation in the backfield. Snap to Morgan, handoff to Rogers. Going to get the first down and more. At the 20, still on his feet. Down to the 10. Chasing and getting away and into the end zone. Touchdown, WB.
Let's watch that replay. Great blocking and a great job by Rogers to follow his blocks there, Tyler. But what a great effort by the Lakers to make this drive happen all the way down the field on the ground. If Rick Nance was here tonight, he couldn't resist putting the ball up. Lakers making the ground attack. Look at the great blocks right there by the Laker offensive line.
It looked like Brandon Davis-Swain might have been on that. Probably it could have been Trenton Allison as well, making a big block up the field. And Ralph Rogers again getting in the end zone. 13-0 now for West Bloomfield. Crowdhammer will take the extra point. With just about 6.5 to play in the half. Snap and hold is good, is up, it's between the uprights, and is now 14-0 in favor of West Bloomfield here at Southfield A T. We'll take a break, we'll come back more. You're watching and listening to West Bloomfield Laker football.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on The MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch The MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV 89.3 and streaming on mymytv.com.
Welcome back to Laker Football Live from Southfield Arts and Technology High School. Tyler Booth alongside Dave Scott on your Laker football call. Your Lakers now in a comfortable lead, 14-0 at Southfield A&T.
You call that a comfortable lead?
I call that a pretty comfortable lead early on. You're up 14 points. You want more, but it's a good start if you're the West Bloomfield Lakers on the ground with touchdowns from Kenneth Jones III and Ralph Rogers.
And you just said a mouthful, on the ground. Yeah, I'm just sitting here thinking during that break, if we look back to the beginning of the season and you told me that there was going to be a ground battle between Southfield and the Lakers. I think you're crazy. Two great quarterbacks that we expected to see here. Rick Nance isn't here tonight, but we do have a great quarterback in Isaiah Marshall, and you got a team of guys. All of them can throw the ball, but so far tonight the Lakers have kept it on the ground, and why not? It's working.
Yeah, nothing doing so far for Isaiah Marshall of Southfield in the air. And on the season, 2,000 plus yards passing and 21 touchdowns. So he loves to throw the ball. He's very good at it. This secondary, credit to West Bloomfield. They are shutting guys down, particularly Tashi Braceville. Great pressure being put on the wide receiver for Southfield A T. That three-star wide receiver got offers from Cincinnati, Kansas, Minnesota, Purdue, Western Michigan, among others. And Deontay Pippin and company in particular really shutting him down and not giving him those opportunities, even with as good of balls as are being thrown to him by his quarterback.
Our good friends at Valley Sports who've been helping us out so well tonight. We thank them, featuring Amir Herring, and why not, Tyler?
Kickoff now for the Lakers, going to go towards Southfield A&T. Booming kick and land about the 10-yard line and be recovered by Southfield. They take it to the 15. Down about the 20 to the 30-yard line is Juwan Jarrett. That is where Southfield A&T will start this drive.
Great tackle by Jameer Benjamin on the special teams effort. And that was an unusual short kick, and great job by Benjamin. That could have been trouble for the Lakers special teams. Southfield getting pretty good field position here. Amir Herring going to the University of Michigan, 6'4", 308 pounds, and, just an amazing talent on the Lakers.
Yeah, so much great talent going to Ann Arbor from West Bloomfield. Certainly you think about guys like Donovan Edwards having a huge impact on that offense in Ann Arbor. Going to be a big factor tomorrow as well for the Wolverines against Penn State. And Makari Page also at the safety position for the Wolverines, also making a big impact. As you see a Laker down on the field about the 20-yard line following that kickoff. Again, one of the cooler nights we've seen, probably the coldest night we've seen so far during this football season. Definitely having an effect, some stiffness being an issue for West Bloomfield, as you see on the ground.
Christian Hood, yep.
Gets off the field nicely, just a little bit of a stiffness issue, maybe some cramping for Christian Hood, and he'll come off the field comfortably, walking, a little bit of a limp, but it's one of those that most likely will be able to walk it off and talk it over with trainer Amy Frazier and get back in the football action very soon. So that's where Southfield A&T will start their next drive at their own 31-yard line. Isaiah Marshall back in at quarterback. He'll line up in the shotgun. One man in the backfield and twins to his left. Snap to Marshall is high. He's going to hand that ball off and immediately stuffed. Hands that off to Javen Jones, and coming off the tackle is Xavier Davis. Gets right back in to the backfield, breaks contain, and wraps up number 9.
Xavier Davis is 6'1", 245-pound defensive lineman who also has a great eye for defense and, just read that play perfectly, Tyler.
Look at the offensive line. You look at the defensive line for these two teams. Either side, you're going to have a guy named Xavier Davis, one of each for both these teams. And, funny enough, both wear the number 55.
How about that?
2nd and 12 for the Warriors now. Marshall in the shotgun, takes the snap, couple of steps of a drop, contains, broken again, now he's escaping, gets a good block, tons of space at the 30, to the 40-yard line to the 45, going to get out of bounds, forced out at the 48 by Samaj Morgan. Great escape from the elusive, speedy quarterback that is an excellent runner for Southfield.
I mean, they all but had him in the pocket. Look at this, just 1, 2, 3, 4 Lakers converging, can't quite get a grip on him, can't make the tackle. Goodbye, Isaiah Marshall with a big gainer. Knocked out by Samaj.
First down and 10 now for Isaiah Marshall on the season. 2,112 yards passing, 0 tonight for the quarterback, the junior, first recruited by Jim Harbaugh of the University of Michigan out of middle school. He'll line up in the shotgun at the Warriors' 49-yard line. 5:42 to go in the half, 14-point lead for the Lakers. Snapping a handoff, big run up the right side, past the 50 to the 40, down to about the 35-yard line, and first down run for Matthias Davis. Excellent for Southfield A&T, another first down. Field for a nice run. Good vision from the running back for Southfield A&T. 5.5 to play in the first half, 5:33 in fact. It'll be first down and 10 for Southfield A&T. Isaiah Marshall talking over the play in the huddle with his guys. They'll break the huddle and line it up now. Clock will start. 5:24 now to play in the half. Warriors down 14-0 to the L Boys. Marshall in the shotgun, twins to the left. Single man in the backfield is Davis. Snap and a handoff to Matthias Davis. Gets a couple of feet there. Really, and that's about it. Just stuffed by the Lakers. Xavier Davis again there. Montel Johnson there. Some support from Brandon Davis-Swain as well. Will set up 2nd and 11 for Southfield. Montel Johnson having a big impact at that linebacker position tonight, especially with the way that Southfield's running the ball. You think that the impact of the Kari Jackson absence tonight with that leg injury would be more of a factor, but these guys stepping up. Montel Johnson having a great season for the L Boys and continuing to have an impact tonight. And let's talk about those big guys up front. Xavier Davis stepping up these last few plays this series and shutting down these runs. 2nd down and 11 with 4:33 to play in the first half. Marshall will line up in the shotgun at the Lakers' 34-yard line for Southfield A T. Trips to the left for Marshall. Going to take the snap. Gets some time. Going to look down the field again. The Braceful. Finally complete and then knocked out by Deontay Pippin. This guy is on fire. You can't get anything past 7 if you're Southfield A T tonight, and you shut down Tashi Braceful. That wide receiver game for Southfield A T, that's a lot less fruitful for Isaiah Marshall, the quarterback.
Well, Pippin doing a great job. I don't know what to say other than extraordinary defense tonight by the Lakers. Able to avoid pass interference penalties and been able to be right there. And his speed is such a great weapon, Tyler. He's been right on the receivers like glue all night long.
Yeah, Coach Dickerson, the defensive backs coach, speaking very highly of him. He's come into that role after an injury earlier on this season, brought him up the depth chart and playing great football. 3rd and 11 now for the Warriors after the incomplete pass. Snap to Marshall, quick pass across the field, incomplete. Looked like it may have been deflected, and it'll be 4th down and long for Southfield A&T now.
Yeah, good job of the Lakers defensive line to get their hands up and knock that ball down right at the line of scrimmage.
They're in West Bloomfield territory, not all too far, but far enough that on this 4th down, Coach Aaron Marshall in the 2nd season, gonna go for it. 4:12 to play in the first half. Lakers 14, Southfield A&T 0. Isaiah Marshall getting the call from the sideline. Gonna relay that to his guys as they go for it here on 4th down and 11, down 14. They will get the ball to start the second half. So this is a big drive for Southfield. At the Laker 34, Marshall in the shotgun, 1 man in the backfield. Snap to Marshall, takes about a 4-step drop, gonna look to his left. Throws the ball, finally a completion up the field about the 20-yard line. Sustains it, can't get taken down quite yet by West Bloomfield, and a great 1st down catch for Xavi Bowman, getting his first target tonight.
Well, just a great job at a key play for Southfield to keep this drive alive. And what a great solo effort there by the receiver, Tyler.
Yeah, finally breaking the seal, too, for the quarterback. A bunch of throws so far, none of them complete. Most of them, if not all of them, targeted. That Tashi Bracewell finally throws that ball out to Xavi Bowman, who's having a nice season as well for the Warriors. He gets the 1st down. Now they're marching. They're far down in West Bloomfield territory, about the 20-yard line, where it'll be 1st and 10 with a little bit under 4 minutes to play in the half. Marshall in the shotgun, takes the snap, gonna look for a quick throw, gonna get it outside, and it's caught by Juwan Jarrett. Quick shifty move and forced out of bounds by Jameer Benjamin. It's gonna be a gain of 9 on 1st down.
A good job by Jameer Benjamin there to keep that from turning into a touchdown. He was right there in the secondary, able to make the stop.
3:40 to go in the first half, 3:41. 2nd down and 1 for Southfield A&T. They're marching, they're getting their passing game now involved, and you've seen the last couple of plays, quick throws for Isaiah Marshall, not giving these defensive backs time to adjust and get out in front of these wide receivers.
See if he'll throw it over to Pippin's side of the field. I bet not.
Twins right for Southfield. Snap and a whistle. That'll stop the play. Penalty on flag on the field. They're indicating that is a penalty on West Bloomfield. Coach Grice not looking happy there, as Southfield A&T already in great territory there, marching up on the end zone for West Bloomfield. and trying to get this game a little bit closer with a little bit of time left in the half, and then, of course, getting the football in the second half after they deferred when winning the coin toss before the game tonight. 14-0 lead. West Bloomfield over Southfield A T so far. There was a flag on the play. Lakers talking things over near the sideline. Kari Jackson even coming out there on his crutches, talking it over with his guys on defense, telling them what he's seeing from the sideline. They're talking that over. See linebackers coach Justin Ivy's there. Kason Dickerson, defensive backs coach, talking with Jameer Benjamin, talking with Bryce Rowe, speaking with Deontay Pippin, talking about that initial jump. You see him kind of showing them what move they should be making off the jump, off that snap, to prevent those quick passes that have really been kind of hampering them the last few plays here, allowing Isaiah Marshall and company to move up the field incrementally and get now in the red zone for the first time tonight.
Don't you like what the coaching staff is doing? Taking advantage of these longer timeouts tonight, Tyler, with TV here to take every second, every opportunity to coach the players. And there's no better time if you can squeeze it in to coach during the game right while things are happening in front of your players.
Yeah, so far tonight, that secondary, hey, look, they've been having a great game. Only really these last couple plays, as you see Kason Dickerson on the far right of your screen talking things over with Jameer Benjamin, the junior cornerback for West Bloomfield. Really just these last couple plays, those quick snap, no drop, immediate throws, those designed plays. Very effective with a great quarterback behind center for Southfield A T. And Kason Dickerson coaches all throughout the year, coaches 7-on-7, coaches, of course, 11-on-11 during the high school season. And there's a reason he calls West Bloomfield DBU. Always a teaching moment for these young guys in the secondary.
You wonder if Southfield at halftime is going to, think about whether they want to continue to throw the direction of Deontay Pippin Jr. He's been lights out tonight.
And look, you want to get that ball targeted at Tashi Bracewell. Great wide receiver for Southfield A&T, a three-star guy, ranked 62nd as a wide receiver in the class of 2024, overall number 13 in the state in the class of 2024 by 24/7 Sports. You want to get him the football, but you got other guys out there. Juwan Jarrett's been having a great season, even having a great game tonight, too, for Southfield A&T, and we saw earlier on, a couple plays ago, a great reception for Zavi Bowman, so look for them to get
Valley Sports tonight for the video.
So here we go, 3 minutes, 36 seconds to play in the first half, 14-0 West Bloomfield. At the 12-yard line, 2nd and 2 for Southfield A&T. In motion is Juwan Jarrett, snapping a handoff on a jet sweep, going to take it inside the 5, and bounces into the end zone. That is a touchdown for Southfield A&T on a great jet sweep. Juwan Jarrett takes it in for 6.
All right, in spite of all the discussion during that timeout, Southfield able to get around the corner. Lakers not able to protect the edge there, and a really nice run for Jarrett. Southfield finally gets on the board, 14-6.
Narrowing this lead that West Bloomfield had. See, Jarrett just gets a great amount of space, uses the speed to his advantage to escape the Laker D-line and get into the end zone. First score tonight for Southfield A&T. Looking for the PAT, and looks like no good. He missed it. May have been blocked or tipped by West Bloomfield, so that's where it'll stay. 14 points for the Lakers, 6 points for Southfield A&T. We'll take a break. You're watching and listening to Laker football.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on the MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch the MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV 89.3 and streaming on MyMyTV.com.
Welcome back. Laker football live from Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology. West Bloomfield still leading 14-6 after the Southfield touchdown. Kickoff to the Lakers. Bryce Rowe going to get the reception. Still on his feet. Passes to 50. Passes to 40. Green ahead. 6 points. Touchdown WB.
What a great job by Bryce Rowe. Look how happy he is. You don't get one of those big returns like that very often. And just a great job for the Laker. He's having a great night tonight, Tyler.
Yeah, making plays on the defensive side. A couple of great kickoff returns so far for Bryce. And he gets in the end zone now. And the answer is right back. That 1-2 punch. Southfield gets the gut punch with that touchdown after a sustained drive. And West Bloomfield comes right back. It takes that
and that's gotta have a big impact on Southfield. They finally get on the board. They get their 6 points and miss their extra point. Then the Lakers come right back and an amazing return. And as you continue to watch the Lakers special team, Tyler, wow, what are teams going to do? You can't kick to Samaj Morgan. Now Bryce Rowe emerges as another amazing return man. I mean, they are dangerous on special teams.
Nickname is Blaze, and he shows it there on the kick return. PAT ahead for Ryan Krauthammer. Trenton Allison will be the holder. Snap is good. The hold is good. Kick is up, and it is good. 21 points for West Bloomfield. 6 points for Southfield A T as they answer back real quick. And the Lakers now up 21-6 with just over 3 minutes to play in the first half.
All right, here's that return one more time. Go ahead, Tyler.
That gets a nice block there from Samaj Morgan. Then shifts around the field. And one more key block there was made by Caleb Caudle. And that gave Blaze Rowe all the space he needed.
Watch his first block right there. And then that other one by Samaj. You're right. That was great.
Yeah, Morgan, Caudle. There was one more we saw really quickly after he recovered that football. Then it's all speed and distance. You're not going to catch him. You see Devin Buskin trying to. And he's celebrating. That's his first TD of the year. And just a great play. Just shows off that speed. Great blocking. Uses what little space he had to maneuver himself into open field and bounce right back. That's the importance of special teams.
Across this entire team, there is a lot of speed in this team. You got Pippen. You got Rowe. You got Samaj. And you can keep going and going and going. Almost everyone in this team, even the big guys, feature a lot of speed. And, that makes a difference.
7 kick returns you see for Bryce Rowe over the season. 220 yards total, averaging 31.4 yards per return. And for the first time, gets in the end zone. Now it's Southfield's turn to try to bounce back. Down 21-6 after the Yellow Boys touchdown on that kick return. Krauthammer will kick it off from the left hash on the 40-yard line. Kicks down is going to be recovered by Southfield A&T at their 5. It's Juwan Jarrett. Past the 10 to the 15 to the 20. And he's going to be taken down shortly after the 20-yard line by the kicker, Ryan Krauthammer, putting his pads into it.
When the kicker gets you, you know it's a good return, right, Tyler? If you're able to penetrate that far. But there is a flag in the play. And we've not seen Krauthammer come up with a big tackle like that. That was nice.
Yeah, getting involved, making a play, making a stop. It's going to be a hold, it looks like. Take a look. Could be a face mask, actually. Didn't see the referee grab his arm. That is what it's going to be. It's going to be a face mask. Going to get called on West Bloomfield.
I think they're calling this on the return team, Tyler. Very unusual call.
Yeah, actually it is. It is. They pointed. It's a face mask on Southfield A&T. That's going to set them back. A offensive face mask. Not very often you see that called.
Well, sometimes when you're getting the stiff arm out, that
just
can
get a
happen.
Little bit, get on the helmet, grab onto the face mask a little bit, and you naturally want to grip onto what you're holding on to there, what you're making contact with. So that's going to set Southfield A&T back. A nice little return there, gets to about the 20-yard line, breaks even at least. You at least want to do that on those kick returns. That penalty going to set the Warriors back into their territory where they very familiarly have started deep back before tonight and not had a whole lot of success. First down and 10, 3 minutes to play. They'll start at their own 10-yard line. Marshall in the shotgun, takes the snap, going to look to throw the ball at the sideline. Pass is incomplete again, intended for Tashi Braceville, and another big stop for Deontay Pippin.
That's a fourth or fifth great play he has had all night long. And again, I continue to wonder, do they want to throw the ball in his direction?
I mean, he's getting good throws, Marshall is. Putting him between the numbers, putting him right in that Warriors label on the Southfield jersey. And Braceville's making the catch, but it's a catchable ball at the very least. And Deontay Pippin just keeping close, keeping that pressure, knocking those balls loose. Second down and 10 now for Southfield. 3:03 to go in the half. Isaiah Marshall in the shotgun, one man in the backfield, twins to the left. Down 21-6. Snap to Marshall. Quick handoff to Jarrett. Going to get around a good block there in the backfield. Past the 20-yard line, down the 25, almost the 30, and tackled out of bounds. They want a horse collar on that tackle by Rob Harris.
He definitely had some shirt.
Yeah.
But did he have the horse collar?
Well,
I don't think so.
Did he have the back of the pads?
Yeah, we'll
definitely
wait.
have the shirt. Doesn't look like they're going to call it.
We'll see. No
It's
call
a first
at all.
down. Definitely a first down. No call there on the penalty, but Juwan Jarrett gets a great block from Donovan Anderson. Gets outside the tackles. Yeah, that's all Jersey.
Just Jersey.
That's all Jersey. I really, initially, I saw the end of it, saw the high hand on that jersey and thought maybe it's close. Sideline wanted it, but of course the sideline wanted it. Nonetheless, first down now for the Warriors with 2:51 to play in the first half, down 21-6 to the West Bloomfield Lakers visiting tonight. In this OAA crossover game, you see Richard Popp, the offensive coordinator for Southfield A&T, on the sideline there on your screen. CivicCenterTV.com/LakersSports. Giving directions to its gunslinger, Isaiah Marshall. One man in the backfield is Javen Jones. Man in motion is Anderson. Snap, and it's going to be a quarterback draw. Marshall got tons of space at the 40, at the 30. It's over. Going to get in the end zone. Touchdown, Southfield A&T. Isaiah Marshall gets into the end zone. That, his third rushing touchdown on the season, puts Southfield A&T back on the board.
Now Southfield fans loving it, as you can see on TV. Tyler, there was no secondary left. The Lakers had a package in place defensively. They were expecting the run, but they were not expecting that big hole. And there was no one back to provide any help. He broke right through the line of scrimmage, quarterback Marshall, and there was no safety help there at all.
Mirror images on the score, 21 points for West Bloomfield, 12 points now for Southfield A&T. It looks like Isaiah Marshall's going to stay on the field. They're going to try to even this out after the botched PAT on their first score. May have been blocked by West Bloomfield. Not the greatest snap. Try to even this out a little bit, make it 21-14 with a little bit under 3 minutes to go in the half. And, of course, Southfield A&T looking to make a stop as they get the ball in the second half. Snap to Marshall. Looks to the end zone. Going to take and run it himself. Got some competition. Will he get there? Going to go for the corner. Going to dive. Going to get it. 2-point conversion is good. And that'll get Southfield back even after their two scores. 21 points for West Bloomfield and 14 now for the right side of the defensive line, his strong side. Key block there on Stephen Fountain. Goes around left instead. Got tons of space. Nobody there. You're not going to take him down when you got Green in front of him like that. Really nice. Threads the needle in the C gap on the weak side there, left side. He just gets to the sideline. Textbook run there for the quarterback, getting out in space. And then wanted to throw that ball, lost it, saw he had some space, and then it's just one-on-one. Jimmy's and Joe's at that point. It's him versus Jameer Benjamin. He's got the space, takes the corner, and gets in. A savvy play after a slight breakdown there in the backfield for Isaiah Marshall on that 2-point conversion.
So thank you for joining us tonight here in Southfield. Tyler, I'm looking at my watch. I can't remember when we have not been to halftime by 9:15. Late start, big injury break here tonight, and it's going to be a late evening in Southfield. And it's really cooled off quite a bit tonight, but a beautiful night for football. Rain is coming. Hopefully we'll get this game done before 2 a.m.
We've seen the last few weeks with the scores being quite lopsided in favor of West Bloomfield. That these games have been done about this time, like 9:30. Whole different ball game tonight. All the eyes on the field here at Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology. Southfield will kick it off. Line drive kick down to about the 10-yard line. Going to be recovered by Samaj Morgan.
Watch out.
That's not Morgan. In fact, it is Marquise Morris. He'll get out to about the 28-yard line. And it'll be first down for West Bloomfield. 2:33 to go in the first half. As you see on your screen, the quarterback, Rick Nance, been out since that game against Rochester Adams. Broken pinky finger on his left side, on his left hand. So far in the season, great play for him as well. 12 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Throwing for about 60% in his 5 games. And he's back in pads the first time tonight. We've seen him in a few weeks back in pads, but more than likely not going to play. They're going to save him for playoff time, get him some action. But still, vocal leader on the sideline, having a big impact on the L Boys offensively.
Yeah, and look at that. When you look at the way his arm and his pinky is bandaged, you think it could be even a while longer.
Morgan in shotgun takes the snap, going to throw it out in the direction of DeAndre Pippin. Overthrown in the ground, incomplete on first down. It'll be 2nd and 10 with 2:31 to play in the half. Just a quick throw, it looked like, for Samaj Morgan. That route not entirely progressing where it needed to be before that throw came out, and incomplete pass into the dirt on first down. That'll set up 2nd down for West Bloomfield, 10 yards. 2:31 to play in the first half. Your Lakers 21. The home team, Southfield A T Warriors 14. Morgan in the shotgun at the Laker 30. Trips to the left for West Bloomfield. 1 man in the backfield, 1 man to the left. Snap to Morgan, going to hand that ball off. Nope, he's going to pull it himself. Takes it to the left side, spins out, going to get taken down in the backfield. Great recovery by that Southfield defense. And it's going to be a loss for West Bloomfield on 2nd down. Here comes 3rd.
Samaj Morgan is not real happy with the blocking he's getting, but let's take a look at what Southfield is doing to limit his ability to get yardage tonight. They're putting 2-3 guys on him every time, and he has not been able to break free with a big run package tonight.
Timeout call by Southfield A&T, a key 3rd down now. 3rd and long for West Bloomfield after the timeout with 2:18 to play in the half. And Southfield got some time on the clock, a couple of timeouts left. They got the ball in the second half too, so they're able to stop West Bloomfield here, and presumably on 4th down, depending on how this 3rd down goes. All of a sudden, you're in the spot where you can really take Uncle Mo into halftime and have a great chance to even this game out at 21.
Take Uncle Mo into halftime.
Yeah.
I had an Uncle Mo.
Wow. Southfield trying to here.
I did. So, yeah, this is a big play. Even with the Laker special team and the great job they've been doing kicking the ball tonight, it's still a big play. Lakers would love to get a first down here.
3rd and 11 for the L Boys. Samaj Morgan remains in at quarterback. 2 men in the backfield for the Lakers. Twins to the right. Snap to Morgan. Gonna take a throw. Looks for Pippin. Gets him at the 45. Gets down about the 49-yard line. Makes the key play. Poised in the pocket. Makes that throw. Gets it right in the spot for Deontay Pippin. First down, L Boys.
Great job by the offensive coordinator. If you're going to key on Samaj Morgan and not let him run the ball, then why not put it up? Pippin has got the speed. He's been playing great on defense all night long.
1st and 10 for the Lakers. Snapping a pass out to Kenneth Jones the 3rd.
Yeah.
That'll be about the 45. He'll get to about the 43-yard line. Lakers hurrying it up a little bit. Morgan getting directions from the sideline. Gain of 9 on first down for the L Boys. $1.50 to play in the half.
If you've not been with us all season long, Samaj Morgan is a great quarterback. He played quarterback when he was younger. He can throw the ball effectively.
2nd and 1 for the Lakers. Snap to Morgan. Hands off the jaw. It's going to take it up the gut. Gets past the 40 to about the 39. First down for West Bloomfield with $1.50 to play in the half.
Tyler, I'm not picking at all on Rick Nance, but the Lakers haven't lost all that much by not. They want him back. They do want him back, but they've been able to cover his position very well.
That handoff to Joshua Tate, in fact, for West Bloomfield in the 32. The sophomore having a big impact in the backfield as well. First down and 10, minute 15 to play in the half. Morgan in the shotgun at the Warriors 39. Snap to Morgan, gonna look out the pass. intended for Trenton Allison, just a little bit outside and overthrown, incomplete. 2nd down and 10 for West Bloomfield now.
Well, the thing that is going to happen when you have your wide receiver playing quarterback, timing's going to be not the same as it is when you've got your key quarterback who's gotten all those reps. Samaj just has not had the number of reps that Rick Nance has. And that wasn't a perfect pass. Let's be honest.
Yeah, Trenton Allison quick to go up to his quarterback, give him a pat on the back, say, hey, we'll get it next time. Let's keep going. 2nd down, got some time. 1 timeout left. In fact, for West Bloomfield, with 1:07 to play in the half. That's why they're throwing toward that sideline, inch up the field a little bit, try to reduce the amount of time and take off the clock. Brody Pecor now in at quarterback in the shotgun for the Lakers. Snap to Pecor, going to throw it out to Morgan. They're going to throw it again, up the field, and caught by DeAndre Hill at the 20-yard line. As West Bloomfield makes a big play up the field. That ball caught in bounds. Time will stop as they move the chains. Under 1 minute to play for the Lakers. 58.9 seconds left. That pass out to Morgan in the flat. Then up the field on a post route outside for DeAndre Hill. Gets that 1st down. Morgan now in the shotgun for West Bloomfield. Jaws to his left. Snap to Morgan. Going to run it outside. Looks for the sideline. Going to get hit. Now force him to stay in bounds. That hit being made by Matthias Davis before the tackle by Nigel Dundon. Timeout called, it looks like. It'll be the final timeout for the West Bloomfield Lakers with 39 seconds to play in the half.
So you're the coach. You're Coach Grice here now. Not only do you have to put in the right play, you have to have a conversation with your team and remind them what you need to do to stop the clock. I hate to look back to last year, but we've had some problems with this team occasionally, knowing how to clock the ball, right? Remember that terrible situation with Rick Nance?
Yeah.
You do.
Oh, yeah.
Tyler doesn't even want to talk about it. We probably don't have time to. Well, we got a little bit of a timeout. I mean, we went to clock the ball and we made a mistake and he took a knee. And these things, you don't do it very often. You don't run a 2-minute drill, and you're not really running a 2-minute drill in practice with the 3 quarterbacks that are in the game right now. So they have some time, good timeout to have a little time for some conversation.
37.2 seconds. The clock adjusted on 2nd and 8 for West Bloomfield. Kenneth Jones the third in at running back. Morgan the quarterback on 2nd down. Takes the snap. Gets a great pocket. Looking into the end zone. Going to throw the ball out there. And in no man's land as it's thrown away. Intended for DeAndre Hill. Just couldn't quite get out past the secondary and into that space.
Samaj looks like he wanted something a little bit different from his receiver there. But again, that's just one of the things that's difficult to have happen when you got a backup quarterback in the game.
9 for 18, 50% completion rate for Morgan on the season as a quarterback for West Bloomfield. 3rd down and 10, 31.4 to play in the half. West Bloomfield at the Warriors' 23-yard line. Morgan in the shotgun, twins to the right. It's Tate and DeAndre Hill. Snap to Morgan, looking to his right, gonna throw the ball to DeAndre Hill, up and just over his head. Incomplete, 4th down with 26 seconds to play in the first half, and DeMario Quarles, great coverage on DeAndre Hill. Got that ball up, Hill goes for it, he's got that leaping ability, and Quarles stays right with him. And just a little bit of contact.
Well, you got to give Samaj Morgan some credit. He threw that ball where only his receiver could get it. Either it's going to go through his hands or it's going to go incomplete. And did you see the big grab on the shirt there by the defender?
He made a football move, though. Still a catchable ball. That ball went literally, you saw in that previous shot, just right through DeAndre Hill's hands.
All right.
So 4th down and 10 for the Lakers. Morgan going to line up in the shotgun. Lakers deep in the territory of Southfield at their 19-yard line. Empty backfield for Samaj. Joshua Tate and DeAndre Hill to his right, Trenton Allison to his left. Snap to Morgan, gonna look to the end zone. Rolls outside the pocket, doesn't get an open receiver. Now he sees one, throws it in the end zone. Intended for DeAndre Hill, and it is caught. Touchdown, WB.
And this is where Samaj Morgan doesn't look like a backup quarterback. He sits in the pocket. He doesn't worry. He buys himself a little time. He scrambles. But while he's scrambling, Tyler, he's still looking downfield. His receivers are doing everything they need to do to get open. And boom, that play works. Samaj Morgan with a very respectable arm for a receiver makes a great play.
4th down and 10. You call your playmaker to make a play, and he makes a play. Gets that ball in the perfect spot for DeAndre Hill. Uses his size and leaping ability to his advantage, and puts the Lakers back on the board. Krauthammer in for the PAT. 27-14 Lakers. Snap is good. The hold is good. The kick is good. And the L Boys back with a 2-touchdown lead. Lakers 28. Southfield A T 14. We'll keep it here. Crunch time in the first half. Under 20 seconds to play. Look at this play again. Morgan rolls outside the pocket. Finally, he just sees it. Just a little bit. One-on-one. Size advantage. DeAndre Hill. So athletic. Got the body of a tight end. The leaping ability of a receiver.
Samaj wasn't happy at all, was he? No.
I'm just a little excited. 4th and 10. Touchdown with seconds to play in the half. Up 1 touchdown. Southfield going to get the ball in the second half. I'm number 2 in the state D zone. No, I'm number 1. I'm outdoing that quarterback.
We hope you're enjoying our broadcast tonight across all of our outlets. Civic Center TV. On the radio, 89.3 Lakes FM. We're on YouTube, of course. We are also on the Facebook channel of the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook page, and then statewide on my TV, My Michigan TV. Thank you so much for being a part of tonight's broadcast, as you have all season long. Very crowded in the small press box here in Southfield. So a huge nod and thanks to Bally Sports. They didn't have to do this, Tyler. They didn't have to do this. And not only are they letting us use their video, they got a huge crew here. And every time, I needed a screwdriver or, a pair of pliers, I didn't need one, but whatever we needed, they were right there to give us a helping hand. A huge thank you to Bally Sports. We hope you are enjoying their pictures, our pictures, Tyler's amazing commentary, and a great game with the Lakers leading right now.
Yeah, big thank you to their executive producer, Jeff Bile, and their crew, their entire team, both at the Zenith Prep Kickoff Classic and tonight at Southfield A&T. Short kickoff for Krauthammer, going to be recovered by Southfield A&T about the 20-yard line. I'll take it up to about the 35-yard line. Jaden Bush, the receiver there. Now 7.6 seconds to play in the first half. Southfield A&T down 14 points. 28-14 is the score. They will get the ball to start the second half after that clutch touchdown by Samaj Morgan, passing the ball to DeAndre Hill.
Your Southfield, though, you're the coaching staff. You're on the sideline every time something goes well for you. The Lakers respond and put points on the board. It's got to be a little demoralizing.
You just got to stick with it. Play your game. You got an entire 24 minutes of football plus another 8.5 seconds or so left in this ball game. And West Bloomfield may have a little bit of momentum now after taking that lead back to 14 points, but get the ball to start the second half and inch your way back. You're still very much in this football game here in Southfield.
And you do want to get yourself in good shape here. There is some rain coming, Tyler.
Marshall takes the snap. He'll knee the football. They'll run the clock out. It'll be halftime here in Southfield. Your Lakers 28, Southfield A&T 14.
All right, we're going to take a break with halftime. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much for listening and tuning into Laker football.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to MichiganWeek.org for details. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, with hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on the MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch the MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV 89.3 and streaming on MyMyTV.com.
Welcome back to the Laker football halftime show live from Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology. You see the Warriors marching band on the field at the 50-yard line. Great performance earlier on in the night with the Star Spangled Banner before we kicked off. And played 24 minutes of football in what's been almost 2 hours here. Some injury delays for both teams. Certainly our thoughts with Southfield A T and Royce Liggins, who went down early in the first quarter with an injury to his leg. They were about a half-hour break as they tended to that injury and finally were able to safely remove him from the field and get him some medical attention. Of course, we are wishing Royce a speedy and safe recovery, and hopefully he'll be able to continue doing what he loves, playing the game of football very soon. For West Bloomfield, great first half, 28 points for the Boys, 14 points for the Southfield A T Warriors. And what's really been a great defensive matchup so far for both of these teams. Some early woes on the offensive side for both of these squads, particularly for Southfield A T and Isaiah Marshall, who for most of the first half, really until late in the second quarter, could not complete a pass because of the great play of the West Bloomfield Lakers secondary. So far, I gotta say, that defensive player of the game's gotta be Deontay Pippin Jr. for West Bloomfield, who has been shutting down Tashi Braceful. Just really one reception for Tashi all night long has been really receivable, and even then knocked out of his hands by Deontay Pippin Jr. Been shutting guys down, but still a really nice offensive game so far for Isaiah Marshall and company. On the ground in particular, getting a lot of their guys involved. Marshall, of course, with a rushing touchdown. Javen Jones been playing nicely as well, and we saw a big running play also from Matthias Davis late in the first half. Southfield got back in this game. They had some action, were able to get a little bit ahead on the Lakers, and then, as Dave said before the halftime break there, it's really been every time Southfield's got a little bit of momentum, been able to make a key play and chip away at this Lakers lead. The Lakers have come right back with their own clutch play of their own and been able to shut down whatever momentum may be there for the Warriors and take control of this football game. That's where it stands. 28 points for West Bloomfield and 14 for Southfield A T at the halftime break. We'll go through the Lakers scoring update here throughout the first quarter. Early on, about midway through the first quarter, 6:14 left in the first. It was a touchdown run for Kenneth Jones III inside the Southfield A T red zone. That put the Lakers up 6-0. Plus the PAT from Ryan Krauthammer. 7-0 lead to start off for the Boys. Then, a little bit into the second quarter, another run on the ground for West Bloomfield. Ralph Rogers that time takes it in for the Boys for 6 again. A PAT from Krauthammer gave the Lakers a 14-0 lead over Southfield A T. few minutes later, another touchdown rush for Southfield, this time for Southfield A T. They get on the board. Juwan Jarrett, the transfer in from River Rouge, gives the Southfield A T Warriors their first 6 points of the night. A little bit of an issue on the PAT, no good, and it remained at that point 14-6. Then, right after that, kickoff to Bryce Rowe. It is returned and it is taken to the house for 6 points, answering right back, putting the Lakers back up in a 2-score lead, 20-6. PAT again good for Ryan Krauthammer. Gave the Lakers a 21-6 lead over Southfield A&T. Then you go on a few minutes later in the second quarter with 2:41 to play in the half. Isaiah Marshall makes a big run for Southfield A&T, gets some space on the sideline on the left side of the field, and takes it to the house for a long touchdown run to put this lead at 21-12. Two-point conversion was good on the run by Isaiah Marshall as well. It evaded a tackler in the backfield. Pump faked, ran to the sideline, was being chased by Jameer Benjamin of the Lakers, and finally took that corner, got in on the close pylon, and made this a 21-14 game. And at that point, you're looking at a few minutes left in the half, 2:40 or so left in the half. One-score game. Southfield's going to get the ball to start the second half. And that's where the Lakers again, the momentum comes into play for Southfield, and the Lakers punch right back at near the end of the half, too. They march up the field. They have a little bit of issues. Come up on 4th down and 11, and Samaj Morgan makes a great pass after a little bit of a breakdown in the pocket and gets that ball to DeAndre Hill in the air. One-on-one, size advantage, space advantage, and a touchdown for the Owlboys, which put them up where it stands right now, 28-14, after Southfield got the ball back with about 7 seconds left in the half and was content to take that one into the locker room. So for both these teams, effective execution in all three phases so far in the first half. Very much a defensive game, despite the score being what it is, 28-14 here at Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology. That score not reflecting just how defensive this ball game has been. Really nice performance for Deontay Pippen on the defensive side of the ball. Also Xavier Davis for West Bloomfield in the green and white 55 tonight, having a great game. Montel Johnson stepping up too, as there's been some injuries for West Bloomfield coming into tonight's game. Most notably their quarterback Rick Nance not in the ball game, but also Corey Jackson in crutches tonight and with a boot on his left leg. Certainly would be a factor to think for the West Bloomfield Lakers in that linebacking core. Not the case, however, as Corey Jackson, his impact certainly felt with him not being on the field, but guys stepping up. Montel Johnson in particular having a great game. Rob Harris making a couple of key tackles at the sideline. You're seeing other linebackers also come up and play ball tonight for the West Bloomfield Lakers, and that defensive line stepping up too. Brendan Davis-Swain, Jonathan Gabriel also having a big game tonight. A couple of really critical tackles you thought about earlier on. That big first down run for Southfield A&T. Unfortunate injury that occurred on an awkward landing, but other than that, a really nice play to catch up to the runner and take him down for Jonathan Gabriel. Also has been putting pressure on the quarterback from the edge as well, and that is huge for West Bloomfield, getting in the backfield and forcing Isaiah Marshall's plays to break down, as he is one of the best quarterbacks in the state of Michigan, arguably the best quarterback in the state of Michigan at this time, and having an amazing season for Southfield A&T. A 3-star quarterback at this time, the junior, but very soon could pick up that 4th star, highly coveted recruit here out of Southfield. So that's where we stand. Lakers in the lead right now, 28 points for the Owlboys, 14 points for the home team, Southfield A&T Warriors. About 5 or so minutes left in the half. We'll take a break here on the Lakers Sports Network and come back, talk about more and see what needs to happen for these Owlboys to maintain this lead going into the second half, and what Southfield A&T needs to do to get back into this ball game. Lakers 28, the Southfield A&T Warriors 14. You're watching and listening to the Laker Football Network.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Kego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or Michigan TV.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on The MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch The MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV 89.3 and streaming on mymytv.com.
Welcome back, Laker Football Live on our Civic Center TV and all across the area. CivicCenterTV.com/Lakers Sports is where you'll find all the information you need on the West Bloomfield Lakers football team all throughout this season. Catch up during the week this week in Laker football, premiering Mondays with head coach Tyrese Grice and I as we talk over the previous week's game and preview the game ahead. A very important game tonight for West Bloomfield on the road. The game of the week here at Southfield A T, where the Lakers taking care of business late in the half. The playmakers stepping up and giving them a comfortable lead as the Warriors will begin the second half with the football.
All right, Tyler. Well, a great first half. I know you had a chance to recap that while I was away. But the Lakers getting everything they need tonight. And the thing that is really, from my perspective, working out great, is they are responding when they need to. They're not giving Southfield an inch. This is a team that looks like it's ready to take care of business. Other than a couple of penalties that they would like to give back, I think the Lakers are doing everything right tonight, and one of the things that's been just a big standout is the job Deonte Pippen is doing in the secondary. Absolutely lights out, shut down work from the corner position tonight.
Hey, I mean, you shut down Tashi Braceful a few times. You're having a good game as a cornerback. You shut down Tashi Braceful on every single target for the entire first half. That's that difference. That's the difference between Southfield being able to put up 35 points in a half, 40 points in a half. You know, keep toe-to-toe with your team and make this a 28-28 ball game. That's the big difference. You shut down one of their key targets. You're forcing them to win and lose this game on the ground. I mean, there's maybe been 3 completions in total for Isaiah Marshall. And, of course, those were key plays. They got him up the field, but this secondary is coming up big tonight for the L-Boys.
So the young people might not know the song Smooth Operator. You must know that song.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Samaj Morgan, I give him my Smooth Operator Award of the evening.
Of course.
You know, he's doing the things a quarterback should do. Lead, And, when things don't go well, he is, certainly vocal about it. He's a vocal guy, though.
Of course.
That's not just the way he acts in the field. He expresses himself. But certainly he's able to lead the team, make them believe. And when you're on the field with Samaj Morgan, you believe anything is possible, okay? You believe you got a guy who can scramble, who can break free, who can find a guy who's standing open at the very depths of the end zone and make a play with seconds left. You believe that the team can go down and run a 2-minute drill when your lead quarterback is on the sidelines and you maybe haven't practiced that 2-minute drill very often in practice with the guys that are on the field. So, he doesn't get tense back in the pocket. He's got pressure coming at him. He's able to find time and make it work. He's really got all the things. He's got all the things you'd want in a really great high school quarterback, and that's not his job. No. And he still does a really nice job. So a lot of great effort, and it's not just, the stars tonight, but a couple of people that, to me, really stood out. And then, of course, the Laker defense just doing a great job across the board tonight.
Yeah, shutting things down. Some big runs have broken out for Southfield A T. Certainly that touchdown run for Isaiah Marshall, the quarterback, in the second quarter, but other than a couple of big plays, this Laker team shutting down the run game, getting in the backfield, putting pressure on the quarterback and on the other ball carriers. And you're shutting down a huge element of this Warriors offense by what's been going on in the secondary. Huge credit, of course, to Deontay Pippen, to Jameer Benjamin, to Bryce Rowe, and others who have stepped up tonight and shut down one of the best quarterbacks in the state, who's many would argue is the best quarterback in the state, in Isaiah Marshall, who came into this game with 2,112 yards, passing 21 touchdowns in the air on the season, and a guy that a year ago put up over 2,200 yards, passing 28 touchdowns as well. It only took him really four weeks to get where he was at last season in the running game, and he's having an even better game in the air. And West Bloomfield not allowing that to happen tonight. We'll see what happens in the second half, what adjustments Southfield A&T may make in order to make that receiving game a little bit more fruitful and hopefully bring back that element of their offense in the second quarter. But West Bloomfield so far taking care of business, and the big thing is they're not letting those momentum shifts in favor of their opposing team get in the way of them continuing to be able to play their game, their style of play, and make big plays to answer back and hold on to that lead and hold on to that momentum ultimately in the long run. That's why they're up 28-14 this half. You have a fourth down like you had with Samaj Morgan. 4th down and 11, Samaj at the quarterback. Just missed a throw to DeAndre Hill right between his hands. Another one earlier on, a miscommunication that was in the dirt. You can take that and be like, I got to make this throw. Nobody's open. What am I to do? It's 4th down. I can't be making all the plays here. Sticks to it. Keeps his eyes down the field. Sees a little bit of an opening, and just with his great football IQ, makes a huge throw. And credit to DeAndre Hill for making an athletic play and pulling in 6.
Tyler, you got a lot of competition on the West Bloomfield School District Facebook page for other people putting up a lot of live video. That's good. That's good. We got our game in here tonight, which we're watching, but there's a lot of other things. They've been putting a lot of other content up there, so that's really good. But when you go to the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook page, you can always watch our games, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm watching while we're actually broadcasting. You might be able to almost hear it here a little bit in the background, but but that's one way to watch. You can watch on YouTube. Go to the Civic Center TV YouTube channel. A lot of people doing that tonight. If you feel you want to comment in one of the channels, we'll try to peruse in there and see what people are having to say. And, of course, CivicCenterTV.com. We invite you to head off to your favorite radio station. If you're going to go out and get a cheeseburger at halftime, make sure you keep the game on 89.3 FM. And then, of course, on TV, on AT&T and Comcast across West Bloomfield, Civic Center TV and WBTV with Laker football every Friday night. Lots of places to watch and lots of ways to do it, from My Michigan TV on an app on your phone to just about all the other channels we talked about. We hope you tune in for Laker football, not only tonight, but also next week. We'll be back home, hopefully with a win in our pocket, Tyler Kieft, back home next Friday night, 7 o'clock, as you Eisenhower. They call
Another big game tonight happening in the Metro Detroit area. It's Cass Tech against number 2 Detroit King. Final score there, it looks like about the final score with a minute left in the game. 28 points for Cass Tech, number 2 team in the state. Detroit King losing tonight in Detroit. Still lots of action left here in Southfield tonight. The Lakers up 28-14 against the Warriors going into the second half. Warriors won the coin toss to begin the game and deferred, so they'll start the second half with the football tonight. Kickoff to Southfield. It's recovered about the 18-yard line, taken down to about the 35. A nice kickoff return for Javen Jones to start off the second half, and Southfield will have a first down deep in their own territory. Look at the first half. Touchdown scores for the Lakers. Kenneth Jones the third. A nice run there early in the first to put the Lakers up 7. Another run later on in that time in the second quarter for Ralph Rogers. Another touchdown on the ground for the Lakers. That touchdown first initially for Southfield got on the board was Jawan Jarrett. Bryce Rowe had that big kickoff return for a touchdown for West Bloomfield. And then for Southfield A T, they answered back just shortly after that big return with a touchdown run for the gunslinger, Isaiah Marshall, and a 2-point conversion. And of course that big play on 4th down and 11 for West Bloomfield from Samaj Morgan to DeAndre Hill. First down for Southfield, snapping a handoff to Juwan Jarrett. Gets outside the tackles about the 35, down to the 40, about the 43-yard line. Nice gainer on first down there for South.
The edge there and forcing the runner for Southfield back into a swarm of Laker defenders.
Second down and 4 with 11.5 to play in the third. West Bloomfield 28, Southfield A&T 14. The Warriors take this one from their 42-yard line, 43-yard line. Marshall in the shotgun, trips to the right. Snap to Marshall. Fakes the handoff, going to throw the ball, deflected, and then incomplete. That ball intended for Zavi Bowman.
Well, and you can see how happy Bryce Rowe is when he gets up off the ground there. Jumping up, hey, I made a nice stop in the backfield.
A slight deflection from Jonathan Gabriel, and a big stop for Bryce Rowe there in the secondary. Shuts that play down. Third down and 4 now for the Warriors at their 43. Down 14 against this Lakers team, trying to inch back into this game. It's been very close all throughout the ball game so far. 11-12 to play in the third. Marshall in the shotgun. In the backfield with him is Matthias Davis. Trips to the right, single man to the left. Snap to Marshall, going to take it himself up the middle. Going to get some big gains, 50, 45 to 40. Into Laker territory, down to 30. Finally taken down at the 28-yard line. Another huge run for Isaiah Marshall, and now he's on the ground. Another injury. It looked like maybe a hand may have gotten into his helmet there. Maybe a little bit of a poke in the eye situation. After that really nice run. Has a pinch up the middle, takes it out to the left side, gets past the 40, breaks a tackle from Jameer Benjamin, finally taken down. Yeah, it did kind of look like as he was wrapped up.
Well, you know what they say, contact. Tyler, that run was no poke in the eye.
Oh, at that time it was.
It was. It was a poke in the eye. Certainly unintentional, I'm sure, and I'm glad he got right back up, popped up off the turf, and is doing okay.
Marshall will go to the sideline, maybe just for a couple of plays, get checked out by the Southfield training staff. First down and 10, despite that for the Warriors now. In Laker territory, that ball going to be placed at the 28-yard line of the L-Boys with 10.5 and some change to play in the third. 28-14 Lakers. So now, lined up at quarterback is going to be Zavi Bowman, the wide receiver. Snap to Bowman, going to take it outside the right, being chased by Brandon Davis. Swain gets punished at the 29, no gain. Notre Dame commit, Brandon Davis, Swain on the tackle. The wide receiver playing quarterback, works out pretty well for West Bloomfield. Not going to work out there on first down for the Warriors. 10 minutes and change to play in the third quarter. Lakers 28, Southfield A&T, the home team, 14 points. Did you see Isaiah Marshall coming back on the field, one play off, get checked out, get that vision back to full strength, and come back out in the middle of a, so far, nice series to start off the second half for Southfield A&T. So Marshall will be in the shotgun. In the backfield with him is Javen Jones, split out to the left. Three wide receivers, including Zavi Bowman. And been taken down at the 7-yard line. A huge play made by Isaiah Marshall getting that ball to Jarrett, and then yards after the catch. And Marshall still having some issues there.
Well, you know, those yak stats. Coaches love yak, yards after catch, as he said. And the receiver does a great job, breaks a tackle, turns, spins, almost gets a touchdown. And that was all Jarrett's effort to be able to break out of the grips of the Laker defender.
Yeah, Darian Hicks right there for the Lakers to take down the wide receiver, and just a nice shifty move, jukes out of that. It's now 1st and goal in the red zone. Inside the 10 at the 9-yard line for Southfield A T, down 28-14. Snap to Marshall in the shotgun. He's going to take it up the middle, but no, he's not. Going to get stopped in the backfield. Jonathan Gabriel again, stepping up, making plays on the opposite edge. You saw a couple plays ago, Brandon Davis-Swain made a huge tackle off of one edge, and this time it's Jonathan Gabriel.
You know, when you have a really good group of defensive ends, it causes so much problem for an offense. They get in there, they rush, they blitz, and they break up running plays like that by penetrating into the backfield, and that's what Gabriel has been doing all night long.
2nd and goal for the Warriors, down 28-14, 8.5 to play in the third. Isaiah Marshall in the shotgun, going to take the snap, looking into the end zone. Contain is broken, going to throw it to the right side and deflected again, intended for Juwan Jarrett, and that is deflected by Deontay Pippen.
You know, but good job there by Isaiah Marshall. He was down. He was down, and he decided, rather than to go down, he decided to cut back across the grain. Now, we know a quarterback who gets himself in trouble when he does that, right, Tyler? Yeah. But he was able to dump the ball out of bounds. No harm, no foul, next play.
And a huge gratitude to Matthias Davis, made that key block. Samaj Morgan on that safety blitz. Had an eye on the quarterback. Had a jump on the defensive line, and the running back Davis stepped up to get in Morgan's way and stop that sack. 3rd down and goal now, 8:27 to play in the third quarter. 28 for West Bloomfield, 14 for Southfield A&T. Warriors at their own 10-yard line. Marshall in the shotgun, snap. Gonna look to his right, throws it, intended for, oh man, that was intended for Tashi Bracewell again, and he had some space, had the jump for the first time really on Deontay Pippen, and just a little bit overthrown. Now 4th and goal for the Warriors.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty good pass, Tyler. Let's watch in the replay, see if it was catchable. Probably thrown about the only place he could have put it, and just a little bit beyond his hands.
Yeah, a little bit of excitement there as Tashi Bracewell finally gets out in front of Deontay Pippen. Been struggling to do that tonight.
You know, when you're in the NFL, you're going to catch those, you know, but in high school, we understand.
4th and goal now for the Warriors, down 28-14. They're at their own 10-yard line. Big play here for the playmakers of the Warriors. Isaiah Marshall in the shotgun, going to take the snap. Quick throw, intended for Bracewell, intercepted! That's Samaj Morgan, he's got it at the 50. The jukebox is on, the volume's on high, and that's 6 points. Touchdown, WB. The second pick 6 on the year for Samaj Morgan. Not quite 101 yards, but it's 6 points, and that's all you need.
I want to see the replay, Tyler, because clearly the Lakers brought the house on that play. And I think the ball might have been tipped before it got into the hands of Samaj Morgan. We'll see if we get a second look at that one from Bally. And here we go. So everyone is coming. Tons of pressure. Yeah. And, a great tip there. It was Herring. And then Samaj is right there. Jolly on the spot. Picks it up and runs it home.
Yeah, James Franklin here tonight for Penn State University, but the only guy smiling is Jim Harbaugh in Ann Arbor. He's getting both those guys making plays defensively. Amir Herring checking in as a substitute on that defensive line, a D tackle. And Samaj Morgan taking it back, getting that turnover chain on his neck. Showing it off to the sideline. That's my second pick 6 on the year. And Amir Herring staying in there, all calm and collected, while his buddy Samaj put on the chain. 34-14 now the score for the West Bloomfield Lakers, ahead on the Southfield A&T Warriors in the third quarter. About 8 minutes to play in the third. Morgan getting involved with the swamp on the visiting sideline, getting them cheering. As the Lakers now a commanding lead, 20 points. PAT coming up for Ryan Krauthammer. The hold will be Trenton Allison. Snap, good hold. Whistle blows. It goes through the uprights. Not going to count. We'll see what the deal is here at the line. Don't see any laundry on the field. Zebra's stopping the play. We'll see what's going on here. We look at the head ref.
We'll wait for the call here.
There is a flag. It's going to be called offside on Southfield. That'll move West Bloomfield a little bit closer. They'll redo the PAT.
You can probably hear, Tyler, in the background how windy it has gotten here. There is a storm moving in, and the wind is picking up. Possibility of some rain coming. Hopefully we'll get the game over before that happens, but it's going to make the kicking a little bit more complicated.
So Crown Hammer a little bit closer now. We'll line that up at about the 8-yard line on the PAT. Snap is good. The hold is good. Again through the uprights. And that is good. Going to be 35-14 now in favor of the Lakers here in Southfield after a pick 6 from Samaj Morgan. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more. You're watching to the Laker Football Network.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals. Or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply. And so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. And consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on The MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch The MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV 89.3 and streaming on MyMyTV.com.
Laker Football Live on Civic Center TV, CivicCenterTV.com/LakerSports. Tyler Duke alongside Dave Scott. The Lakers taking care of business to start off the second half. Warriors get the ball off the kickoff after they deferred the coin toss to begin this ball game. There, pick 6 for Samaj Morgan takes it back to put the Lakers up 34-14 after the extra point from Ryan Krauthammer on that play, that interception. It was Amir Herring making the play, deflecting that ball at the line, and then recovered by Samaj Morgan. Of course, tonight the game at Southfield A T, the merger of Southfield High and Lathrop that happened in 2016 brought these schools together, and still an homage to the old Southfield High School here on the track.
You know, the whole thing didn't work out too bad for West Bloomfield either, because as that transition happened, we picked up a bunch of players from Southfield.
Kickoff for Krauthammer is a little bit short, about the 31-yard line, recovered by Javen Jones. Going to take it to 35-45, down about the 48-yard line. That'll be the best starting field position so far off a kickoff for Southfield A T.
Southfield A T able to get that last drive going and get big chunks of yardage and move all the way down. They just couldn't put the ball in the end zone, in the red zone. They can move the ball. They can get points big. There's tons of time. They just got to complete their drive.
8 minutes and 3 seconds here in the third quarter. This will be where Southfield A T starts this drive. Trying to put that last drive behind them, and still in this game, still plenty of time left to make some plays. Defense got to make some stops too, but overall a quality game so far for both of these squads here in Southfield. We see an injury on the field. Looks like a cramp. They're trying to stretch out one of these Lakers down about the 45-yard line. So you look at the sideline, it's DeAndre Hill, touchdown to end the first half, put the Lakers up 28-14. That having even more impact now after the Morgan pick 6 to begin the second half. And you look at the sideline for Southfield A&T. Hey, let's keep up here. We've been playing a good game. We've been playing a quality game on the offensive side, maintaining these drives, marching up the field. look, they're giving us a challenge, but we're still in this ball game. Plenty of time left to get back here in the third quarter and, narrow this lead from 21 points down, 14-7. Maybe even tie this ball game up if you get lucky enough. It's really been an amazing season. Cass Tech, that week 1 game, had a little bit of chippiness initially, and then had to play in front of no crowd on Saturday to finish that ball game in Southfield A T. I mean, you want to talk about a game that's all offensive firepower. That really showed that identity of this Southfield team as they came up with a 56-54 win against Cass Tech, and Cass Tech again, having a slow start to the season there. Unfortunate loss in week 1, but stepped up tonight and beat the number 2 team in the state, Martin Luther King. Snap to Marshall, fakes the handoff, goes to throw it, and he fumbles it. In the backfield, he'll recover it. But a fumble on first down. We're going to set the Warriors back a few yards on second. Look at this. Marshall took the snap, faked the handoff, and immediately wanted to throw. Just didn't get a good grip on that football. Luckily got on top of it before Brandon Davis Swain got to him and could have recovered that football. So 2nd and 15, loss of 5 on the fumble on first down. Quarterback Marshall being resilient. Doesn't seem to let that get to him. Going to come back out with 7:15 to play in the third and move this Warriors offense forward. Lakers 35, Warriors 14 in Southfield. Warriors at their own 40-yard line now on 2nd and 17 instead. Marshall in the shotgun. Jarrett in motion. Snap to Marshall, going to toss that ball off to Javen Jones. He'll get about 3 yards, maybe 4 down to the 44-yard line. Rob Harris makes the big stop there. It'll be 3rd down now and 15, a gain of 2 for the Warriors. Javen Jones now getting involved. 14 rushes for 90 yards and 2 touchdowns last week here in Southfield against Oak Park. Those touchdowns each for 5 yards and 8 yards, respectively, for Javen Jones and the Warriors' number 9. 6.5 to play in the third. 3rd down and 15 for the Warriors. Lakers up 35-14. At the 43-yard line. Marshall in the shotgun, 1 man in the backfield. Snap to Marshall. Gets a little bit of a pocket, now it's breaking down. Rolls outside, going to throw that ball for Tashi Bracewell. It's caught and then shoved down the 39-yard line to West Bloomfield by Deontay Pippin. 1st down and finally breaking that seal with Tashi Bracewell against Deontay Pippin. Look at this, another great play, elusive play for Isaiah Marshall. Gets outside the pocket, finds his receiver in some space and puts that ball just a little bit ahead of him, just enough for him to get to that football at the key point and get a 1st down.
He does, but Pippin still does not let him get downfield and is able to get him down right after the reception. Good job, Pippin. I just so impressed with him. Doing a good job tonight.
Excellent game tonight for number 7. Marshall, the quarterback for Southfield in the shotgun, takes the snap in Laker territory. Looking down the field. Bomb pass for Bracewell just a couple yards ahead of him.
That's too bad because he was open. Yeah. He had like 3 or 4 yards on the Laker defender.
Just not the right angle for Bracewell to understand where that ball is going to be and maybe make an athletic play for it. And unfortunate, as that was, as you said, Dave, a really well thrown ball from Isaiah Marshall, trying to get that ball to Tashi Bracewell and make a big play down the field with 5:40 to play in the third quarter. Lakers 35, Southfield A T 14. The Warriors in Laker territory off of that play a couple plays to go by Tashi Bracewell. At the Laker 40-yard line, Marshall in the shotgun, twins to his right, 1 man in the backfield with him is Javen Jones. Man in motion, snap to Marshall, going to take it himself, pulls it in again, he's going to get pulled down by Jonathan Gabriel. Loss of 1. Again, gets in the backfield, gets to the ball carrier, and makes a key play. Jonathan Gabriel tonight.
Breakout night for him, Tyler. Breakout night.
You know, he's been having great games all season long. Look at him on the left edge, being circled there, courtesy of Bally Sports Detroit. There's no block there as they pinch inside. They send their offensive lineman, Nate Green, into that B gap. That gives Jonathan Gabriel all the time in the world. Kind of been platooning on that opposite end with Stephen Fountain also for the Lakers. So now a snap to Marshall. Going to throw the ball up the field. Caught and then deflected out of the hands of Juwan Jarrett. Nice play by Jameer Benjamin to force 4th down for Southfield A&T.
You know, Isaiah Marshall puts a lot of mustard and maybe even a little extra ketchup on these passes. He's throwing the ball hard on these short passes to try to prevent an interception, but maybe make it a little bit hard for his receivers to catch.
The Lakers relishing the opportunity to deflect those balls as well, Dave.
Oh, my. All right.
Fourth down, you give me a pun like that.
All
That's an alley-oop.
All
Wrong
right.
sport, but we'll take it. 4th and 13 for Southfield A T. They're in Laker territory again. They're going to go for it on 4th down. This deep back near midfield, down 21 points, going to take that opportunity at the Laker 42. Snap to Marshall in the shotgun, rolls out right, has to make a quick play, throws down the field, diving catch incomplete, but a flag on the field. That ball intended for Tashi Braceful.
Well, we might see the first pass interference call tonight against Pippen. He was a little late getting to the play, and we'll wait for the call. Looks like it will be, though, a call against the defense.
Yeah, that's the first time. Been very, very contact heavy for Pippen, but making good football plays, getting to the football. Hasn't really done that look back toward the quarterback, and that's really been the issue all night. Southfield been wanting those calls. It's been really close, but not quite there. And you know, that doesn't show at the end of that play, at the termination. It's not really the best angle. Neither is this, really. A little bit of contact, but at that point you're seeing he's already looking back. That's something before what we saw there, before that turn back in for Tashi Braceful.
Had to be, because that did not look like PI to me. So I'm sure there was a reason for the call earlier.
After the penalty, 1st down and 10 at the Laker 28. Marshall in the shotgun, takes the snap, getting some time. Now it breaks down, gets past the line of scrimmage, and finally chased down by Brandon Davis Swain and Montel Johnson, but a flag on the play again.
One of the Lakers had his hands around the head of the quarterback, and we'll wait and see if that is the reason for the call.
Let's take a look at this. Breaks through.
Right there.
Rock
Maybe
Harris,
even a face mask. Yeah.
Rock got a little bit of his face mask there. Slowed him down. That probably is it if it's on West Bloomfield. Yeah, looking at Rob Harris, that is going to be a face mask again. Giving Southfield A&T a little bit of extra space. Now 1st down and 10 for Southfield, deep in West Bloomfield territory. Last time game.
Coach is not too happy about that infraction. Little conversation on the sideline is, I'm sure, coming up.
1st down and 10, deep in Laker territory for Southfield A&T. 4.5 to play in the 3rd quarter. Lakers 35, Southfield A&T 14. Isaiah Marshall will line up in the shotgun, talking things over with one of his wide receivers. Twins left for the Warriors. In the backfield is Matthias Davis. Snap to Marshall, going to take the snap, roll out right, and a flag on the play is going to stop the play in progress. Likely to be at the line. It is a false start for Southfield A&T. That'll set them back 5. Still going to be 1st down now, with about 4 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. 35-14 is the lead for the Lakers. Southfield moved down the division out of the red, with Rochester Adams coming up this year. Also with him, Richard Pop, the offensive coordinator you saw there. Now he's That's going to be 4th down. Another unfortunate play on the snap for Southfield A T.
You know, that's as bad as a turnover right there,
Yeah.
Tyler. It's a deal breaker. You're in the red zone. You know, all you got to do is get to the 2 or 3 yard line, and you're going to get 4 more downs. It's 3rd down and 4, and just a unfortunate timing, a bad snap, and that busts up the play and really impedes the drive.
In the past, Xavier Davis been playing center for Southfield A&T. On that play, he's the left guard, the center there, Christian Green, getting some reps and just unfortunate.
And, you know, let's give some credit to the Laker defensive line for really getting in the head of that center.
Minute and a half to play in the 3rd. Now at the 29-yard line of the Lakers, it's 4th and 20 for Southfield A&T. Jarrett in motion right to left. Snap to Marshall. Looking down the field, got a little bit of time. Aiming it for Jarrett, and in his hands, incomplete. Man. Oh, my.
I'm just thinking, what do you have in your bucket for 4th and 20? And what you got is a great pass right to an open man in the end zone in Jawan Jarrett. But he just can't get his hands around the ball. Incomplete pass. Tough break all around for Southfield.
Let's take a look at this. I mean, great pocket for Isaiah Marshall. Excellent throw. Just a little bit of an angle issue there, yeah. Jawan Jarrett had space, got in front of that football, maybe a little bit overran it, maybe a little bit outside of his shoulder, kind of hit it with his bicep and incomplete. So that's where the Lakers will take over. Another deep drive for Southfield A&T, not coming up with points, and now West Bloomfield with 1:17 to play in the 3rd. Gonna have the 1st down. It's a pretty favorable territory, actually, in Southfield, on Southfield A&T's side of the ball. The ball was down inside the 10, and after a couple of penalties and a fumble and a bad snap, takes it to now the Warriors 28. Snap to the Lakers. Hand off to Joshua Tate. Takes it around. Going to get hit about the 21-yard line. They're going to lose about 6 there on 1st down. You see on the sideline Richard Pop talking things over with his offense. That O-line, Tashi Braceful, the wide receiver there as well, as Joshua Tate limps off the field now for West Bloomfield. The running back stepping up this season, having some big plays down the depth chart. Samaj Morgan going to come back into the game now. You take a look at some of these key plays for West Bloomfield in the air. That ball overthrown to DeAndre Hill. Morgan frustrated, wants to go for on 4th down, talking things over with his wide receivers. Then makes another throw down the field. The next play to DeAndre Hill. That key play to end the half for West Bloomfield and put them up 28-14. Pick 6 to start the 3rd quarter. Getting some love from Tyrese Grice, Samaj Morgan after that key play on 4th down in the 1st half. 2nd and 11 for the Lakers now. Snap and roll outside. Going to get down about the 25-yard line, 26-yard line. Going to dive. And Kenneth Jones III getting 3 yards on 3rd down. That's going to roll the clock down. Probably going to end. It is going to end the 3rd quarter here in Southfield. Lakers 35 points. Southfield A&T 14 at the end of the 3rd quarter. We'll take a break. We'll come back after a short time of watching and listening to Laker football.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.
football live, Civic Center TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, as well as the Facebook page of West Bloomfield School District, and all throughout the state on My Michigan TV. Tyler Keith alongside Dave Scott at Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology. The fourth quarter coming up. Lakers leading 35-14 in Southfield after a key defensive stop as Southfield was deep in West Bloomfield territory and just could not get in the end zone. A couple of penalties, a couple of unfortunate plays on bad snaps, and that set back the Warriors quite a lot on 4th and 20. That was then just barely an incomplete pass intended for Juwan Jarrett, and the Lakers took over. And now it's going to be about 3rd down for West Bloomfield here to begin the fourth quarter. Across the OAA, the final result tonight, number 3 Rochester Adams defeats Harper Woods 20-6. So that game complete in the OAA Red. Rochester Adams, of course, tied at the top of the OAA Red division with West Bloomfield. A slight lead in the tiebreaker based on playoff points for West Bloomfield. And when I say slight, I mean very slight. Other notable games tonight, number 1 Belleville defeating Livonia Franklin. 2 unbeaten teams going toe-to-toe. Warren D. LaSalle over River Rouge, the former high school of Juwan Jarrett of the Warriors. Of course, we said earlier, Cass Tech defeating number 2 Detroit MLK 28-14, and Saline defeating number 11 Dexter, another upset. That score 21-14 around Michigan tonight, courtesy of the MHSAA, and of course our friends at Bally Sports Detroit, who have been so helpful in this broadcast tonight. Fourth quarter begins. The Lakers first will have the ball with 12 minutes to play in the ball game. The jump from Southfield A T going to be called for a flag. That'll move West Bloomfield up 5 yards on that offside call. So now, going to remain 3rd down for the West Bloomfield Lakers. See Aaron Marshall again on the sideline.
He has not looked very happy tonight.
No.
He has really not looked very happy.
Jaws in the shotgun for the Lakers. 2 men in the backfield to block for him. Going to take the ball off the middle, a little bit through the A gap on the right side, up about the 37-yard line for West Bloomfield.
Don't you love these running backs where you see there's no gap? You know, your A gap, B gap, C gap, no gap, Tyler. There's no gap, and somehow he's able to nose his way through. And that wasn't 1 or 2 yards. That was a 4 or 5 yard gain.
First down and 10 now for the West Bloomfield Lakers. You're looking at Samaj Morgan and his 5 touchdowns in the air and on the ground as a receiver and as a quarterback. 2 defensive touchdowns, those pick sixes, and a kick return.
He's about to have his passing yards or completions bigger than his receiving, huh?
Jaws in the shotgun, snap to Kenneth Jones III, takes it up to the right side and gets maybe back to the line of scrimmage in that pile. 2nd down now, and 8 for the Lakers. 11:16 to play in the game. Lakers 35, Southfield A&T 14. After that run from Jones.
Tyler, I missed a stat on Samaj that Bally put up. Was that touchdowns or was that completions?
Touchdowns.
Yeah.
Well, that was all touchdowns.
So he's had 5 receiving touchdowns and 5 touchdowns throwing the ball. Who's got that kind of stat?
Yeah.
Where do you go to see that stat in any level of football, high school, college, or pros? Who's got 5 receiving touchdowns and 5 throwing touchdowns?
14 touchdowns on the year for Samaj Morgan in total. Still looking for a couple more receiving touchdowns. That'll get him in the 2nd place all time for the L Boys.
Well, you know, and I'm sure that the Laker coaching staff would much rather get him back into his typical role.
2nd and 8, snap to Jones. Going to take it outside the left side. Now gets in space past the 50, down to the 30, down to the 20. Jaws looking for a bite. Gonna get 6. Touchdown, Lakers. Again, Kenneth Jones III gets in the end zone on the run.
Just tackled over the pylon right there in the corner of the end zone. They give him the touchdown, but you know he is stocky and strong and able to bust through a drive when there's no hole. But he's also got speed, Tyler. Let's see that dimension of his game right here. Gets around the edge, breaks free, runs away from everybody. An amazing run. Again, Kenneth Jones III.
2nd touchdown of the game for Kenneth Jones III on the ground. 2 consecutive games in which he scored 2 touchdowns. The last time before these last 2 games he had done that was week 1 against Stevenson.
Most notably, real quickly before the kick, second time tonight the score reversal has been there. Do you notice that?
I have noticed that.
Okay.
Snapping a kick for Krauthammer is good through the uprights. That's no longer the case, Dave. 42 points now for the West Bloomfield Lakers and 14 for Southfield A T. We'll keep it here. Look at that run from Kenneth Jones III. Just finds that opening, finds that space. You know, if he's not looking back, maybe a little bit more, he'd have there. But a good chase, too, for Jalen Todd, the 3-star defensive back for Southfield A T. And that gets 6 points for West Bloomfield. Now commanding lead, 42-14.
So what do you like about the Lakers tonight, Tyler?
I mean, I like that they're sticking to their guns. They're not letting plays that don't go their way get into their head. They're playing their brand of football. They're sticking to the game plan. And, you know, the guys that are in need of stepping up tonight. Deontay Pippen going up against Southfield A&T's best receiver, and Tashi Braceful having a great game. That defensive line putting pressure on the quarterback. You think certainly about Jonathan Gabriel and the game that he's had tonight. Quarterback pressures, tackles in the backfield for a loss, sacks. I mean, he's making plays tonight off that opposite side edge. Brandon Davis-Swain, again, a nice game for him as usual. Same thing with Montel Johnson. In the absence of Kari Jackson, his impact even greater than it usually is every single week. And he's playing great football. This Laker defense executing at 100%, if not, you know, if not maybe a little bit less, but great game for the Lakers. You see Kari Jackson injured and dancing on crutches on the sideline, using those crutches to his long arms now with those.
Well, you know, I mean, why not be happy? It's a bummer being on crutches, right? But when you see your team winning real well, having a good game, and then when is he going to be back? Any expectation?
No idea just yet. That injury news to me tonight before this game is he celebrates the healthy lead here for the Lakers with Jalen Jackson on the sideline. Xavier Davis to his right there, our left. These defensive guys, a great night for them. Any night you're only allowing 14 points, at least thus far for Southfield, is a good night. As these Warriors averaging about 26.4 points per game this season. They've been a high-scoring team in the past, but not really been all too stingy. This season, much improvement. And more like their defense was a couple of years ago when they only allowed 15 points per game in their 7 games during the COVID season. Last year, that total went up to about 37 points per game through 7 games. And this year, that averaged 26.43 before tonight.
Over on the other sideline, things aren't quite as happy, Tyler. Not as much celebration, but there's still plenty of work for Southfield to do tonight.
Krauthammer will now kick it off to Southfield A&T. Lakers 42, Warriors 14. 10 minutes and some change to play in the game. That ball recovered at about the 20 by Juwan Jarrett. Going to take it past the 25 to the 30. Gets some space after some shifty moves. Up around the 45 to 50. Now he's got even more room down about the 48-yard line before he's tripped up. And a great return for Juwan Jarrett.
I like this guy. He is really great, not only in the running game, but also as a receiver. He's just one of the elite receivers on this team, and he's been impressing us all evening long.
Yeah, Jarrett making some shifty moves, some athletic plays, burning that defense and that special teams. His nickname, Smoke, transferred in this season from River Rouge High School, where he was a cornerback. Before this season, no stars. Not a 3-star guy, not a 2-star guy. He had none. Not heavily recruited coming in, but caught a lot of eyes after a hot start. The first 3 weeks of the season, he had 27 receptions for almost 600 yards and 8 touchdowns, coming in hot this season and playing great ball with his old friend Isaiah Marshall. They played some youth ball together, winning a national championship in 2016 as part of the West 7 Rams Youth Football Club. 9:52 to play in the ball game. First down and 10 after the kick return for Southfield A&T, trailing the Lakers 42-14. This drive will begin at the Laker 48 or so yard line for Southfield. As you see Tyrese Grice intently looking on. Snap to Marshall at the 48. Looking down the field. Big pass again intended for Bowman and incomplete. That ball broken up by Marquise Morris. Maybe some flags on the field, and there are.
Well, Morris was just, he was throwing his arms all over the place and clearly not looking back at the ball. And, pass interference. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, Samaj having a conversation with the young cornerback, the junior. Second stringer there for the Lakers, talking it over. Hey,
you can get Tyler. Here's the point: you could get away with a lot, but you can't be so conspicuous. Let's watch.
Yeah, doesn't look back, arms up, impeding Bowman on that reception. Doesn't make a football move. Textbook pass interference. Kenneth Jones, the third, even in there in the secondary for the Lakers on that first down. 9:45 to play in the ball game. That'll move Southfield A T up the field a bit off that pass interference. Morris going to line up at cornerback again on Zavi Bowman. So now at the 30-yard line, first down for Southfield A T. Snap to Marshall, takes down left side, got some space down to 20, then inside the 15 and out of bounds. Nice first down run for Isaiah Marshall.
Yeah, I don't think you can be a quarterback in high school without being able to scramble and be very effective on your feet. It's got to be part of the package, and this guy's got the package.
You look at some of these great scrambling quarterbacks too. Bryce Underwood at number 1 Belleville, Parker Pico, who we saw a few weeks ago at Rochester Adams, and number 1 guy in the state, Dante Moore, headed to Oregon from Detroit MLK.
Again, huge thanks to Bally Sports. They do such a beautiful job of their broadcast. And if you're a fan of high school football, you're going to want to tune in there on Friday night.
Tonight's game on Bally Sports Extra for their network. Marshall going to take the snap, going to get an easy run into the end zone. Touchdown Southfield with 9.5 to play in the game. Score now 42 for West Bloomfield and 20 for the Warriors.
Well, the hometown faithful certainly enjoying that. And Southfield with a really nice drive, able to put a cap on it right there with an excellent 12-yard touchdown run, Tyler.
Second touchdown rush of the night for Isaiah Marshall makes this game a 22-point game with about 9.5 to play in the ball game. Isaiah Marshall going to be out to hold this one. They're going to go for the PAT. Snap is good. The kick is up and is through the uprights, and that is going to make that extra point. 21 for Southfield A&T and 42 for the West Bloomfield Lakers. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more. You're watching and listening to the Laker Football Network.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on The MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch The MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV 89.3 and streaming on MyMyTV.com.
Welcome back. Laker football live from Southfield High School for the Arts and Technology. Southfield after the score from Isaiah Marshall, his second rushing touchdown of the evening. Lakers in the lead still 42-21 with about 9.5 to play in this ball game. It's OAA crossover. Lakers in the red and Southfield A&T in the OAA white. Look at Samaj Morgan and those statistics. 31 receptions for 565 yards this season and 5 touchdowns. All-time 16 touchdowns for Samaj Morgan. Third all-time after he passed Taj Mustafa on those ranks a few weeks ago, and looking at second place, 2 touchdowns in the air away from second, 3 away from tying Trey Mosley of Michigan State at number 1 all time.
For West Bloomfield.
Of course.
Of course.
Kickoff now for Southfield A&T is a short one. Oh my. That goes maybe 10 yards. Rock Harris gets under it, and West Bloomfield will start in great territory on this drive at their own 43-yard line. You see Isaiah Marshall on the sideline with his wide receivers. Tashi Braceful there. Now you see Samaj Morgan, DeAndre Hill heading back toward the sideline. Lakers going to get great field position again after that short kickoff. Up 42-21. Going to work to take some time off the clock and maybe get on the board again as the Southfield team still showing that firepower they have on the offensive side. Look at the top-ranked wide receivers in the state among seniors. Samaj Morgan up there, number 1 in the state. Ryan Mooney right down the street at Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Uncommitted. Of course, Samaj Morgan going to trade in his green and white for maize and blue, much to my chagrin, and go to the University of Michigan next fall. You look over at the sideline, Rick Nance with his offense over there. Joshua Tate, DeAndre Hill, Jalen Jackson. 1st and 10 for the Lakers. In the shotgun is Brody Pecor at the Laker 42-yard line. Snap to Pecor, but not going to happen. A whistle called. And not seeing a flag. Maybe a timeout call, but there's a flag. And it's delay of game on Brody Pecor. First time in at the quarterback really for Brody tonight. Been in there at fullback, been in there a little bit at tight end. With the Lakers up 21, getting some quarterback reps too. Number 2 on the depth chart at the quarterback behind Rick Nance before the injury. 1st and 15 now for the Lakers with 9:31 to play in the ball game. Up 42-21 on the Warriors at their 42. Snap to Pecor, rolls outside. Contained is broken, gets a couple nice blocks. Up about the 40, gets to the 42 to the 45. And a nice first down run for the backup quarterback in Laker 21. 9:20 to play in the ball game now. West Bloomfield in the lead as you see this replay here of earlier, that dramatic entrance from none other than Penn State head coach James Franklin. We weren't sure. It's like, oh, was that a medevac helicopter? Is that, it's got to be somebody important maybe. Lands off in the just outside the end zone there.
You know what I call it? I call it, an amazing recruiting stunt.
Oh, of course.
That'll get you on the Channel 7 News right down the road and make a lot of noise when you're in the state of Michigan, right?
Yeah, certainly James Franklin been able to make a play before here in Southeast Michigan when he recruited Lance Dixon. Now at West Virginia, my apologies, after graduating from West Bloomfield a few years ago. First down run by Brody Pecor, not going to get much of anywhere. It'll be 2nd down for West Bloomfield to bring in some beef now with DeAndre Hill and Montel Johnson. You're seeing James Franklin, and it looks like his daughter getting off the chopper there to enjoy some high school football here in southeastern Michigan tonight. 8:45 left in the ball game. Lakers 42 and the Warriors 21. Brody Pecor remains in at quarterback for West Bloomfield. Laker 21 and for the quarterback. Actually, now it's going to be Kenneth Jones III. In that quarterback, flag on the play. Looked like hard count again, got the Warriors to jump.
Southfield encroached just a little bit too much. Almost didn't get pulled over, but they did.
That'll advance the Lakers up a few yards after that first down loss for Brody Pecor a couple plays ago.
You want to take that expression from Aaron Marshall right there and bottle it up. It's the quintessential, oh my gosh, right? I mean, it just looked like he's a little frustrated because, he believes and his team has demonstrated tonight they can play with the Lakers. The problem is things haven't gone as well as they would have liked. It's an interception here. It's a bad snap there. It's an offside penalty here, right? I mean, it's been those kind of things tonight for Southfield.
Kenneth Jones III in at quarterback. Lakers at the Warriors' 46-yard line. Snap to Jones. Going to take it to his right side and absolutely stuffed by Reginald Gardner. Again, gets in the backfield, makes a nice play for the Warriors.
Well, give Southfield credit there. That hasn't happened too often tonight, and it hasn't happened too often all season long. They're just able to make some really good tackles, and you're not going to bring down Jaws with one guy. You need what they did there, 3.
Yeah, Gardner, a nice hit to the outside shoulder of Alex Walton, the right tackle, to get out into the backfield for Southfield. 2nd down and 9 now for the Lakers with 7 minutes to go in the ball game. You should see Brody Pecor on your screen at CivicCenterTV.com/LakersSports. He'll be a running back, though, for Kenneth Jones III with Montel Johnson, the fullback. At the 45-yard line of Southfield A T. High snap to Jones. He'll take it outside the left. Gets to the 45, and again, taken down. If it's a guy in 55, it's going to be Xavier Davis on the tackle. As you see, Reginald Gardner, also helpful there.
What you're not seeing tonight, if you've not watched many of the other games, is that Brody Pecor can really throw the ball. You know, the Lakers have been keeping things on the ground tonight, but this quarterback, maybe the future of the Lakers, the sophomore, has got a great arm. You know, where do all these guys come from, Tyler?
First time out of the half for Southfield A T with about 6:35 to play in the ball game. Lakers 42, Warriors 21. And Lakers marching into Southfield A T territory. A penalty a couple plays ago also helpful in that.
You know, I mean, but seriously, how many high school teams have this kind of depth at quarterback, okay? You got, and then you got guys that are coming through the system, which is good for the longevity of the program.
They've had great quarterbacks in the past. You think about Bryce Feasley, great quarterback for the Lakers. His backup quarterback in West Bloomfield for a while was Anthony Rumpf, who then transferred to Southfield A T in their first season at Southfield A T to play, or just after their first season to play quarterback here. Had a couple of nice years in Southfield before going on to play college ball. Lakers also, C.J. Harris, now at Ohio, another nice quarterback, and of course, Alex Short, the quarterback during the championship season when he was here with the Lakers, and number 9 was a freshman starter at Cranbrook before transferring in to play for the Lakers and leading this team to a championship. So yeah, it's a great. You talk about West Bloomfield being DBU on the defensive side of the ball. It's also a great place for quarterbacks as well, and developing quarterbacks that have other skills too in the other positions. Donovan Edwards was a quarterback.
Absolutely.
Transferred shifted over the running back. Now we're seeing the same thing happening with Samaj Morgan. Yeah. So certainly able to take guys with a whole lot of different skill sets and put them in positions to play great football no matter what their position is and which phase of the game they're in.
You know, and that's the kind of thing you need to make it through a campaign. And if you're going to be, a team that's fighting for a championship, you got to have the next man up.
Jones, the third in at quarterback for the Lakers, still at the 45-yard line. Snap and a handoff to Joshua Tate. Going to get past the 40-yard line. Down about the 38. Flag on the field there near the end of the play. Likely to be a hold off a nice run by Joshua Tate, the sophomore. Take a look at this. Tate trying to figure out exactly what went on there. Had a really nice run, shifty run around the right side of the line. We'll see what they call this one. And as confirmed, it is a hold on the West Bloomfield Lakers. That'll set them back a few yards. They'll remain third down. 6:29 now to play in the ball game. You see Tyrese Grice on the sideline. Going to pick up another victory here, it looks like. I'll take his overall record to 17-3 as the Lakers head coach in his second season. His good friend Aaron Marshall on the other sideline, 8-9. He would be, presuming this game ends in favor of the Lakers. Also in his second season at the helm after taking over for Tim Conley. Clock is ticking, 6:20 to play in the game. 3rd and 15 for the West Bloomfield Lakers. Now lined up back in their territory at the 48-yard line after the penalty. Morgan in at quarterback in the shotgun. Going to throw it outside in the flat to Deontay Pippin. Gets to the boundary about the 50-yard line, about the 45. That'll bring it to 4th and 9 now for the Lakers as Pippin's forced out of bounds and loses his forward progress. Deontay Pippin, an impressive game on the defensive side of the ball. Not a whole lot of offense aimed his way tonight, but Lakers taking care of business, and regardless, you have a good game in one phase, you're making an impact on your team. Deontay Pippin, one of those MVPs you're looking at tonight for the Lakers in this 42-21 game. Another timeout for Southfield A&T, that's their second.
Yeah, I mean, he single-handedly throughout the first half shut down the Southfield passing game. I mean, blocked pass after blocked pass. Great job from the corner position. You talk about a lights-out corner tonight, it was Tate Pippen.
Look at the Lakers sideline. Samaj Morgan talking to Kari Jackson. You also see Lorenzo Williams on the sideline, been injured for a while now.
Some of the highlights of Pippen's performance in the first half.
Anytime you're shutting down Tashi Bracewell, you're having a good night. And for Tate Pippen, I mean, he shut him down the entire first half. There's really only been a couple of opportunities for Bracewell to pull that ball in and make a play. And he's only really brought in one of those opportunities. 5:47 to play in the ball game. Lakers 42, Southfield A T 21, coming off the Warriors timeout. Lakers 4th and 1 now, off the reception from Tate Pippen. They're going to punt that ball. Snap to Krauthammer. Nice booming punt again. Going to land inside the 10, and it's going to take a Laker bounce, but a little too much of a Laker bounce into the end zone and a touchback. And Southfield A&T will start at their 20.
Don't forget, next Friday night, more Laker football. Lakers likely coming out of here with a victory. And they'll wrap up the regular season campaign next Friday night, 7 o'clock. Lakers take on Utica Eisenhower. We went over there last year. They're coming over here to visit us this year. It's going to be a lot of fun Friday night. The way the weather's been going, we might get another 55, 60-degree Friday night with clear skies. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Either way, come enjoy and celebrate this incredible Laker football season as we cap it all off with the final game of the home season, 7 o'clock Friday night. Join us in person at the Swamp. If you can't make it, tune in here to the broadcast on Civic Center TV and our outlets.
First down and 10 for the Warriors. 5:38 to play in the ball game at their own 20-yard line. Snap to the quarterback, Marshall. Looking to his right side, intended for Bowman. Intercepted by Samaj Morgan on the dive. Will they call that an interception as it was close to the ground? Doesn't look like they are. Morgan, no, now Morgan's celebrating that, but we'll see.
Well, I think that was clearly an interception.
That looked like it to me, but we'll see.
Lakers all celebrating. You hear some people near our microphone that are concerned about it in the stands.
Actually, on second look, it looked like the tip of that ball may have hit the ground and then gone into the hands of Morgan. Maybe we'll see it one more time.
No replay for the officials.
They are going to call that an interception. It is going to go in favor of West Bloomfield. After the Zebras talk that over, West Bloomfield will take it over now with 5.5 and some change to play in the ball game, and up 21 points on the home team, the Warriors. Samaj Morgan put his helmet on like he's going to come back in. But no, stay on the sideline. Get that turnover chain on. Get the Swamp on its feet. That big WB on that chain. And for years, Miami Hurricanes, there's Erica Morgan, Samaj's mother. His father, Samaj T. Morgan, right there on the sideline. Looking over his son, celebrating. A little bit of a smirk on his face. Happy to see his son again. 2 interceptions tonight for Samaj Morgan. One of those a pick 6. First down and 10 for the Lakers after the interception by Morgan, making big defensive plays himself. Long time his fellow Laker wide receiver Tate Pippen. So Brody Pecor in at quarterback for the Lakers. 2 split out to the right are Jameer Benjamin and Jaden Allos for West Bloomfield. Pecor will be the quarterback. In motion is Jameer Benjamin. Snapping a handoff to Benjamin. Will take it up the A-gap. Gets to about the 39. Picked up and slammed to the ground. Nigel Dunton doing his best Stone Cold Steve Austin impression. Just
definitely
taking down Jameer Benjamin, but a nice run on first down.
You know, you like to see the fight in a team. And I think the Lakers are even clapping for him right there.
Hey.
You like to see that you're down. Maybe they were clapping for the penalty and maybe too much there. But you know, you're down. Things aren't going well. And why not make a big play? Don't give up. Keep fighting. Maybe a little bit too much, unfortunately, unsportsmanlike conduct there after the play, Tyler.
Yeah, it's a little too much contact. You know, maybe you had him wrapped up. You had Benjamin wrapped up in your arms and in the air a little bit, and you kind of just put a little too much in it instead of going down and kind of sprawling for that tackle, throw him to the ground on his back. Gonna get a talking to from Aaron Marshall, the head coach, after that play, but Nonetheless, nice play there on first down for the Lakers, and it would have been second down after the unsportsmanlike. It's first down now as Brody Picourt comes back in at quarterback once again on 1st and 10 with now just under 5 minutes to play. Lakers 42, Southfield A T 21. Lakers at the Warriors 25. Snap to Brody Picourt. Not going to be able to fake that handoff. Going to take it himself up past the 25, about the 24, maybe the 23, and a gain of 2 on first down.
For our viewers on the East Coast, I want to thank you very much for tuning into our West Coast game tonight. It's almost 11 o'clock and we're still going.
Yeah. The late start, 7:30, a big delay, about a half hour for a major injury, and hopefully it's good news for Royce Liggins after that leg injury about midway through the first quarter. You're seeing Dante Moore of Detroit MLK, who lost tonight against Cass Tech, number 2 team in the state, going down to unranked Cass Tech 28-14 in Detroit. 4 minutes to play in the ball game. Brody Picourt, quarterback for the Lakers. Joshua Tate in the backfield with him on 2nd and 7. Snap to Picourt. Can fake the handoff, take it outside the tackles, and met by the defense of the Southfield A T Warriors. Won't get much, if anything, on second down. It'll be third down for West Bloomfield. 3.5 to play in the ball game. Lakers 42, Southfield A T 21. Third down coming up for the Lakers. You see in the bottom right corner, Donovan Edwards getting his stats put on the screen. From West Bloomfield, playing for the University of Michigan. Big game tomorrow against Penn State. And a visitor here tonight, of course, James Franklin, the head coach, making a big entrance before the ball game.
Well, there's so much competition for recruiting from all of these states in the Midwest and the East and the Big Ten that it's no big surprise to see a Big Ten coach pop in at one of the premier high school football games.
Picourt in the shotgun. Split out to the right is Joshua Tate. Snapping a handoff. Lakers, Marquise Morris down about the 20, about the 15-yard line. A big hit to take him down by Devon Buskin. And a flag again after the play. Off that run by Marquise Morris, the junior wide receiver.
I'm still standing on my story that I thought the helicopter was for Kid Rock.
Yeah. Not quite. Didn't see Kid Rock there. Can't confirm or deny that.
Okay.
Not sure. Maybe he used to pilot. Not sure if he got his license. Maybe shouldn't say that in case the FAA wants to look into that one. 2:52 to play in the ball game. 42 for West Bloomfield, 21 for the Warriors. Coach Grice talking things over with the referee after the flag. Now the clock running, 2:50 and counting left in the ball game. Lakers up 21 on the Southfield A&T Warriors. At Southfield A&T, again, our broadcast next week, 7 o'clock kickoff at West Bloomfield High School as the Eagles of Utica Eisenhower come in to finish off the regular season. Brody Picourt in the shotgun, trips out to the right for the West Bloomfield Lakers. Actually, it's twins and extra linemen. Morris in motion. Snap to Picourt. Handoff to Morris. Can get past the 30-yard line and taken down. It'll be fourth down for West Bloomfield with just about 2 minutes and some change to play in the ball game. Tackle there made by Southfield A&T's Matthias Davis, who's had a nice game himself on the offensive side of the ball. Final timeout of the night for Southfield A&T on 4th down and 11. Look at their schedule. Tough schedule for Southfield A&T. That big win in week 1. A couple days worth of a game in that shootout against Cass Tech. Second week lost to Clarkston, and then from there all W's. Big wins over Harper Woods. Groves having a nice season too. Oak Park, that win last week. A little bit closer than they'd like to have had for comfort. Scoring 28 straight points to come back and win that game at home a week ago. Before tonight, what looks like it will be a loss for the Warriors against the visiting Lakers. Looking at that sideline, all that firepower there. Kenneth Jones III, Deontay Pippin, Rock Harris, and Samaj Morgan with some handshakes, and seeing some of the young guys too on the sideline, talking things over. A big win for the Lakers here in Southfield, a rivalry game on the road, and late game 2. Just over 2 minutes to play in the ball game. You see Rick Nance on the sideline, all smiles too, as his team picking up a W tonight in Southfield. 2:13 to play in the ball game. It'll be 4th down and 11 for the L Boys following the the penalty and the third down run.
I think I heard Nan say, hey, good job taking care of my toy while I'm away. Take good care of it. I'll be back.
So they're going to go for the field goal. Ryan Krauthammer out to attempt this one. They're going to be over 40 yards for the Lakers. Trenton Allison will hold the ball. Snap is decent. Hold is nice. It's going to be just short and left for Ryan Krauthammer. No good, and that's where Southfield will take over, down 42-21 with 2:13 to play.
Thanks to the coach to give him an opportunity. He really is a great kicker, and he is now taking over some of the punting responsibilities or passing that around the team. And good to give him a shot for a long one.
Yeah, left hash attempt for the left-footed kicker, maybe a little bit outside of his range. As you see the MHSAA's top 10 rankings provided by state champs. Lakers number 5. Southfield A T was just down the rankings a little bit, ranked by state champs this week at number 14, moving up 2 spaces from last week. The Lakers at number 5, of course, as I mentioned, remain in place there from state champs from last week, where they were also ranked number 5. MLK losing tonight. Rochester Adams picking up a win. Same thing with Belleville. So you think MLK will probably move down the rankings a little bit. West Bloomfield, after this win and the top 15, likely to also move up tonight after this week's game.
Well, look how well represented the OAA Red is amongst the best teams in the state of Michigan.
First down and 10 for the Warriors at their 20. Isaiah Marshall in at quarterback in the shotgun. Snap to Marshall, rolls out right, looking for a pass. He'll get it, and it'll be complete at the 20, down to about the 21-yard line for Parker Kennedy, the third.
You know, that graphic that Bally put up a moment ago wasn't talking about just our division. I mean, that was everybody. Yeah. And the Lakers to found their way back up to number 5 after that tough loss to Rochester Adams. There a lot of people saw the Lakers and said, hey, they kind of fell apart that night. Maybe they're not the team that we all thought they are. But now after a couple of weeks, the Lakers have fully recovered, won all the rest of the games, and it just, you know, you couldn't set up a better situation for the postseason with Rochester Adams, West Bloomfield, Belleville, and some other rivals all getting ready to clash in the playoff season. 2nd
and 3, ball gets outside to Javon Jarrett. He'll get up to about the 35-yard line with $1:55 to play in this ball game.
You know, I say all that, Tyler, and you know, we've been pretty fortunate over the past couple of years in seeing the teams that we expect to advance through the tournament advancing. But I know you're a big fan of NBA and college basketball, and talking about the college game here, you know, just go ahead.
Outside pass to Juwan Jarrett. It's caught about the 40. He's going to get past the 50, opposite side of the field, down about the 42-yard line. Flag on the play near the end there, near the tackle. But another nice play for Juwan Jarrett off that pass by Isaiah Marshall.
But you know, you look at the NCAA basketball tournament. Anybody can win. Yeah. You know, it's a one-and-done situation. Anybody can win, and you know, we've been lucky that these teams that have performed so well haven't made a big, huge mistake and have been advancing through the tournament.
You see on the screen, Selection Sunday happening next week after our Friday football game. Valley Sports will have that 6 o'clock Sunday, October 23rd. Check your local listings for that, and of course, we'll have all the updates for you as well as we learn them too. Lakers will figure it out after next week. Hopefully, a win to finish off the season against Ike in playoff time. First down 10. Marshall going to launch it to the end zone, going to complete it. Finally, a passing touchdown tonight for the Warriors. That's Zavi Bowman getting on the board here late in the fourth quarter.
And not only making a great catch, you know, with 3 or 4 Lakers right around him. What a spectacular pass by Marshall. I mean, just look at how tight a location he has to throw that ball into. 2 Laker receivers right there defending the pass, and a nice touchdown for Southfield.
Now the score 42-27, still in favor of the West Bloomfield Lakers with under 2 minutes to play. Isaiah Marshall and company getting on the board there on the offensive end. They're going to go for the PAT, trying to make this a 42-28 game. Kick is up, kick is between the uprights, and the kick is good. It will be 42-28 in favor of West Bloomfield off of that touchdown by Zavi Bowman. Great pass, as you said, by Isaiah Marshall. That really showing just how talented he is as a quarterback here. ability to make great throws, got an excellent arm, and put it in those nice pockets for his wide receivers just beyond where they're running, getting in front of those defensive backs. A little bit more of a struggle tonight against a really stout Lakers secondary, led, of course, by Kason Dickerson, the defensive backs coach, and Keith Cameron, the secondary coach for the Lakers. Tonight, Isaiah Marshall struggling because of that defensive play, 8 for 26 for 123 yards, a touchdown, and 2 interceptions. Also over 100 yards rushing on 14 attempts tonight, including 2 touchdowns for the quarterback. So here we are, a minute 28 to play in the ball game. Southfield 28 points, West Bloomfield 42 after the Warriors touchdown. They'll kick it off to West Bloomfield. Zavi Bowman getting dapped up on the sideline after a nice touchdown there. 6'1", 190-pound junior for Southfield A T, returning 18 starters out of 22 starters this season. The veteran team definitely shows in their record and some of the competition they've been able to play really well against. So the ball falls off the tee for the Southfield kicker. They'll reset it. Middle hash at the 40-yard line for the kickoff. Last time we saw him, they kind of pitched it about 10 yards. That one even about as short, about 12 yards, and it'll be recovered. Looks like DeAndre Hill, and it'll be first down. Great territory again for West Bloomfield. Rob Harris also there. Look at Tyrese Grice, all happiness on the sidelines, high fives and everything going around. Lakers relaxed now as they're picking up a surefire win here tonight in Southfield. Put up a lot of points, great defensive game as well.
I'm laughing because, Coach Grice is on his cell phone right now, and I'm sure he's working, Tyler. But, maybe checking out some other scores, kind of trying to find out what Adams did tonight, maybe what Belleville did tonight. It's all work over there, and even on the cell phone in this modern era of high school football.
First down and 10 for the Lakers. Approaching Southfield territory. This drive will start at the Laker 46-yard line now. See Deontay Pippen not on the field here offensively. Brody Pecor in at quarterback for the Lakers, getting some opportunities here late in the game. Morgan's pads off. He's done for the night. An impressive night for number 2. Jukebox gets a pick 6. One of his 2 interceptions. Great play at quarterback as well. You think about that clutch play at the end of the first half. Pecor under center in victory formation. Knees the ball. One more of those, and this game will be over. Lakers 42, Southfield A&T 28. Excellent game from Samaj Morgan, Deontay Pippen, Jonathan Gabriel. DeAndre Hill having a great game tonight also. Morgan all smiles after some big plays, now talking over with his dad, Samaj T. Morgan, on the sideline for the Lakers. 23 seconds to play. Brody Pecor in victory formation. Takes a knee, and that'll do it. West Bloomfield 42. Tonight, Southfield A&T 28 in this OAA red and OAA white crossover. Lakers going to pick up the W against another top 20 team in the state against Southfield A&T. Final score tonight from Southfield A&T, 42 points for the West Bloomfield Lakers and 28 points for the home team, the Southfield A&T Warriors. As you see these two teams coming out for one of the great traditions in sports and in football. Handshakes and a hug between Aaron Marshall, and the head coach for Southfield A&T, and Tyrese Grice, the head coach for the West Bloomfield Lakers. Both these teams shaking hands. Rivalry game is over. Now they can go back to being good friends. A lot of long-lasting relationships between these two teams, playing Little League ball together, growing up together, great friends, but always hard competition on a football field when these two teams go up against each other, and what they both consider to be a rivalry game here, ending OAA red division play and OAA white division play for the season with that crossover game here tonight. Final score, 42 points for West Bloomfield, 28 points for Southfield A&T. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the Laker postgame show in just a few minutes. You're watching and listening to Laker football.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details. My Michigan TV is streaming everywhere on Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, and more smart TV apps. My Michigan TV is on your phone too. Take us with you wherever you go. Just search for My Michigan TV on your favorite app store or visit mymitv.com. All Michigan, streaming everywhere. My Michigan TV.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on The MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch The MegaCast, weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV, 89.3, and streaming on mymytv.com.
Welcome back to Laker football postgame show. The Lakers taking care of business on the road tonight at Southfield A T. Final score 42 for the L-Boys and 28 for Southfield A T. Dave, you look at this game tonight, and the thing you look toward for the greatest positive was that defense, particularly that secondary.
Well, no question about it. Pippen doing a good job all night long tonight. Shut down Deonte Pippen Jr., shut down the passing game for Southfield early in the game. That turned them into a one-dimensional offense tonight. They had to go to some other receivers. They had to run the ball, and they really went to their quarterback, who did a great job scrambling, getting a lot of yardage on the ground. Isaiah Marshall, a very talented quarterback indeed, but certainly that, along with some mistakes on Southfield's side tonight, cost them the contest. Good for us. Lakers win. Sorry, Southfield. Good for us, though. Lakers come up with a really nice victory tonight, and an absolutely needed victory. And Tyler, if you go back and you look at the season so far, you know, if you could paint this picture at the beginning of the year and just eliminate one night, I think everything would have been exactly as the Lakers expected. So you don't worry too much about that one night now, and you just focus on what you can focus on. Make sure you protect your home turf next Friday night. Have a lot of fun. Maybe even get a chance to get some seniors on the field and wrap it up in front of your hometown fans, and then, you know, just see what the slide rules and the calculators and the abacuses. Is that the proper expression?
Sounds good enough for me.
Okay, I don't know what the plural for abacus is.
I think it's just abacus.
I think it is too. I know there are a lot of teachers listening tonight, so I better be careful.
Gotta get it right.
But you know, just let all that take care of itself, and we'll see what happens. It is not impossible that the Lakers could win a couple of games, even maybe one or two, and have Rochester Adams come to West Bloomfield. You could still have that loss and still have that happen. So no reason to worry about it too much. Go take care of business, and we'll find out on the selection show next week how things are going to line up. We'll see how the points even before that happens.
Rochester Adams picking up a win tonight against Harper Woods, 20-6. In their final OAA game of the season. Harper Woods also in the OAA white division in the crossover game for Rochester Adams. So OAA division play done for the season. One more game left in the regular season. Next week, Friday, it's going to be, as Dave said, Utica Eisenhower coming into West Bloomfield to take on the Lakers in the home finale, and then the selection show. Of course, want to give a big thank you to our friends at Bally Sports for their help on our broadcast tonight. They'll be broadcasting that selection show next week, Sunday, October 23rd at 6 p.m.
All right, and then it's playoff football. And again, we're going to have a couple of games at home, and we'll see what happens. Good luck to the Lakers. They have some things still to work out. Got to see what's going to happen with the quarterback position. Let's get the team healthy, and then this is all the preamble. I mean, this is all assumed, what we've done so far, right? Now we're going to get down to the real business. What really makes high school football exciting in communities like ours, where we have a very competitive program, it's postseason, baby. Bring it on. Let's have some good postseason football, and we're really looking forward to it. So I don't have anything else to add. It's already late. It's past my bedtime. We are well past 11 o'clock. So thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the broadcast tonight. Thanks to all of our sponsors. Let's see if we can get it right. Orchard Mall.
That's correct.
Ken and Deb Macon.
Also correct.
Let's see, the Michigan Week Committee and all the people that put on that great Michigan Week event. And Premier Pet Supplies. And I think that's it.
Yes.
So thank you very much to our sponsors. Huge thank you again to Bally Sports. Those guys, Jeff and everybody that allowed us to do this. Absolutely amazing. And their crew, just fantastic. Our crew got the night off. It was just you and me pressing the buttons. Good job on play-by-play tonight, Tyler. Really enjoyed it. Thank you to the Greater West Bloomfield Cable Communications Commission, who makes this possible. If you have a friend who likes Laker football, have them go to YouTube, have them go to Facebook, have them go to one of the places. The game will be up over the next several days. Go in and watch it and enjoy what was a great night of high school football. So I guess that's going to be it. Do you want to do the so-longs?
I will do, yeah. A great game tonight for the West Bloomfield Lakers. Great showing in all three phases, scoring in all three phases too, offense, defense, and special teams, getting on the board and taking care of business in this rivalry game. Your final score tonight, 42 for West Bloomfield, 28 for Southfield A T. For our entire team here in West Bloomfield and Troy and across southeastern Michigan, we'll say goodnight before we need to say good morning, and we'll be back next week with Utica Eisenhower at home.
Thanks, Calvin.
Yes, thank you to Calvin Brown. Thank you for bringing that in, Dave. We'll say goodnight, and we'll come back next week, Friday, kickoff 7 o'clock at the Swamp. Lakers taking on the Utica Eisenhower Eagles next week, Friday. That's going to do it. We thank you for tuning in. This has been Laker Football across the Laker Football Network.